As expected by Zhou Hao saw a piece of news from the news that evening. Yi Liyuan, director of the General Logistics Department of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, will visit Hong Kong tomorrow. The main itinerary is to visit the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government and station in Hong Kong. People's Liberation Army. As soon as Zhou Hao saw this news, he immediately guessed that Yi Liyuan had come on his way. As one of the 4 major departments of the military, the General Logistics Department is not as eye-catching as the General Political Department and the General Staff Department, nor is it as eye-catching as the General Armament Department established in 1998, but it has a long history. The organization in charge of the military's logistics resources, including military drugs and other materials. Zhou Hao guessed that Yi Liyuan should be here on behalf of the central government to discuss with him about the medical test bases. After all, Zhou Hao's medical test bases are of great importance, especially the life extension pandan that can treat cancer. Once it appears, it will definitely shock the world, so the central government has to pay attention. The central government must have taken into consideration Zhou Hao's background and the connections behind him, so he deliberately selected Yi Liyuan, a non-Zhao person, to negotiate with Zhou Hao. However, Zhou Hao had never been afraid. Zhou Liren was the head of the General Political Department and controlled the military's intelligence agency. Although the level was the same as Yi Liyuan, he was much stronger than Yi Liyuan in terms of status and power. Moreover, Zhou Hao had the entire Zhao family backing, and his brother-in-law Zhao Dingzhou was also the commander of the Guangzhou military region, and his influence was no less than Yi Liyuan. In addition, Zhao Dingzhou is now an alternate member of the Politburo, and Zhou Liren's entry into the Politburo within the past 2 years is a solid matter. Although it is still far from the Big Nine, his power should not be underestimated. Obviously, people from other factions will definitely covet Zhou Hao's medical test bases, because the results obtained by those medical test bases, if they are turned into economic benefits, may be difficult to estimate. Especially life extension pandan can definitely monopolize the global cancer drug market for Zhou Hao. This piece of cake is really coveted. So Zhou Hao guessed that this time it was most likely that people from other factions took the opportunity of the central government to intervene in their own medical experimental base to fish in troubled waters. But would Zhou Hao let them succeed? Just thinking about it, the phone came to mind. Zhou Hao saw a smile on his face. He took the phone to his ear and said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, what's the matter with me? Can't I find you if I'm fine?" The person on the phone is Zhao Dingzhou, Zhou Hao's true brother-in-law. After a few polite words, Zhao Dingzhou put away his joking tone and said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, Yi Liyuan from the logistics department will be in Hong Kong tomorrow, don't you know?" "I know. He came for me, right?" Zhou Hao smiled. "Oh, you already know," Zhao Dingzhou said. "The central government has paid attention to the medical test bases established in your name. Although you have not grasped your specific research results, you also know the outline. Xiao Hao, these medical research results are too important, and the central government will not rest assured that you can control it alone. I have talked to the old man, and depending on what the central government means, it should be a joint venture with you to establish a pharmaceutical group." Zhou Hao sneered and said, "If the central government wants a controlling stake, then I would rather destroy all the research results than make clothes for them." In fact, Zhou Hao's words were irritating, and Zhou Hao wouldn't let it conceal something like life extension pandan that can benefit all mankind. But if Zhou Hao is really offended, Zhou Hao will take the research results abroad, for example, to Japan. It's not that Zhou Hao wants to sell these results to the Japanese, but Nanami Keiru has already controlled the funds of the Tokugawa Consortium. Zhou Hao is fully capable of building a pharmaceutical group on his own, without having to look at others' faces. Of course, Zhao Dingzhou also knew Zhou Hao's personality, not to mention that the central government's actions were justified. Even if the central government really took out the righteousness of the country, Zhou Hao would not buy it. Isn't it possible to build your own company to benefit people? Does it have to go through your central government to benefit the people? What's more, it is clear that several other factions are coveting these research results this time and want to step in and get a share. So Zhao Dingzhou said to Zhou Hao, "Don't worry, Xiao Hao. The people on our side must support you. If those people are too much, you don't need to pay attention to it, and just do it according to your own ideas. Don't worry, brother, I know how to measure it. If possible, I don't want to get too stiff with them. After all, This is not good for everyone. Zhou Hao said. Zhao Dingzhou smiled and said, You only need to know how to think like this. Anyway, your insight and ability make even us old guys hard to come by. What else do we not believe in you? Let go and do it. After finishing the call with Zhao Dingzhou, Zhou Hao thought about it. Now the main thing is to see how far the central government wants to achieve things. If they insist on holding a controlling stake, Zhou Hao will not compromise. If it really talks about benefiting the crowd, Zhou Hao can still accomplish this mission without the intervention of the central government, perhaps even smoother. As early as before, Zhou Hao had already made preparations and asked Xiao Jiming to secretly send all the research materials and 100 life extension pandan to Kahaksen so that Zhou Hao would have more leverage. At this time, both hands pressed on Zhou Hao's shoulders, kneading them lightly or heavily. It is He Shuiyun. Zhou Hao grabbed one of the catkins, looked back at He Shuiyun, and saw He Shuiyun's gentle smiling face. What are you thinking? He Shuiyun asked softly. Zhou Hao gently shook his head and asked, Jiming has settled down? He Shuiyun nodded. Well, he is in the guest room downstairs. I think he is also tired, so he should fall asleep. Zhou Hao grabbed He Shuiyun's hand and let her sit over the sofa on his lap, while he leaned his face on her soft and plump chest and said with emotion, In this world, there are always some people who see when others are good. They want to share a piece of the pie. In order to scrape a layer of oil from others, they will do whatever it takes, which is simply shameful. He Shuiyun naturally understood what Zhou Hao was talking about, and while stroking Zhou Hao's hair, he said, This is inevitable, especially your life extension pandan is too sensitive. It can cure cancer. Once this drug, when it comes out, other pharmaceutical groups that specialize in cancer drugs will definitely be forced into bankruptcy by you. Tens of millions of people worldwide suffer from cancer. Now there are drugs that can treat this terminal illness. They will buy them even if they lose their money. What a profit! It's no wonder they covet it. But I'm not good to bully. Zhou Hao sneered. If I was anxious, I let them ditch the basket. The big deal is that I will transfer all the funds abroad. He Shuiyun kissed Zhou Hao's forehead and smiled, and said, Anyway, wherever you go, I'll follow. Hum. Is this just called marrying a chicken and a dog, marrying a dog and a dog, and marrying a monkey? Zhou Hao laughed. The next day, Zhou Hao waited at home with peace of mind, playing chess and drinking tea with Xiao Jiming, and had a very pleasant time. And when it was past 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Hao's phone rang. It's Mr. Zhou Haozhou. The person on the other side of the phone said nothing, but the tone was full of thick nasal sounds, and there was a sense of arrogance. Zhou Hao could imagine that guy's arrogant look without having to face each other. I am, Zhou Hao said lightly. The person on the phone said, I'm the assistant to Director Yi Liyuan of the General Logistics Department. My surname is Jiang. Now Director Yi wants to see you. Come over to room 001 of Shangri-La Hotel. Director Yi has other schedules. See you more time. You have to grasp the time. Zhou Hao sneered and said unceremoniously, Then I'm sorry, I don't have time to see him. If he has something important, let him come and find me. But before he comes, please make an appointment first. Because my schedule is full, I don't know if I can make time to meet him. The surname Jiang on the phone suddenly heard Zhou Hao talking like this and didn't react for a while. When he recovered and was about to yell at Zhou Hao, he heard a busy tone in the microphone, but it was Zhou Hao. The phone hung up. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hao was still puzzled and said to He Shuiyun next to him, Shuiyun, if Yi Liyuan comes to me, you just say that I am not in Hong Kong and have already gone to Japan to discuss business. I don't know what I only came back at that time. After half an hour, the doorbell rang as expected. Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming were still playing chess in the room, unmoved. When He Shuiyun opened the door, he saw a man wearing a dark gray tunic suit, who was over 50 years old, standing outside the door. His appearance was very mighty. He was clearly a figure in a high position for a long time. And there were 5 or 6 entourage behind this man. He Shuiyun looked at them and asked, Who are you looking for? The 50-year-old man gave He Shuiyun a little bit his head, and then said, Hello, we want to find Mr. Zhou Haozhou. Is he home? I'm sorry, he just left Hong Kong and went to Japan to negotiate business. I don't know when he will be back. He Shuiyun said according to Zhou Hao's previous instructions. The face of the 50-year-old man only changed slightly, and the man next to him in his 40s in a suit and leather shoes was dissatisfied and said, "That guy knew that Director Yi came to him, so he left like this?" Seeing this man's impatience and arrogant attitude, Shuiyun couldn't help but feel angry. She probably guessed it now. Maybe it was the man in front of him who called Zhou Hao just now. The reason why Zhou Hao was so angry is definitely it is also because of this guy. So Shuiyun stared at the man coldly and said faintly, "I don't know who Director Yi is, but my husband is really not available. You can come later. Also, remember to make an appointment before you come. My husband is not a cat or dog. See you." "You, who do you say is a Mao Go?" The man named Jiang was so angry with Shuiyun, he suddenly sneered. "You said Zhou Hao is your husband?" "No, I remember Zhou Hao is from the Zhao family. The man of the eldest lady, they even have children. I heard that they are about to have a feast in Beijing. I think you and Zhou Hao are not legal couples either." Although Shuiyun doesn't mind Zhou Hao's relationship with Zhao Yuqin and other women, it doesn't mean that she can tolerate others using these as an argument. At this time, when the surname Jiang said such a thing, Shuiyun couldn't calm down anymore. She didn't speak, she just closed the door. Immediately, a vigorous man pressed his foot against the door. Shuiyun sneered when he saw it. "What? You still want to break into the house without permission?" At this time, Yi Liyuan spoke, and he said to Shuiyun, "Miss, we do have something urgent to meet with Zhou Hao. Please tell him that the director of the General Logistics Department has come to see him." Shuiyun knew that this man was Yi Liyuan for a long time, and also knew what they were looking for Zhou Hao for. But since Zhou Hao didn't want to see them, Shuiyun naturally wouldn't let them do what they wanted, so she said, "Director Yi, yes, I have already said, my husband is not in Hong Kong. You come back another day. If you want to force it, don't blame me for looking for General Liu of the People's Liberation Army stationed in Hong Kong." Yi Liyuan's expression moved when Shuiyun mentioned General Liu, because he knew that the General Liu mentioned by Shuiyun was Liu Zhenwu, the commander of the People's Liberation Army stationed in Hong Kong. Liu Zhenwu was an old subordinate of Zhao Rixin, and he was naturally a member of the Zhao family. In fact, although Liu Zhenwu's military position is lower than that of Yi Liyuan, his influence in the military is also not small. This time Yi Liyuan was selected by the central government to meet with Zhou Hao, which originally aroused the vigilance of the Zhao family. If Liu Zhenwu were found, he would definitely not let Yi Liyuan take advantage. "In that case, let's come back another day." "Excuse me, miss," Yi Liyuan said. Shuiyun was about to close the door, and suddenly said to Yi Liyuan, "By the way, in the future, if you take care of your people, the dog can't vomit ivory, so be careful to lose your face." After that, Shuiyun snorted and closed the door. Hearing Shuiyun scolding himself as a dog, the Jiang surnamed suddenly became furious and started to curse. But when Yi Liyuan glared at him, he said coldly, "Let's go. Don't you think you have lost enough people?" The Jiang surnamed her neck quickly, then followed Yi Liyuan away bitterly, still cursing Shuiyun in her heart. The next day, Yi Liyuan brought people to look for Zhou Hao again, and Zhou Hao did not refuse to meet with Yi Liyuan because he was not in Hong Kong this time. After Shuiyun opened the door, he invited Yi Liyuan into the room, but he didn't have the slightest expression on Yi Liyuan's assistant surnamed Jiang and ignored him. Zhou Hao was playing chess with a man at this time, and when Yi Liyuan saw this man, his expression changed and he lost his voice. "Liu Zhenwu, why are you here?" Liu Zhenwu glanced up at Yi Liyuan and squinted with a smile. "Why can't I be here anymore? I'm Xiao Hao's big brother, so come and visit him. Isn't that all right? It's you, from the General Logistics Department of Tang Tang. The number one. Why suddenly came to find Xiao Hao? I never heard that you met Xiao Hao before." Zhou Hao also smiled and said, "Big brother Liu, you are right. I really don't know this Director Yi." Seeing that Liu Zhenwu was here, Yi Liyuan felt a little uncomfortable, because Liu Zhenwu was the backbone of the Zhao family, and he would definitely stand with Zhou Hao. With Liu Zhenwu here, Yi Liyuan would not be able to reach this negotiation. The original purpose. "Director Yi, please sit down." Zhou Hao smiled and suddenly said, "By the way, who is Mr. Jiang who called me the day before yesterday, who claims to be assistant to Director Yi?" The man surnamed Jiang snorted immediately and then hummed. "I am." Zhou Hao nodded and then said to Yi Liyuan, "Director Yi, if this guy is here, you can invite it back. With this guy here, I have no interest in discussing things at all. The man surnamed Jiang was furious. He pointed to Zhou Hao and said, "What do you mean by this? Do you know who our director Yi is? He is the director of the logistics department of the 4 major departments of the People's Liberation Army. He is a general." Zhou Hao did not speak, but Lu Zhenwu spoke. Lu Zhenwu looked at Yi Liyuan lightly, and then said with a smile, "Lao Yi, I thought that when we led the soldiers to fight, we were very strict with the people below, but now I look at you. Hey, really old." Lu Zhenwu's words made Yi Liyuan's face pale, and then he heard him say in a deep voice, "Xiaojiang, you should go back first. You don't need to be present for this negotiation. Leave the recorded matters to Xiaopeng." Director Yi, the face of the man surnamed Jiang changed. Yi Liyuan increased his tone. "I said let you go back." The man surnamed Jiang had no choice but to leave here in a desperate manner. Before leaving, he did not forget to cast a bitter look at Zhou Hao. It's just that Zhou Hao didn't care about this guy at all. It was not much harder for him to pinch such a person to death than to choke an ant. And the most important thing today is not on the man surnamed Jiang, so Zhou Hao is not interested in wasting energy on him. Looking at Yi Liyuan, who was sitting across from him, Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Director Yi, we don't think we should make a roundabout. Let's get straight to the point. I know that you are here this time, and it must be my domestic ones. Pharmaceutical test base." Yi Liyuan was not surprised that Zhou Hao knew the news in advance, because Zhou Hao's father Zhou Liren was the head of the military intelligence agency, and Zhou Hao's prospective father-in-law was Zhao Rixin, a senior in the military. If there is any movement from the central government or the military, it's hard to hide these two people. Since you already know, then I'm going to get to the point. Yi Liyuan thought about the language and said to Zhou Hao, "We want to know the specific anti-cancer drugs developed by the several medical test bases under your name. Is the effect real?" Yi Liyuan's anti-cancer specific medicine is, of course, Life Extension Pandan. Zhou Hao did not speak, but glanced at Xiao Jiming next to him. Xiao Jiming understood and said to Yi Liyuan, "It's true. After our many trials and clinical tests on humans, the anti-cancer effect of that drug is indeed very significant, and it can also have a significant effect on patients with terminal cancer." Xiao Jiming's words did not cause any impact on Yi Liyuan, because the information was already in the hands of the state. Then Yi Liyuan said, "In addition to the anti-cancer specific drugs, we know that your pharmaceutical test bases have also developed many other drugs for various diseases, and the effects are better than those on the market today. Right?" "Yes, what is your attitude?" Zhou Hao asked with a smile. Yi Liyuan felt very aggrieved for Zhou Hao's calmness, as if everything were in his chest, because in such a negotiation, the aura of both parties is actually very important. If the aura is overwhelmed by the other party, then it will be very detrimental to the negotiation. After pondering for a while, Yi Liyuan said, "Now, the United States and other foreign forces have noticed your medical test bases, and the central government also attaches great importance to this, so it plans to send people to protect these bases. At the same time, we know that you will soon establish a pharmaceutical group. In order to protect you and these valuable research results, the central government will invest funds to participate in this pharmaceutical group." Zhou Hao's smile remained unchanged. "Then how many shares does the central government want?" 60%, Yi Liyuan said. "No." Zhou Hao's answer was categorical. Yi Liyuan raised his eyebrows and said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, you have to know that this is a request of the central government, not a request. Your opinion is not important. We will just let you know. In other words, whether you disagree, this matter has already been decided." Hearing Yi Liyuan's words, Zhou Hao's smile on his face became brighter, and he slowly said, "Well, I'll destroy all the research materials of those medical test bases immediately." Divestment. The muscles of Yi Liyuan's mouth twitched fiercely, and then said gloomily, "Zhou Hao, are you threatening the Central Committee? You have to know that the research materials are not yours alone. They belong to the country, and you have no right to destroy them. Drop them." "No, I have the right." Zhou Hao sneered and said, "On the contrary, you have no right to intervene in my company." Lu Zhenwu next to him also spoke. "Director Yi, is this the central government's meaning or the meaning of some individuals? You have to know that the state should protect individual research results instead of using high-pressure methods to seize them." "Yes, I doubt very much, Is this really what the central government meant? Of course this is what the central government meant. Do I dare to change it without authorization? Yi Liyuan squinted at Lu Zhenwu. Zhou Hao on the other side leaned on the sofa and sneered. Even if this is what the central government meant, I have the right to refuse. That's right, in front of the state machine, personal interests are not a big deal, but I am the same. You have the right to refuse. If you can't satisfy me, I'll just shoot and break with you at best. You don't have to conceal it, and just convey my meaning to the Central Committee. Zhou Hao, I hope you have to think clearly about what you are doing now. Yi Liyuan said in a gloomy tone. You are now fighting against the central government and against the country. Zhou Hao sneered, and then said to Lu Zhenwu next to him, Big Brother Lu, I can't talk with this guy. Or let's let the central government send another person to negotiate. What is this? I really think I am what is it? Yi Liyuan was in a high position at the general level more than 20 years ago. Has anyone ever tried to say this to himself? And immediately said angrily, Zhou Hao, you must pay attention to your attitude. I represent the central government and the country. You don't respect it. I just don't respect the country. Do you really think you are an imperial minister? Zhou Hao said without showing any weakness. It's fine. Please go back. There is no way for the two of us to talk about it. After you go back, just call me. I'll pass on to the central government. I don't care if I send someone to negotiate. Anyway, if you don't give me a clear answer, I will register a pharmaceutical company in the United States next month. Yi Liyuan's face changed again, because in fact, before he came to Hong Kong from Beijing, the Prime Minister personally instructed him that he must do this well, and that Zhou Hao's company must remain in the country. As far as the conditions are concerned, make concessions to Zhou Hao. On the other hand, Yi Liyuan does not actually represent the interests of the central government, but the interests of the Dong family and another faction. Yi Liyuan is an old subordinate of Dong Yi's father, so he is regarded as a member of the Dong family, and he also maintains with another faction. With a close relationship, it just so happens that this faction and the Dong family have been an offensive and defensive alliance a few years ago. Originally, even if there were no grudges between Zhou Hao and Dong Qishan, the Dong family and the Zhao family were in a mutually hostile relationship, so the Dong family would not let go of any opportunity that made the Zhao family uncomfortable. Not to mention this time, they really fell in love with Zhou Hao. The benefits that those medical research results can bring, I want to pounce on a piece of meat. Therefore, the two factions handed over this task to Yi Liyuan. The Dong clan was at odds with the Zhao clan, and Yi Liyuan and Zhou Liren were not friends either. Yi Liyuan was one of the strong competitors after the position of the top leader was vacated after the general political department was purged and adjusted. Although Yi Liyuan was already the director of the general logistics department at that time, the authority of the general logistics department was not comparable to that of the general political department. Moreover, Yi Liyuan had been the director of the general logistics department for many years, and he had long used his influence in the general logistics department. Infiltrated in, even if he leaves, he will still be there. If he can be transferred to the head of the general political department, he will be able to influence both departments at the same time. At that time, Yi Liyuan rushed back and forth, using all the relationships he could use, thinking that the position of the general political department was determined. Who knew that the central government promoted Zhou Liren in the end, and it made Yi Liyuan lose everything. As a result, Yi Liyuan was both jealous and resentful towards Zhou Liren. Zhou Hao is the son of Zhou Liren, and Yi Liyuan certainly didn't want Zhou Hao to get better. He originally thought that Zhou Hao would definitely bow his head when he came here with the power of the Central Committee. After all, no one had dared to defy the intentions of the Central Committee before, especially this is not an ordinary commercial act, but is related to the interests of national defense. Take seriously. No wonder Zhou Hao's attitude was very tough, and he even said that he would destroy all the research materials, but Yi Liyuan was greatly miscalculated. Staring at Zhou Hao, Yi Liyuan slowly said, Zhou Hao, in fact, the central government is not asking you to give up the shares for free. The central government will actually invest money in it. I will simply tell you our bottom line. You are willing to give up 51% of the shares, and the central government is willing to give you 800 billion yuan in compensation. Zhou Hao, 800 billion yuan. This is the largest investment since the founding of the central government. Also, there is after the central government's shareholding. This pharmaceutical company will enjoy full tax exemption in the future. Of course, this cannot be put on the surface. On the surface, the company still has to pay taxes, but it will eventually flow back in other ways. 800 billion yuan, coupled with comprehensive tax exemption, is indeed very generous. However, this 800 billion renminbi may be an astronomical figure that is unimaginable for ordinary people, but for Zhou Hao, although it is quite a lot, it does not deserve his attention too much. Because Zhou Hao himself manipulates 200 billion US dollars of liquidity, this is not even the Tianhe Beverage Company and other industries under his name, let alone the Tokugawa Consortium of Keirin Nanami, who is behind it. Moreover, after the establishment of Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical company, as long as life extension pandan is put into production, it can definitely monopolize the global anti-cancer drug market within half a year. There are also drugs for other diseases. Zhou Hao believes that as long as 3 years in time, my company will become the world's largest pharmaceutical company, occupying more than half of the global pharmaceutical market. Compared to that huge market, a mere 800 billion renminbi is really nothing. What's more, if the controlling rights are lost, the other party can deprive Zhou Hao of the power in the company by diluting the equity. Therefore, Zhou Hao must firmly control the controlling rights in his hands. I saw Zhou Hao staring at Yi Liyuan as well, saying almost every word. I won't let go of the controlling stake. Please go back. Zhou Hao, don't know what is good or bad. 800 billion is already a very good price. Yi Liyuan said angrily. For you, right? Lu Zhenwu said. I think you don't know Xiao Hao's strength. Xiao Hao's own funds are not less than 1 trillion yuan. Suddenly hearing this, Yi Liyuan was also very shocked. Although he knew that Zhou Hao, the stock god, was very rich, he never thought that he would have money to this point. Trillions of renminbi. This is the veritable richest man in China. Even Bill Gates can't match it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Director Yi, please go back. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Zhou Hao said lightly. Yi Liyuan's face was very ugly, because if the trip was unsuccessful, he would go back to accept criticism, and Dong Shi and others would also be dissatisfied with him. The most important thing is that the bottom line of the central government is not to obtain the controlling rights of Zhou Haona Pharmaceutical Company, but it is enough to participate in more than 20% of the shares. The request for controlling rights is Yi Liyuan to satisfy the interests of the Dong family and the other faction. It was proposed to Zhou Hao without authorization. He originally thought Zhou Hao would agree to this request under pressure from the central government, but underestimated Zhou Hao's toughness. And now, Zhou Hao made it clear that he didn't want to talk to him anymore. If Zhou Hao directly questioned the central government afterwards, the central government would immediately know Yi Liyuan's transgression, and the purpose of the Dong family and the other faction would be immediately exposed. When Yi Liyuan wanted to fight for it, and planned to make some concessions, he heard Zhou Hao say coldly, "Send off the guests." Xiao Jiming also stretched out his hand to Yi Liyuan and said, "Director Yi, please." Yi Liyuan stared at Zhou Hao with a gloomy expression. Although he didn't want to give up, Zhou Hao's attitude really embarrassed him. Unbearable, he changed his sleeves and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to Zhou Hao coldly, "Zhou Hao, let's wait and see." "Okay, please wait and see, Director Yi." Zhou Hao also grinned. After Yi Liyuan left, Lu Zhenwu said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, I think this old man is making his own way. The central government can't take your controlling stake at once. It will only cost 20% to 100%. 40 shares, the 800 billion hungry tax-free treatment may be true." Zhou Hao nodded, sneered, and said, "I know that guy may represent the interests of other factions. He wants to fish in troubled waters and bite a piece of meat from me. Then what are you going to do?" Lu Zhenwu said, "You don't really want to withdraw all the money, do you? If the central government is really doing it this way, I don't mind doing it." Zhou Hao smiled coldly. "But now the change of term is coming soon, and there is no one on my side who supports it. The central government will not get into trouble with me. Besides, Brother Lu, you are right. The central government's intention should only be to keep my pharmaceutical company in China. They only need 20 to 40% of the shares. As for the controlling stake, it must be Yi Liyuan." It was brought up without authorization. After a pause, Zhou Hao said to Lu Zhenwu again, Big Brother Liu, we will immediately inquire about this matter from the central government. Also, I hope you can put some pressure on me and replace Yi Liyuan. Liu Zhenwu nodded, and then left immediately. Zhou Hao also inquired about this matter from the central government through his contacts, and asked Zhao Yuqin to spread Yi Liyuan's proposal to ask Zhou how to cede the controlling rights. That night, the incident spread in Beijing circles. Of course, this circle is limited to the highest power structure level, and it is impossible for anyone a little lower to know. So when Yi Liyuan was still in the hotel thinking about how to deal with Zhou Hao, a call from the central government called and severely criticized Yi Liyuan. It stands to reason that Yi Liyuan is one of the top leaders of the 4 major divisions of the People's Liberation Army. He ranks as a general. Even in the central government, he has a lot of influence. Even the #1 chief would not say anything to him. However, Premier Zhu is a rare, iron-blooded gentleman in officialdom, and his attitude can be seen from his attitude towards corrupt officials. So when he knew that Yi Liyuan had arbitrarily distorted the meaning of the central government in order to satisfy the ambitions of certain political factions and attempted to pull the central flag to intimidate Zhou Hao, he could not suppress the anger in his heart and immediately called Yi Liyuan. Who gave you the power to ask Zhou how to transfer the controlling rights? Premier Zhu said in the first sentence. Everything Zhou Hao did is beneficial to the country, especially the anti-cancer drug they developed. Do you know how much benefit it can bring to people? Our country needs him. Doesn't mean it can use this method to grab his results. Director Yi, you are a veteran party member for decades. How can you still do this? What kind of trickery? Where is your party spirit? Even when it comes to grassroots cadres, Premier Zhu never used the words, "Where is your party spirit?" to rebuke. So after hearing Premier Zhu's reprimand on the phone, Yi Liyuan's old face turned red and rose. Prime Minister, you don't need to say anything. Your visit will end as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about Zhou Hao's affairs. After that, Premier Zhu hung up the phone with a pop. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone in a daze, Yi Liyuan's eyes were dull, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. Then, he violently swept all the vases on the coffee table beside him to the ground, while the assistant Jiang, surnamed on the other side, shrank his head and did not dare to touch Yi Liyuan's mold. At the same time, a high-level meeting was also being held here in Beijing. The attendees were all state officials, including Premier Zhu. This old Yi, after struggling for so many years, why is he still confused in the end? Premier Zhu said with a sigh, but looked at Dong Yi, who was sitting there. Premier Zhu knew very well that Yi Liyuan was a member of the Dong family. He did this time, and it was clearly the lead envoy of the Dong family. Dong Yi didn't seem to see Premier Zhu's gaze, sitting there, silently sipping the tea in front of him, with a calm look. Head #1 opened his closed eyes and slowly said, "It seems that Lao Yi is also tired, so he made such a low-level mistake. I think the work of the General Logistics Department is too hard for him. Just let him take a good rest, and put this on the agenda in a few days at the executive meeting of the Central Military Commission." The meeting recorder at the back hurriedly wrote down the words of Chief 1 on the notebook. Just now, Dong Yi, who was still calm, heard the words of Chief 1, his eyelids jerked. He quickly looked at the other committee members of the Big Nine, but when he saw that no one expressed dissent, his heart sank immediately. It seems that they have discussed this a long time ago, Dong Yi thought in his heart. In fact, he also knew that after Mr. Zhao retired from the front line, the members of the Dong family could not wait to emerge immediately. Among them, Yi Liyuan was the most obvious, who had been tossing about the position of the general political department. In the eyes of the highest-ranking people in the center, the most important thing is balance. So after the Zhao family seems to be declining with the retreat of the old man Zhao, they can't let other people jump too hard. Therefore, these figures with countless gullies in their chests decided to kill 100 and warn those who danced happily. But Yi Liyuan was unlucky and happened to be a victim of their flag sacrifice. Dong Yi could see clearly that Zhou Hao's incident was just a cover, and Chief #1 and the others were basically trying to beat Yi Liyuan down, so as to warn them Dong clan not to toss too much. Of course, there are other factions in the Big Nine, but this time the members of the Dong family came up too fast, making them feel threatened, so they joined forces with the #1 chief to suppress the Dong family, and they didn't need to do anything. The decision of the head of the and Premier Zhu will do without opposition. Thinking of this, although Dong Yi was dissatisfied, he still showed a sense of righteousness and slowly said, Comrade Yi Liyuan is indeed limited in energy, and the workload of the General Logistics Department is so heavy. I think Comrade Yi Liyuan is also true. Can't handle it. When Dong Yi said these words, it meant that their Dong family had compromised. In fact, it is not their turn to make no compromises. Whatever Chief Number 1 and other committee members have decided, he can't stop him alone. Head Number 1 nodded and said, but Zhou Hao has to be dealt with by someone. After all, this matter is so important that we can't help it. Xiao Zhou, the United States and France, really. Focus on those test bases. Yes, those spies think that these test bases are our military's secret research institutions. Because private individuals rarely spend such a large amount of money to invest in research work, and only the state will make such investments. I saw a person sitting not far from the conference table of the 9 giants. At first glance, I thought it was one of the minutes. If he didn't speak, not many people would know that he was the head of the General Political Department, Zhou Liren. Xiao Zhou, speaking of it, we have to apologize to you for this matter. Premier Zhu smiled at Zhou Liren and said, Zhou Hao is your son, who has done so much to the party and the country. Director Yi, but for doing such a thing, I apologize to you for him. Zhou Liren said, actually, according to what I said, Zhou Hao had such results. Even if he donated all of them to the country, he should have donated all of them to the country. I thought we were doing 2 bombs and 1 star under the leadership of Duke Mao, so many scientists. Then there are so many talents, hard work day and night. How great achievements have been made, who has thought about their own interests. So Zhou Hao, this kid, really has no nationalism, patriotism, and collectivism. If I meet him, he must be severely taught him to fail. After a pause, Zhou Liren said again, but Zhou Hao, this kid, for so many years, because of work, I really didn't spend much time with him, so he didn't listen to me very much and never did anything. Discuss with me. He will probably ignore my opinion. Everyone in the audience laughed bitterly after listening, because Zhou Liren understood it very clearly. According to him, he wanted Zhou Hao to donate all the research results to the country, but Zhou Hao wouldn't even listen to what he said. So Zhou Liren couldn't help it. And Zhou Liren also said that for so many years, he has failed to cultivate father-son relationship with Zhou Hao because of his work. What is his job? Isn't it about collecting intelligence for the country and dealing with critical incidents? That's also for the country. In addition, when Zhou Liren was trapped in the United States for the sake of the country, the central government did not take measures to rescue Zhou Liren because of the difficulty of rescue and fear of being caught by the United States. As a result, he was seriously injured and disappeared for more than a year. Therefore, the central authorities are still very guilty of Zhou Liren. And not only Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao himself has also made a great contribution to the country. At the beginning, the contribution of helping Hong Kong to repel George Soros and others in resolving the economic crisis was great. It can be said that the Zhou family is 1 class and 2 outstanding people who have worked hard for the country. This time Yi Liyuan used the central flag to intimidate Zhou Hao. Although it was not the central government's true intention, it made the central government very embarrassed. Premier Zhu smiled bitterly to everyone. Everyone may not know, Zhou Hao, the little comrade, has the same personality as Mr. Zhao back then. He is the one who has been coming and going. If we don't handle this matter, it will really cause trouble. Many of the committee members here know more or less about Zhou Hao. After hearing Premier Zhu's words, they couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Zhou Hao is also a straightforward person. If he had such integrity, George Soros and Julian Robertson would not be forced by him to commit suicide by jumping off a building and committing suicide. It seems that we should choose another person to talk to him. Chief One's index finger tapped the table lightly and said, this time it's important. Zhou Hao has developed a specific anti-cancer drug. We must handle this matter well. Zhou Hao is a man of merit to the country, and we must not chill his heart. Premier Zhu also said, yes, I think, this time I will send a person familiar with Zhou Hao, so that the talk with him will be smoother. Then who do you have? Premier Zhu pondered for a moment and said, let's just Lu Zhenwu. Wouldn't he happen to be in Hong Kong? I heard that he helped Zhou Hao to He Hongsen's daughter back then, and asked him to talk to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao. I won't drive him out. Everyone here knows that Lu Zhenwu is a member of the Zhao family, and he will definitely stand on Zhou Hao's side. By doing this, Premier Zhu made a concession to Zhou Hao. However, everyone also knows that if he negotiates with Zhou Hao in a tough manner, it is not easy to say that Zhou Hao will really leave China with the research results. Although the several experimental bases are under the surveillance of the state, but those monitors are all from the General Political Department. Chief Number 1 only considered for a while, and then asked the other committee members, "What do you think?" When he asked this, it was equivalent to agreeing to let Lu Zhenwu talk to Zhou Hao, and other people were afraid that if they disagree, it would make people think that they have a covetous heart for Zhou Hao's research results, so there is no objection at the moment. At the end of the meeting, it was decided to let Lu Zhenwu negotiate with Zhou Hao on behalf of the central government, and the bottom line given by the central government was 800 billion yuan in exchange for 20% of Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical group, and promised to give Zhou Hao this pharmaceutical group's preferential treatment and taxation. However, the central government also has conditions, that is, this 20% of the shares, Zhou Hao cannot dilute without the consent of the central government. In addition, the research institutes under that pharmaceutical group must accept state supervision and protection. Of course, the central government only has the power to supervise it, and it does not intend to directly intervene in management. After the meeting, Chief 1 and Premier Zhu left one after another because they each had other matters to deal with. However, Dong Yi caught up when Zhou Liren was about to leave and walked side by side with Zhou Liren. "Director Zhou, you are really blessed to have an excellent son like Zhou Hao," Dong Yi said with a smile. "Now, people in our Beijing circle have a saying that you should be like Zhou Hao when you have children. Yes, I envy you very much." Zhou Liren reported to Dong Yi with a smile and said, "Ling Lang is not bad. I heard that his business is also doing well, and your old Dong family can be considered as successors. He counts as a fart." Dong Yi said vulgar words, and then smiled. "If it wasn't for the people outside to give him some convenience for our sake, he would be nothing. How could he be like Zhou Hao and I? It's a real self-development, and now we have to hold a special meeting of our standing committee to discuss his affairs." Hearing the Feng Han and Dong Yi's words, Zhou Liren was non-committal and said with a smile, "This kid is really worrying. I can't control him as a dad. Chairman Dong, my wife is here. I made sweet soup at home, and I have to go back to drink it, so I won't bother you." After all, Zhou Liren quickened his pace and left. Seeing Zhou Liren's back, Dong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a gloomy flash in his eyes. Zhou Liren did go home, and Yin Tong did make Lianzi Gong, but he still had guests in his family. It was Mr. Zhao Rixin and Mr. Zhao, as well as Zhao Dingzhou and Zhao Yuqin. Of course, Zhou Zihao, the son of Zhou Hao, was also there. Although Grandpa Zhao is getting older, his spirits are very good, especially after retiring. Without the busy work, his health is much better than before. At this time, his old man was drinking the lotus soup made by Yin Tong. He ate it loudly and praised. "The lotus soup made by Adong is delicious. If Yuqin can learn half of it, it would be great." "Dad, don't arrange me," Zhao Yuqin grumbled. Yin Tong also smiled and said, "Yes, Yuqin is already a very good girl. I think it is a blessing that our kid can have a wife like Yuqin in 3 lifetimes." Zhao Yuqin heard it sweetly. Before Yin Tong knew that Zhao Yuqin had given birth to a son for Zhou Hao, he immediately rushed over from Guangzhou to Beijing. He couldn't help but blame Zhao Yuqin for not telling her about it. Zhao Yuqin was wronged. However, when Yin Tong saw Zhou Zihao, he lost everything. Yudao has everything to do with children. Now Yin Tong has everything to do with his grandson, and Zhou Zihao, the little fellow, is also quite touched by Yin Tong. Sun Liang is very good. And Yin Tong was also inquisitive to Zhao Yuqin, caring very much about the health of his daughter-in-law, and at the same time secretly blamed Zhou Hao in his heart, blame him for provoke so many girls, but every girl is so good. Even his niece Yin Qing couldn't escape Zhou Hao's clutches, which is really sigh. When Zhao Yuqin was busy taking care of Zhou Hao's business on weekdays, Zhou Zihao was taken care of by Yin Tong and Yin Xining. Yin Tong was also sorry for Zhao Rixin and Yin Xining. After all, his son made his daughter pregnant unmarried. Fortunately, the friendship between their Zhou and Zhao families was actually established as early as Zhou Liren's meeting, and Zhou Hao's talents were indeed amazing. So Zhao Rixin and Yin Xining were still very satisfied with Zhou Hao. At this time, Yin Tong helped Zhao Yuqin to hold Zhou Zihao in his arms so that Zhao Yuqin could eat lotus soup freely. After taking a taste, Zhao Yuqin said to Mr. Zhao, "Dad, what do you think the central government will do with Xiaohao?" "What else can I do? This is because Yi Liyuan did not do the right thing. And how much did Liren and Xiaohao do for the country? Now they are getting this kind of experience. Even if they don't say it, the central government knows it well." The old man Zhao sneered. "Humph. The people from the Dong family have been tossing very happily during this time. It seems that we have to do something to let them know that our Zhao family are not easy to bully." At this time, Zhou Liren came back, and Zhao Yuqin hurriedly went over and asked Zhou Liren, "Dad, how is it?" Zhou Liren smiled slightly. "It's okay." As the old man expected, Yi Liyuan's position as the director of the logistics department is unstable, and he will be asked to retreat at the executive meeting of the Central Military Commission in a few days. Zhao Dingzhou grinned and said, he was just making his own mind, and the guys from the Dong and Southwest departments, as soon as they saw that Xiaohao was profitable, they immediately did such a thing. It was too ugly. That guy Yi Liyuan must be replaced. Who did they decide to let Xiaohao talk to? Old Zhao asked. Zhou Liren smiled and said, "It's Big Brother Lu. In order to appease us, they decided to let the people on our side talk to Xiaohao, so as not to make Xiaohao angry. Xiaohao is great now. Even the central government has to hold a special meeting to discuss his affairs." Zhao Dingzhou laughed and said, "When we first met Xiaohao before, who would have thought that he could have this achievement today?" Up. Grandpa Zhao snorted. "At that time, I didn't expect to lead wolves into the house and pay for my daughters." "Dad," Zhao Yuqin glanced angrily at old man Zhao. After all, Zhou Liren and Yin Tong were both here. Elder Zhao also coughed embarrassingly, because Yin Tong was here and told other people's mothers that her son was not good, and it would be hard for anyone to change. Unexpectedly, Yin Tong snorted and said, "Yuqin, Zhao Lao is right. That kid should be scolded. He didn't learn well at a young age, and made you suffer so much wrongdoing. This will avoid me. I went to Hong Kong. What a scumbag." Everyone was smirked by Yin Tong's remarks, but old man Zhao coughed and said, "Xiaohao has actually called me before, and he also knows that what the central government meant was not what Yi Liyuan said. In that case, it should be someone who is doing the ghost, so I think it should be okay to let Jinwu talk this time. Liren, you let Xiaohao pay attention to it. Since the central government has already made concessions, then he should not take it too seriously. Otherwise, it's not good if it's up." Zhou Liren nodded and said with a smile, "Father, I think Xiaohao is also measured. That kid is too measured. It turns out that he had found a drug that can treat cancer, but kept hiding it from us. This stinky kid, when he comes back to Beijing, he will feel good about it." Old man Zhao was very angry. Zhao Dingzhou said, "Dad, although the Dong and Southwest departments have retreated this time, they probably won't give up so easily." "What can they do if they don't give up?" Elder Zhao coldly snorted. "Don't think that my old man retired. They can knead our Zhao family at will. If it wasn't for Dong Yi last time, we would have long if you have brought down their Dong family. Where can you get him to pretend now?" What Elder Zhao said was that Zhou Hao went to the United States to rescue Zhou Liren before, but discovered that the reason why Zhou Liren was attacked and trapped in the United States was most likely because someone from the Dong family deliberately leaked information about Zhou Liren. After Zhou Liren informed Mr. Zhao of this matter, Mr. Zhao became furious and immediately used his energy to investigate, and he found some clues. However, just as they were going to look up, the clue was cut off by Dong Yi in advance. Moreover, in order to calm the situation as soon as possible, Dong Yi also took the initiative to abandon Dong's personal connections in the general political department. And the central government did not want to make the political situation unstable, so it took a sharp knife to cut the mess and clean the people in the general political bureau with a thunderbolt. By doing this, the central government certainly eliminated these traitors headed by Ji Xingde, deputy director of the general political department, and on the other hand, it was also warning others. This is the end of the matter. Mr. Zhao is also a person who understands the overall situation, knowing that the central government's attitude in this matter is based on stability. Especially in the past 2 years, the relationship between the Taiwan Strait was very tense. It can be said that the war is on the verge of breaking out. However, the Taiwan side knew in advance the PLA's strategic deployment on the coast, which led to the suspension of many large military plans. Later, it was discovered that Xingda had leaked the intelligence to the United States, and the United States handed it over to Taiwan, causing the Chinese People's Liberation Army to fail in its military deployment in recent years. This also caused the military's hawks to be very dissatisfied, but these hawks are looking forward to Mr. Zhao. As long as Mr. Zhao shows his position, the military will definitely support him. Therefore, Mr. Zhao can also see that the central government wants to stabilize the situation as soon as possible with regard to Xingda. But there is a deeper level of fear of Mr. Zhao. After all, Mr. Zhao is a senior in the military, and his influence in the military is not even as strong as the #1 chief, but he somewhat hinders the passage of the central government's orders. Grandpa Zhao was aware of this, and knew that if he really wanted to pursue the Dong family to the end, the central government would definitely be dissatisfied, and took the opportunity to suppress the Zhao family. So Grandpa Zhao chose the rapids to retreat and retreated from the front line. Mr. Zhao realized that because many people or factions in the central government are very jealous of him, the so-called prosperity and decline, under the leadership of Mr. Zhao, the Zhao family has faintly become the largest faction in the Republic Party. The result of this is that other factions will join forces to suppress the Zhao family. Even the #1 chief was jealous of the Zhao family, and one can imagine how other factions treat the Zhao family. Elder Zhao knew that if he continued to stay on the front line, he might incur enemies from all sides of the Zhao family. For the overall situation of the Zhao family, the old man Zhao decided to retreat to the second line, so as to save the Zhao family, but also use this to seek the greatest benefit for the Zhao family. Many people in the central government are happy to see the golden basin washing of Mr. Zhao, especially Chief #1. After all, although Chief #1 also respects Mr. Zhao as the founding hero, Mr. Zhao is still in that position one day. There are certain obstacles to his authority. Therefore, the rapid retreat of the old man Zhao, the #1 leader, seems to be the rapid retreat, and this move has won the great favor of the #1 leader. Therefore, after Mr. Zhao retired, he proposed to promote Zhou Liren from the position of the head of the First Army to the head of the Politburo. The Standing Committee of the Politburo passed smoothly. Of course, Zhou Liren has made great contributions to the country over the years, but there is also the factor of Zhao's rapid retreat. At the same time, because of Mr. Zhao's move, many factions are less jealous of the Zhao family. Although the Dong family wanted to continue to suppress it, they were all stopped by Chief 1 through some tactful means. However, although Mr. Zhao retired from the front line, his energy is still there, and he has a great influence on both the military and the government. Now that the Dong family and the Southwest family dared to do such a nasty thing to Zhou Hao while the old man Zhao was not in his place, old man Zhao was of course furious. I just listened to Mr. Zhao saying to Zhou Liren, "Didn't the Dong's kid do something about the Dingxing group? He also messed up Xiaohao's Polaris before, right? Liren, go and investigate. Check this Dingxing group and give them a good deal." "I know how to do it, old man." Zhou Liren smiled. "Don't say anything. Let's be disappointed." The old man Zhao waved his hand and hugged Zhou Zihao in Yintong's arms. He immediately opened his eyebrows and said with a smile, "We kid Hao, look at this. These eyebrows and eyes look like we, Yuqin, must be handsome guys when we grow up." News from the central government soon reached Hong Kong. Yi Liyuan had just finished his visit and was about to pack up and return to Beijing when he learned that the central government had chosen Lu Jinwu instead to negotiate with Zhou Hao. Although he was very angry, Yi Liyuan did not dare to oppose the decision of the central government, so he could only go back to Beijing in despair. Of course, Yi Liyuan didn't know that he had become a victim, and he was about to retreat from his current position, otherwise he would be frantic immediately. As for Lu Jinwu, he was formally notified by the central authorities in the afternoon of the next day to let him take over the negotiations with Zhou Hao. But in fact, Lu Jinwu got the news from Mr. Zhao that night, and got the notification from Mr. Zhao, so he had already negotiated with Zhou Hao. In fact, there is nothing to talk about. Lu Jinwu directly told Zhou Hao of the bottom line of the central government, and finally reached a preliminary agreement with Zhou Hao. The state invested 800 billion yuan in exchange for Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical group, 20% of shares. Moreover, the central government holds not only shares, but also a 20% share of all drugs developed from Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical experimental bases, especially the life extension pandan. The said profit is to become a country. Zhou Hao had no objections to this, and it was worthwhile to trade 20% of the profits for the state's protection of his company. However, Zhou Hao also put forward his own opinions to the central government. In the board of directors of this pharmaceutical group, the central government can send a representative as a member of the board to supervise the affairs of the group, but cannot intervene in its management. The central government also agreed with Zhou Hao's opinion, so in the end, the negotiations were considered a joy to everyone. The most unhappy was that the Dong family was with the Southwest family. He originally wanted to tear off a piece of meat from Zhou Hao, but now he can't steal the rice. In addition, the formation of Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical group has to be gradual and long-term discussions. The central government also has plans for these matters, because some foreign forces have also noticed Zhou Hao's experimental bases. The state must take some preventive measures. Slowly let this pharmaceutical group be established, so Zhou Hao does not need to worry now. After getting this deal done, Zhou Hao's attention returned to two things. One is the collapse of the technology and internet stocks that will come next year, and Zhou Hao must be prepared. The second is Huang Wank and Zheng Ying. Zhou Hao's people report their situation at any time, so Zhou Hao is very clear about their situation. At this time, Huang Wank is in the Shangri-La Hotel, where he has lived during this time. Because the villa where he used to live is now being settled by Huang Shifu, and another mansion is for Zheng Ying to live in. Since Huang Shifu strongly opposed his being with Zheng Ying, Huang Wank did not want to meet Huang Shifu during this period. On the one hand, he avoided conflicts with him. On the other hand, he didn't want to let his actions be too much exposed under Huang Shifu's nose. As for Zheng Ying, due to Huang Shifu's close attention, Huang Wank did not dare to meet with her during this time, so he could only temporarily place her there and talk to her from time to comfort lovesickness. However, Huang Wank was full of doubts today, because Huang Shifu suddenly called in the morning and told Huang Wank that he was getting married. Yes, Huang Shifu is getting married. This made Huang Wank very shocked. Although Huang Wank's mother died of illness many years ago, Huang Shifu has never seen him even though she has been a woman for so many years, but only as his lover, or simply a tool for venting desire. Huang Shifu would bring a woman to meet and eat with him. Unexpectedly, Huang Shifu told Huang Wank that he was getting married without warning, which made it difficult for Huang Wank to accept. Huang Wank is not a child, and he doesn't feel much about the concept of a stepmother. Anyway, the woman can affect his life. But what Huang Wank cares most is whether the woman who can capture Huang Shifu and make him agree to marry will threaten his right to inherit the Huangshi group. After Huang Shifu returned to old age for 100 years, Huang Wank would not care about giving a 800 million woman as compensation. Huang Wank was most afraid that Huang Shifu would transfer part of the shares of Huangshi group to that woman. This is Huang Wank absolutely does not allow it. And Huang Shifu also said on the phone in the morning that he wanted Huang Wank to come out to eat with him at night, and also met his fiancée, who is also Huang Wank's future stepmother. Huang Wank also wanted to see what kind of woman it was that could fascinate his father. Time flies quickly. In Huang Wank's guess and puzzle, the agreed time is about to arrive. The place for dinner is in the villa where Huang Shifu lives. Huang Shifu intends to use the form of a family banquet. Huang Wank met with that woman. Huang Wank arrived as scheduled, but saw a car just coming in outside the door of the house. A woman walked out of the car, but Huang Wank was very surprised. "Why are you here?" Huang Wank stared at the woman and said unceremoniously, "This woman is in her early 30s, she has a very delicate appearance, and she also has a ladylike temperament." Upon hearing Huang Wank's words, she said aggrieved, "It was my father-in-law who asked me to come over. He suddenly said that he was going to remarry and asked me to come and see my future mother-in-law, so I came." This woman is Huang Wank's wife Liang Manhwa, originally from Huang's house in Shanghai. Huang Wank frowned sharply when he heard what she said, and walked towards the house without saying anything. Liang Manhwa didn't say anything, and silently followed Huang Wank. Ringing the doorbell, Huang Shifu's bodyguards soon came to open the door, and after seeing Huang Wank and Liang Wanhua standing at the door, he said, "Master, Grandma, the master is already waiting for you inside. Please come in." This bodyguard is also in his early 30s, named Yin Yaluan. He used to be a special soldier. After he retired, he worked under Huang Shifu and has been with Huang Shifu for almost 10 years. Huang Wank walked straight into the room without saying anything, and when Liang Wanhua came in, Yin Yaluan took a deep look at her, but after Liang Wanhua touched his gaze, she quickly turned her face away and did not dare to look at each other, and speeded up. Following Huang Wank's pace, he entered the house. After entering, Huang Wank saw Huang Shifu sitting in the hall with a pipe in his mouth and smoking a cigarette very comfortably. He could see that he was in a very happy mood now. "Come on, sit down. Dinner is almost ready." Huang Shifu smiled at Huang Wank and Liang Wanhua. After Huang Wank sat down, he asked Huang Shifu directly, "Dad, how come you are remarrying so suddenly and so nicely? You are not too young, so there is no need to toss yourself like this?" Huang Shifu squinted at Huang Wank and said with a sneer, "What? I can't get married when I'm old. I have a sense of my own affairs. Don't you think you are still a naive child?" "Dad, Wank didn't mean that," Liang Wanhua said to Huang Wank quickly. Huang Shifu snorted and didn't speak, and Huang Wank didn't dare to say anything. Liang Wanhua looked at them, father and son, and didn't know how to ease the atmosphere. After all, she also felt that Huang Shifu's remarriage without warning was very sudden, and she has not accepted it until now. At this time, Huang Shifu's gaze suddenly turned to the stairs over there, and his eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, he said to Huang Wank and Liang Wanhua, "Okay, she's down. Let's meet." When Huang Wank and Liang Wanhua heard the sound, they turned their heads and looked over there. Liang Wanhua saw a woman in her 20s slowly walking down from the second floor. "I saw this woman wearing a blue short dress, white skin, long legs, bright eyes, and white teeth, and she was a rare beauty." However, Liang Wanhua felt that this woman was much younger than Huang Shifu. Huang Shifu is 55 years old today, but this woman looks only in her early 20s, and the difference between the two is more than 30 years. Liang Wanhua immediately looked at Huang Wank, wanting to exchange opinions with him through her eyes. However, Liang Wanhua found that Huang Wank was completely stunned there, with a dull expression, staring at the woman in astonishment, as if instantly petrified. "Wank, Wank!" Liang Wanhua gave Huang Wank a light push. Huang Wank ignored Liang Wanhua, but stared at the woman who slowly walked down from the second floor, and said, "Aing, why are you here?" Huang Wank hasn't reacted yet. The first thought was why Zhang Ying appeared here. Didn't Huang Shifu strongly oppose being with her before? Why did she invite her over again now, and still in the presence of Liang Wanhua? Why can't she be here? Huang Shifu sitting behind said indifferently. Huang Wank was shocked when he heard the sound, turned around and looked at Huang Shifu in disbelief, then pointed at Zhang Ying and said, "Wait a minute, don't tell me. The one who wants to marry you is just that." "Yes, it's Aing." Huang Shifu squinted his eyes and said, without giving Huang Wank any hope of fantasy, "Nonsense." After all, Huang Wank couldn't suppress his emotions. He immediately stood up and shouted at Huang Shifu excitedly, "You are talking nonsense. How could Aing marry you? How is it possible? By the way, this must be your trick. You don't want me to be with her, so you deliberately used this trick to stop us, right?" Liang Wanhua next to her heard the clue. She grabbed Huang Wank's arm and said in astonishment, "Wank, what are you talking about? Why are you with her?" Huang Wank shook off Liang Wanhua's hand at once and roared, "You shut up. It has nothing to do with you. Are you crazy enough?" Huang Shifu shouted and said to Huang Wank, "No matter what you want to think, Aing is mine, and the only person who can be with her is me." Huang Wank was also uncomfortable with excitement, with blue veins exposed on his face, and said to Huang Shifu, "You fart." Since childhood, this was the first time that Huang Wank had such a fierce conflict with Huang Shifu. But for Zhang Ying, he couldn't take care of that much. This sudden change made him difficult to accept for a while, and he could only show instinct. On attitude, he came to Zhang Ying in a few steps, grabbed her hand, and said, "Aing, don't be afraid. I'm here, no one can hurt you. Come, let's go, let's leave here, and we will ignore the objection of the old guy. After all, Huang Vank will take Zhang Ying away. However, Zhang Ying struck hard and broke away from Huang Wank's hand. Huang Wank had a meal, then looked back at Zhang Ying in amazement. And Zhang Ying frowned, rubbed a sore wrist by Huang Wank, and said, "What are you talking about? This is my home. Where are you taking me?" "What is your home?" "It's your home with me. What are you talking about?" Huang Wank smiled. And Huang Shifu also walked up at this time, stopped in front of Zhang Ying, and said angrily to Huang Wank, "What do you want to do? I'll tell you. Ying and I got a marriage certificate today. You remembered it for me. Starting today, Ying is your mother." "Fart," Huang Wank said angrily. "It must be you. You used shameful means to force Ying, right? Ying, this old guy forced you, right? Don't be afraid. Yes. I'm here. He can't help you. Come on, follow me. Follow me now." "Brute." Huang Shifu raised his hand and gave Huang Wank a slap. Due to his extreme strength, Huang Wank's face was immediately swollen. Seeing Huang Wank being slapped by the husband of Huang Shifu, Zhang Ying, who was standing behind Huang Shifu, immediately changed her complexion, and she was about to step forward to Huang Wank's side subconsciously, but her figure stopped as soon as she took a small step, then bit his lower lip, and at the same time turned his face slightly to avoid looking at Huang Wank, but there was a touch of sadness and sorrow in his eyes. All of Zhang Ying's reactions fell in Huang Wank's eyes, and Huang Wank immediately shouted in his heart, "Ying doesn't have no feelings for me. She still loves me. It must be this old guy. He must be forced." Ying gave in. Therefore, Huang Wank stared at Huang Shifu and said, "Listen to me. Ying and I really love each other. No matter what you do, you can't stop us. He, no matter what you say, you have to know that Ying is now my wife and your mother, and you will remember this for me in the future." Huang Shifu stared at Huang Wank without showing any weakness and sneered. Said, "I tell you, in the future, I will have children with Ying and will grow old with Ying. You have to be filial to our two couples. Have you heard that?" When talking about bearing children, Huang Shifu deliberately increased his tone. Huang Wank also saw Zhang Ying tremble slightly when Huang Shifu talked about giving birth to children. Huang Wank felt as though he couldn't breathe when he thought of the weak Zhang Ying being crushed by the fat like Huang Shifu. Unable to resist the urge in his heart anymore, Huang Wank threw forward and threw Huang Shifu down. He pinched his neck tightly with both hands and gritted his teeth and said, "Old guy, I will kill you." Vank, stop it." Liang Manhwa over there was also surprised by their father and son falling out for the same woman. But when Huang Wank suddenly threw Huang Shifu down and pinched Huang Shifu's neck, Liang Manhwa reacted immediately and went on quickly. Zhang Ying also rushed over and grabbed Huang Wank's shoulder, trying to pull him from Huang Shifu. However, Huang Vank was full of anger at this time, and the intensity was very strong. How could it be pulled away? And Huang Shifu was old and weak, and Huang Wank was pressed under him at this time, and he could not resist at all. As Huang Wank's strength continued to increase, Huang Shifu's breathing became more and more difficult. At this time, Huang Shifu's bodyguard Yin Yaluan came over. Yin Yaluan used to be a special soldier with very high fighting skills. At this time, he grabbed Huang Wank by the back of his neck and violently pulled Huang Wank up from Huang Shifu. Huang Wank felt that he was being pulled away, and he was furious. He waved his hands and feet to counterattack Yin Yaluan behind him. However, he was picked up by Yin Yaluan like a chicken, so how could he fight back? Liang Manhwa saw Huang Wank being picked up by Yin Yaluan, so he hurried forward and said to Yin Yaluan, You let him go." Yin Yaluan took a deep look at Liang Manhwa, but did not say anything, but looked at Huang Shifu. Huang Shifu was also helped up by Zhang Ying at this time. He coughed violently while covering his neck, and his face was flushed. It took a long time to recover. Then he glared at Huang Wank and scolded, "Bastard! Even Lao Tzu, do you dare to fight? You want to kill me?" Liang Wanhua was also shocked at this time, and hurriedly stepped forward and said to Huang Shifu, "Dad, listen to me. Vank definitely didn't mean that. He was just dazzled by anger for a while. You don't blame him." "Dazzled? I think he has a broken brain. Otherwise, how could he think of his stepmother first, and then act on my father's actions?" Huang Shifu pointed to Huang Wank angrily roared. Huang Wank didn't mean to give in at all. Even though Yin Yaluan was holding him up, he roared, "Old guy, You know that Ying is my woman, but you brazenly forced her to marry you. There are you in the world to grab yourself. The father of a son and a woman. You are a lecherous Li Longji. Historically, Emperor Xuanzong Li Longji of Tang Dynasty robbed the wife of his own son, Shouwang Li Hao, who later became concubine Yang. As a result, Li Longji of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang Dynasty was also scolded by posterity. Now that Huang Shifu was so insulted by Huang Wang, the anger in his heart became even stronger. He said to Yin Yaluan, "Get me out of this beast. Beast, listen to me. Starting today, all your positions in the Huangshi group, they are all relieved, and I will be taken over immediately for the work you are holding. You can reflect on it for me." Yin Yaluan immediately carried Huang Wang to the door, but Huang Wang still waved his hands and feet, roaring like a wounded beast. "Old guy, I won't just stop like that. You wait for me. Now, I will Ying back, and everything that belongs to me, I will it back. Listen to me." Huang Wang's roar kept coming, while Huang Shifu's face was sullen, humming, and not speaking. Zheng Ying by his side silently stroked Huang Shifu's chest to help him get along. Liang Wanhua on the other side looked at Zheng Ying, but her eyes were very complicated. After leaving the villa where Huang Shifu was staying temporarily, Huang Wang was still furious and drove the car on the road. On the 80-kilometer section of the road, he let his Ferrari drive 160 kilometers and even flashed a few red lights to vent his anger. Of course, his behavior would attract traffic police, but Huang Wang was also emotional. He didn't slow down when he saw a traffic policeman riding a motorcycle chasing him up, but instead stepped on the accelerator. The motorcycle of the traffic police couldn't catch up with Huang Wang's Ferrari, and Huang Wang actually ran away. In the end, Huang Wang was still tired, so he parked the car on the side of the road, holding the steering wheel tightly with his hands. Due to the strength, even the knuckles were slightly whitish, making a hey sound. Today's change really caught Huang Wang off guard. He didn't expect that the woman Huang Shifu wanted to continue was the woman he liked. Why Huang Shifu stopped himself and Zheng Ying so fiercely before now seems to have an answer. It's just that Huang Wang didn't understand that if Huang Shifu stopped himself because he also liked Zheng Ying at the beginning, then he should have known Zheng Ying before, but he had never heard of her knowing from Zheng Ying. Huang Shifu. Also, Zheng Ying should have been her own woman, so why was she suddenly willing to marry Huang Shifu? Judging from her reaction just now, she clearly has deep feelings for herself, and there must be some inner feelings in it, but she doesn't know anything about them. What is going on? What happened to this? Huang Wang beat the steering wheel fiercely. His expression on his face was both distressed and angry, like an angry lion. In addition, from the point that Zheng Ying walked down from the second floor of the villa just now, it can be seen that Zheng Ying is very likely to live there these days. The thought of Zheng Ying living with Huang Shifu, Huang Wang felt as if he was cut by a knife, and his hatred for Huang Shifu became intense. What Huang Wang doesn't understand now is how Zheng Ying and Huang Shifu met and were together. There may be any clues where Ying's residence is. Huang Wang's mind flashed, and he didn't hesitate, and immediately went to the luxurious unit he had bought for Zheng Ying. The unit he bought for Zheng Ying was a duplex unit in a high-end residential area. Although the property market in Hong Kong is now plummeting, this duplex unit costs more than 60 million Hong Kong dollars. This shows Huang Wang's love for Zheng Ying. Huang Wang also had the key to this unit, so he went straight upstairs and walked into the house. The layout of this unit has not changed much from the last time he left. Huang Wang walked straight into Zheng Ying's room, and in this comfortable and luxurious room, the air seemed to be faintly immersed in Zheng Ying's body. Yoxiang. Seeing the big pink bed in the middle of the room, Huang Wang also had a scene of traveling to Wushan with Zheng Ying in his mind. But at this moment, he can only see things and people. After a long sigh, Huang Wang was rummaging in this room, and when he found the pair of soft pillows on the bed, he found a letter hidden in one of the pillows. The white envelope did not say who it was for, but Huang Wang tore the envelope open, took out a letter from the inside, and read it. Dear Wang. This was the title at the beginning of the letter, and it was indeed Zheng Ying's handwriting, so Huang Wang immediately knew that this letter was written to himself by Zheng Ying. He immediately looked at it, but the more he looked, the more iron his face became, and his hands holding the letter trembled slightly with anger. Zhang Ying wrote out the ins and outs of the matter in this letter. She and Huang Shifu didn't know each other before. To be correct, Zhang Ying did not know Huang Shifu, but Huang Shifu knew Zhang Ying. That was a few months ago. Because Huang Shifu made a donation to Fudan University, Fudan University specially organized a speech event for Huang Shifu. On the one hand, Huang Shifu asked the students of Fudan University to talk about the successful experience. On the other hand, is also a gratitude from the school to Huang Shifu. In that speech, Zhang Ying was selected by the school to wear a wreath for Huang Shifu. Huang Shifu fell in love with Zhang Ying at first sight, but Zhang Ying only treated Huang Shifu as a guest at the school that time and had no other ideas. Although Huang Shifu wanted to get acquainted with Zhang Ying later, he was too busy to get out of his work. On the other hand, because Zhang Ying later went to Beijing and then to Hong Kong, Huang Shifu did not have the opportunity to contact her. Last time Huang Shifu finally saw Zhang Ying, but Zhang Ying appeared as Huang Wang's girlfriend. This shocked and angered Huang Shifu, because he had never treated other women like Zhang Ying. With such passion, he did not hesitate to prevent Huang Wang from interacting with Zhang Ying, and even took out the inheritance rights of Huang Shi group to deter Huang Wang. Then, taking advantage of the time when Huang Wang was afraid to meet Zhang Ying, Huang Shifu frequently went to Zhang Ying. This year, Huang Shifu, who is in his 50s, is as passionate as a young man in his 20s in front of Zhang Ying. It is also very romantic to use those pursuit methods, and he does not hesitate to spend a lot of money for Zhang Ying. In the letter, Zhang Ying stated that she had no feelings for Huang Shifu, and Huang Wang was the only one she liked. Seeing that Zhang Ying could not be shaken by his pursuit, Huang Shifu took advantage of Zhang Ying's feelings for Huang Wang. He threatened Zhang Ying that if she refused to become his woman, he would not allow Huang Wang to inherit the Huang Shi group, take back everything he gave Huang Wang, and leave Huang Wang with nothing. Zhang Ying didn't want Huang Wang to do this, so she endured the humiliation and agreed to Huang Shifu. At the end of the letter, Zhang Ying said, "I'm sorry," to Huang Wang, and also said that Huang Wang would forget her just as nothing happened between them. At the same time, he also advised Huang Wang not to be impulsive and not to do anything to Huang Shifu. What? Otherwise her efforts will become meaningless. After reading the letter written by Zhang Ying, Huang Wang's chest was violently ups and downs, panting for breath, only to feel that there was a fire in his chest about to explode. Moreover, Huang Wang also saw a little bit of water stains on this letter. He could easily guess that these water stains must be Zhang Ying's tears. One can imagine how uncomfortable Zhang Ying was when she wrote this letter. "Huang Shifu, you old pervert, you must die." Huang Wang roared angrily. He couldn't accept that a woman he finally fell in love with would be snatched away by his own father, and still snatched away by such despicable means. However, when he thought that Huang Shifu was the true controller of the Huang Shi group, and whether he could inherit the Huang Shi group would have to be decided by Huang Shifu, Huang Wang was discouraged and sat down on the bed. Holding the letter written by Zhang Ying in his hand, Huang Wang felt very uncomfortable looking at the graceful handwriting and the tears on the letter. In fact, among the women he has owned, Zhang Ying is not the best in terms of looks or temperament, but Huang Wang likes Zhang Ying because Zhang Ying looks so much like his first love. Not only the appearance, but even the pure and shy temperament is too similar. When Huang Wang was still in junior high school, Huang Shifu was already a very famous local rich man, but Huang Wang was forbearing, unlike the children of nouveau riche, who always pursued extravagance to express their own uniqueness. So in class the people in Huang Wang don't know the situation of Huang Wang. So it seems that Huang Wang can spend a normal and innocent middle school career. In junior high school, Huang Wang fell in love with a girl in the same class. It's just that Huang Wang was very shy at that time, and he dared not confess to the girl for a long time. And when Huang Wang was about to graduate from junior high school, when Huang Wang finally plucked up the courage to confess to her, he got a girl's obituary. It turned out that during the graduation exam that day, the girl was hit by a truck while riding her bike on the road, and she could not be rescued when she was sent to the hospital. At that time, the news hit Huang Wang too much. In order to vent his anger, in high school, Huang Wang, a student, found the driver who caused the accident and spent money to get some gangsters to torture the driver to death. Finally throw the corpse into the barren mountain. Although the driver who caused the accident was dead, Huang Wank never forgets the girl. Huang Wank was looking for someone who could fascinate him like that girl, but he couldn't find him until he met Zheng Ying. And Zheng Ying is not only like the girl who made Huang Wank's first rise, she also has her own characteristics and personality, which makes Huang Wank so obsessed with it. However, I finally found someone I really like, but was snatched away by Huang Shifu with such a despicable means. How did this make Huang Wank not angry? At this moment, Huang Wank felt that Huang Shifu was like the driver who killed his first love in the past and took away the person he liked. From the bottom of my heart, Huang Wank had a trace of murderous intent towards Huang Shifu. While Huang Wank was in Zheng Ying's house, Zhou Hao was also at his home, holding a document in his hand. There was a black and white photo on the document, but he was shyly dressed and tied with a ponytail. Girls with similar sexes. It turns out that that's why Huang Wank fell in love with her at that time. Looking at this information, Zhou Hao sneered to himself. After being killed by Huang Wank and Zheng Ying's partnership in the last life, Zhou Hao had a question until he became a human again. It stands to reason that Huang Wank, as a wealthy man with a net worth of over 10 billion, is really like a crucian carp in the river, and there are many people who look better than Zheng Ying. Even, Huang Wank can make those famous actresses of queen class become his own guest, but Huang Wank just likes Zheng Ying and allows her to have children for herself. You know, rich people like Huang Wank will not have children with women, because children can easily become a tool for women to obtain benefits from them. However, Huang Wank was able to allow Zheng Ying to become pregnant for him, which shows that his feelings for Zheng Ying are different from other women who are used as tools for venting. Zhou Hao never understood what Huang Wank was after Zheng Ying, and he did not hesitate to kill himself for Zheng Ying. Now, after a detailed investigation of Huang Wank's growth experience, Zhou Hao finally understands. The key lies in this girl. The girl's name is Zheng Jiawen. She was a classmate of Huang Wank in junior high school. She was hit and killed by a truck on the way to the examination room on the day of the high school entrance examination. Although this document did not mention any intersection between Huang Wank and this Zheng Jiawen from the beginning to the end, Huang Wank did not have any relationship with her, and the two kept only their classmates from beginning to end. However, the people sent by Zhou Hao found out the driver who hit and killed Zheng Jiawen, and was later killed and thrown into the wilderness. This was originally a pending case, but one of the hooligans who was involved in the murder was arrested by the police 2 years after the murder. However, even though he admitted that the driver killed himself, even the guys who actually killed them didn't know who was behind the scenes. They were just receiving money from others. In this case, the final culprit was not found because the clues were broken, and only the few gangsters could be tried. Although these things seemed unrelated, Zhou Hao could use this to speculate that Huang Wank should have been the one who sought out the gangsters to kill the driver. Of course, Huang Wank would not buy homicides personally. He must have realized his plan through a chain of links. While achieving his goals, he also protected himself from being detected. The only motive for Huang Wank to kill the driver in the accident was the death of Zheng Jiawen. Therefore, Zhou Hao easily inferred that this Zheng Jiawen was most likely Huang Wank's longtime crush. Before he confessed to him, Zheng Jiawen died, which made Huang Wank regretful. So when Huang Wank met Zheng Ying, who was similar to Zheng Jiawen by 5 or 6 points, he immediately fell in love with Zheng Ying. The mystery that had puzzled Zhou Hao for a long time was finally solved. And from the current situation, Huang Wank not only regards Zheng Ying as a substitute for Zheng Jiawen, but also has real affection for Zheng Ying because of her own personality. Huang Wank, go ahead. Just walk into the grave I dug for you step by step like this. Putting down the information about Zheng Jiawen, Zhou Hao sneered to himself. In the next few days, Huang Wank was using his energy to pay close attention to the situation of Zheng Ying and Huang Shifu. In the past few days, Huang Shifu personally took over the acquisition plan of the technology network company originally in charge of Huang Wank, and frequently met with people from those technology network companies. During this period, Huang Shifu always took Zheng Ying with him, clearly guarding Huang Wank and not giving him a chance to approach Zheng Ying. This also made Huang Wank annoyed, but he also sneered at Huang Shifu's move. On this day, Huang Shifu took Zheng Ying to negotiate with the holders of those technology network companies. At the same time, Huangshi Group's investment advisory group was also present. As for Zheng Ying, because she didn't understand these commercial matters, She waited for Huang Shifu in a reception room next door. In this reception room, you can watch movies, play games, and even do fitness exercises. The equipment is very complete. Because Huang Shifu knew that his conversation lasted for a few hours, he was afraid that Zheng Ying would be bored, so he arranged these devices. At this time, Zheng Ying stayed in this reception room, watching a movie boringly. At the same time, there are two female assistants here. Huang Shifu specially found back to serve Zheng Ying. While Zheng Ying watched the movie for half an hour, the two female assistants said to Zheng Ying, "Miss Zheng, we have to go out beforehand." After all, they both left the reception room without waiting for Zheng Ying to answer. Zheng Ying was taken aback, because Huang Shifu was looking for these two assistants back. In addition to waiting for her, there is no sense of monitoring. But now, these two assistants with surveillance responsibilities have suddenly left, looking very strange. Just when Zheng Ying was puzzled, the door of the reception room was opened again, and then a tall and upright man walked in, surprisingly Huang Wank. Seeing Huang Wank who suddenly appeared, Zheng Ying was startled, wondering how did this guy find him? However, she quickly reacted with an expression of surprise on her face. At the same time, she got up from the chair and rushed towards Huang Wank, with an affectionate call from her mouth. Vank. Huang Wank also opened his arms with a smile on his face to welcome Zheng Ying's arrival. However, when Zheng Ying rushed to him, she stopped alive and craned her neck to look at the doorway, then lowered her voice and said to Huang Wank, "Why are you here? Go ahead and let your dad see it's terrible. Don't bother with that old guy. He is still having a good conversation with the people from the internet company next door." Huang Wank smiled and said, "Don't worry, the two old guys used to monitor you. Female assistants. In fact, I have long been bought out. They won't tell me. They will be watching the wind outside the door." After hearing Huang Wank's words, Zheng Yingkai understood why the two female assistants suddenly left. It turned out that they were Huang Wank's people. But seeing Zheng Ying deliberately scowled, turned away from Huang Wank, and said, "Vank, I am your stepmother now, and your father doesn't want us to meet in private. I think you should leave immediately." Eing. Huang Wank grabbed Zheng Ying's shoulders, squinted her body to face him, and said, "Eing, I have read the letter you wrote to me, and I also know your difficulties. Huang Shifu's old pervert used such a despicable means to force you to submit. Eing, don't worry. What the old guy said will take everything back from me and leave me with nothing. In fact, he doesn't even know me. Ability. Eing, don't worry. I will definitely get you out of the clutches of that old guy." Zheng Ying bit her lower lip and shook her head and whimpered, "It's useless, Vank. I are already dirty by him, and my body is no longer clean. I are no longer worthy of your love." Listening to Zheng Ying's words and seeing the tears in her eyes, Huang Wank felt a knife-cutting pain in his heart, and his resentment towards Huang Shifu grew stronger. He took Zheng Ying into his arms and said affectionately, "It's okay, Eing, I still love you. No one in this world can stop me. The only person in this world who deserves my love is you. But I am already." Huang Wank didn't let Zheng Ying continue, so he lowered his head and kissed her lips, blocking Zheng Ying's words back. In the face of Huang Wank's sudden move, Zheng Ying first struggled, and then fiercely catered to Huang Wank. The two kissed fiercely in this reception room, and their movements became more and more ambiguous. Huang Wank took Zheng Ying a few steps to a spacious sofa over there, then pushed Zheng Ying down and pushed himself up. Zheng Ying also changed her past shyness and passiveness and took the initiative to unbutton the buttons and belts of Huang Wank's clothes. Soon, the two became naked, frankly. However, Huang Wank also saw Zheng Ying's original white and flawless skin, but now there were patches of light blue bruises, and they were gathered on the private parts of the chest and inner thighs. As soon as he saw these bruises, Huang Wank knew that this must be Huang Shifu's, and he hated his abnormality in his heart, and the murderous spirit that was about to move deep in his heart appeared again. Seeing Huang Wank seeing these bruises on her body, Zheng Ying shrank on the sofa and said eagerly, "You see, my body is not clean anymore, I am." When Huang Wank heard Zheng Ying's words, he hurriedly stepped forward to embrace her and said, "No, in my mind, you are the purest person in the world. Don't worry, I will hit the old guy as soon as possible." Break down. Who rescued you? Trust me. However, he has taken back all your power in the Huangshe group. How do you fight him? Zhang Ying said. Vank, you can bear with me for the time being. I will persuade him to remanage the Huangshe group. He saw Huang Wank shook his head. No. If you try to persuade him, he will only be more jealous of me, and he will not let me return to the Huangshe group. Humph. But I don't have any strength. For many years, of course I also have my own power. Let me tell you, my own strength is actually not much worse than Huangshe group. It is not impossible for me to compete with Wang Shifu, this old man. Huang Wank asked Zhou how to borrow a huge amount of 30 billion renminbi more than a year ago to develop a large-scale gold mine in South Africa with a British company and an armed organization. Relying on the shares in this gold mine, coupled with the identity of the prince of the Huangshe group, Huang Wank has accumulated a lot of strength these days. According to Huang Wank's estimation, with his own strength, it is not impossible to shake the Huangshe group head-on. What's more, because of his familiarity with the Huangshe group, there is no need to head-on. So Huang Wank was determined to Zheng Ying back from Huang Shifu. At this time, he and Zheng Ying burned a dry fire in this reception room next to Wang Shifu. Zheng Ying's long missed Huang Wank. His body made Huang Wank linger, and he spent more than 2 hours with Zheng Ying in this reception room before leaving. When Huang Wank left, Huang Shifu was still chatting enthusiastically with the bosses of those internet companies in the office next to him. He did not notice the tryst between Huang Wank and Zheng Ying. As the saying goes, I don't know if Zheng Ying is now Huang Shifu's wife and Huang Wank's stepmother. With this added identity, the number of trysts between Huang Wank and Zheng Ying has also increased rapidly. The opportunity to meet in private, and the more exciting during the tryst, the two enjoy more passionate things about men and women than before. But today, when Huang Wank came to Zheng Ying's side, he saw Zheng Ying's face full of anxiety, and he asked quickly, what's the matter? Did the old guy use any perverted methods on you again? Whenever Huang Wank remembered that the woman he loved was tortured under Huang Shifu's obese and aging body and had to endure Huang Shifu's perverted violation, he felt heartache and anger. But seeing Zheng Ying shook his head and said anxiously, No, it's your dad who found out about our meeting. Huang Wank was surprised when he heard the words and asked quickly, What's the matter? Zheng Ying's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head and said, He smelled you on my body and then threatened the 2 female assistants and asked them, and the 2 female assistants told us about us. Then, what's his reaction? Huang Wank asked with a frown. He was angry, and moreover. And what? Zheng Ying hesitated and said, Your dad said that he would make a will, stating that he would not let you inherit the Huangshe group. He said that even if he donates all the assets of the Huangshe group to the country, he will not leave you a penny. And he has repeatedly told me in the past 2 days that he wants me to have a child for him, and then give all the shares of Huangshe group to this child. Huang Wank, suddenly furious, gritted his teeth and said, That old guy. Zheng Ying said, Today I slipped out to meet you while he was tired and fell asleep. Vank, what should we do? I don't want him to have children. I only want to have children for you. Huang Wank hugged Zheng Ying and said, I won't let that old guy succeed. But he started contacting the lawyer last night. It should be about making a will. Zheng Ying said eagerly, Vank, what should I do? If he really made a will, you really can't inherit the Huangshe group. Huang Wank also squinted, his eyes filled with coldness. For a long time, he slowly said, Just let this old guy have not made a will. We will kill him. In this case, I am his son. You are his legal wife, and the Huangshe group will all fall into our hands. Kill him. Zheng Ying's face changed drastically. Yes, this is the only way at this stage. Huang Wank nodded heavily and said to Zheng Ying, Don't you want to get rid of his clutches? Don't you want to be with me? Zheng Yingli Longji shook his head. No, I don't want to be with him. I don't want to live this kind of life anymore. Then let's kill this old guy. Huang Wank said fiercely with a hideous expression on his face. After a pause, he said to Zheng Ying again, But that old guy is very defensive against me now, and it depends on you to kill him. Zheng Ying's face changed again, but she nodded quickly and said firmly, Well, for you, I am willing. Huang Wank was moved to see Zheng Ying paying for herself so unconditionally. The two discussed for a long time, and finally decided to poison Huang Shifu. Because Huang Shifu himself has a mild heart disease, and Huang Wank knew that there is a poison that can paralyze the human heart within 10 seconds, causing the human body to eventually suffer from the heart. Death caused by paralysis is exactly the same as a heart attack. In this way, Huang Wank and Zheng Ying were able to dispel the suspicion. Coupled with Huang Vank's own connections and energy, I believe he will soon be able to take control of the Huangshi group. Therefore, the two negotiated to kill Huang Shifu tomorrow, lest Huang Shifu make a will after contacting the lawyer, and Huang Wank would have no chance. But now, Huang Wank immediately took the poison that could cause heart palsy and then death to Zheng Ying through his own way, but it was a white powder. The old guy likes to drink Da Hong Po, and this medicine is colorless and tasteless, and it is very easy to dissolve in water. You just need to add it to the old guy's tea, and it will kill him, Huang Wank told Zheng Ying said. But after he dies, you have to dump these things immediately, so as not to leave any evidence, you know. After taking this packet of poison, Zheng Ying nodded heavily. The next night, Huang Wank waited anxiously in his residence. According to his plan with Zheng Ying will start from 7 to 8 in the evening. At this moment, Huang Wank was sitting on the sofa in the hall, fixedly looking at the wall clock on the opposite wall. The time displayed on the wall clock was 7:15 in the evening. Huang Wank just waiting for the death of his biological father. At this moment, Huang Vank's mood is also very complicated. Because for so many years, Huang Shifu has indeed fulfilled his responsibilities as a father to Huang Vank. Although Huang Shifu used to stay away from Huang Wank for business talks when Huang Wank was a child, Huang Wank did not experience much maternal love because of his mother's early death. However, Huang Shifu always satisfies Huang Wank's requirements as much as possible, so in Huang Wank's mind, he is still full of affection and gratitude for his father. It's just that all of this disappeared at the moment Huang Shifu snatched Zheng Ying with despicable means. In particular, Huang Shifu wanted to deprive Huang Vank of the right to inherit the Huangshi group. For so many years, in Huang Vank's concept, Huangshi group has always been in his own pocket. Just like Zheng Ying, it is destined to belong to him, and no one else can take it away, including Huang Shifu. But now, Huang Shifu wants to take away Zheng Ying and Huangshi group. How can Huang Wank sit still? Sorry, father, you can go with peace of mind. Huangshi group, I will take care of it. Huang Wank said to himself. Ring ling ling ling. Suddenly, Huang Wank was startled by a ringing of the telephone. He quickly took out the phone and saw Zheng Ying's number. Huang Wank took a deep breath, then answered the phone and asked Zheng Ying over there, how about it? Is it done? I don't know. Zheng Ying over there was obviously very nervous, and she was talking intermittently. She only heard her say, I have put the medicine in his tea, and he has also drank it. Huang Wank immediately asked after hearing the words, what about him now? He is sitting in the study room now. He closed his eyes. I don't know if he is dead. I don't know what to do. Zheng Ying whimpered. Vank, come here. I'm so scared. Since Huang Shifu has already drunk the herbal tea, there is nothing to be afraid of, and the rest is just some aftermath work. Huang Wank said to Zheng Ying. Okay, then you stay there. Don't go anywhere. I will go over immediately. Putting down the phone, he sighed for a long time, and then muttered to himself, Dad, if you are to blame, you shouldn't take eyeing away. After a high-speed Mercedes-Benz, Huang Wank came to the villa where Huang Shifu lived. What made Huang Wank strange is that the original bodyguards in this villa were gone, even that who followed Huang Shifu for several years. Yin Yaolun was not there. After ringing the doorbell, it was Zheng Ying who came to open the door. What's the matter? Where's the old guy's bodyguard? Huang Wank asked Zheng Ying. Zheng Ying pulled Huang Wank into the house and said, I have pushed them all away. Come on up. Huang Wank didn't pay attention to so much, so he entered the house with Zheng Ying and went straight to the study on the second floor. Walking into the study, Huang Wank saw Huang Shifu sitting on the executive chair behind the desk, his eyes closed and no response. On that desk, there was still a half-drink Da Hong Po. Seeing this scene, Huang Wank became more confident. Basically no need to check. Huang Wank had confidence in his own poison. That is the poison used by national intelligence agencies. Once taken, there is no possibility of survival. So Huang Wank sighed for a long time, and then smiled to Zheng Ying. Okay, it's okay now. Now you go and throw out the big red robe, wash the cups and teapots, then make new tea, go to the original location. After I leave, you call the police that the old guy has a heart attack. Also, are the poisons used up? If they are not used up, immediately pour them into the toilet without leaving any evidence. Sure enough, you beast, you even want to kill your father. As soon as Huang Wank finished speaking, he heard a violent shout. Huang Shifu, who had been sitting on the chair without a sound, opened his eyes and glared at Huang Wank spitefully. Huang Shifu, who had been silent at first, suddenly yelled, frightening both Huang Wank and Zheng Ying. Huang Wank stared at Huang Shifu in disbelief and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? If he really took the poison he found, there is absolutely no possibility that Huang Shifu will survive, and the only possibility is that Huang Shifu did not take it." Thinking of this, Huang Wank looked at Zheng Ying and said in surprise, "Ying, don't you have one?" "I did put that medicine in his tea," Zheng Ying said quickly. Huang Shifu squinted his eyes and stared at Huang Wank and said with a sneer, "You don't have to doubt Ying. Ying has indeed poisoned my tea. It's just that I have been guarding you a long time ago, so I just took advantage of it. Ying didn't notice, so she changed this cup of tea." Speaking of this, Huang Shifu looked at Zheng Ying again and said with great grief, "Ying, am I not good to you? Why do you want to poison me with that animal? Could it be that you are really happy when I die?" Since being discovered by Huang Shifu, Zheng Ying no longer concealed it and said, "Yes, I have no feelings for you at all. If I insist on expressing any feelings, it will only be hate. People I like have never been. Vank is the only one. You used that despicable means to occupy me." Hearing Zheng Ying's words, the look on Huang Shifu's face became even more sad. It was the pain of truly losing what he loved. However, he soon transferred this hatred to Huang Wank because he felt that if it weren't for Huang Wank, Zheng Ying would have liked herself. So Huang Shifu pointed at Huang Wank and shouted, "Bastard, you actually instructed Ying to poison me. I tell you, you are dead. Don't want to inherit from Huangshi Group, and I want to send you right away. Go to jail." Huang Wank's face was pale. He didn't expect that Huang Shifu would have a second hand, and he secretly replaced the poisonous cup of tea and found out his intention. Now he is sure to lose the right to inherit the Huangshi Group, and everything he and Zheng Ying planned has fallen short. At this moment, Zheng Ying shouted to Huang Wank, "Vank, kill him. Now you can only kill him." Huang Wank and Huang Shifu were shocked at the same time. Huang Wank was reminded that only by killing Huang Shifu immediately can he inherit the Huangshi Group. Huang Shifu was sad and angry when he heard Zheng Ying personally say that he wanted to kill himself. Then I heard Zheng Ying said to Huang Wank, "There is a pistol in the cabinet next to you. His bodyguard was placed there just in case. You kill him with that gun and then blame the bodyguard." Hearing this, Huang Wank immediately opened the drawer of the cabinet next to him, and he saw a black pistol inside. Taking out this pistol, Huang Wank raised his hand and aimed at Huang Shifu. Huang Shifu was shocked because he didn't know that the bodyguard would place a pistol there. At this moment, he saw Huang Wank aiming at himself with the gun and saw the murderous intent in Huang Wank's eyes. Huang Shifu roared, "Animal, you dare!" Boom! The answer to Huang Shifu was a gunshot. Then I saw a hole in Huang Shifu's eyebrows, and Huang Shifu's expression froze on his face. His eyes were full of panic, annoyance, unwillingness, helplessness, grief, and other complex feelings, but they also gradually lost. Glorious! This time, Huang Shifu really died. While Huang Wank took out his handkerchief to erase the fingerprints on the pistol, he said to Zheng Ying, "Ying, you go and collect the valuable things on that old guy. As well as the valuables in this room. Get up," creating the illusion that the bodyguard was intent on getting money and then murdered. However, I saw that Zheng Ying didn't do what Huang Wank said, but stood there leisurely, looking like she didn't care. "Ying, come on. We are running out of time. We have to do it before the bodyguards come back," Huang Wank urged. However, Zheng Ying glanced at Huang Wank and then said slowly, "Don't worry. Those bodyguards will not come back until they receive my notice. However, the police are coming soon." "Police? Ying, what are you talking about?" Huang Wank felt a little wrong, because he found that Zheng Ying's tone of talking to him now was completely different from the previous affectionate style of life and death. Zhang Ying sneered, and then pointed to a list of books on the bookcase to his right, and smiled at Huang Wank. Did you see there? There is a hidden camera there. The situation just now has been photographed and sent to my people are there. My people will edit the clip and delete the previous clip about my poisoning, leaving only the part where you shot Huang Shifu. Just give that clip to the police, and you will live your life. I'm going to spend it in prison. Hearing what Zhang Ying said, Huang Wank was stunned and didn't respond. He laughed for a long time and said, Ying, it's all this time. Don't you just kid me? Zhang Ying shrugged and said, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Huang Wank's face changed, and he walked over to the bookcase. Who knew that a lens the size of a pigeon egg was hidden between the two books? This is not an ordinary camera, but is composed of a lens and a transmitter. In other words, everything captured by this lens will not be stored in the camera, but will be synchronized to a specific receiver. Store. Therefore, Huang Wank couldn't get the clip of Zhang Ying poisoning Huang Shifu before, and he couldn't get Xing into the water. Moreover, even if there is this clip, the impact on Zhang Ying is not too great, because even if Xing Ying is really poisoned, Huang Shifu is not dead, so it can only be said that Zhang Ying was an attempted murder. Besides, I don't know if Zhang Ying was actually poisoned. However, Huang Wank discovered at this time that he had fallen into a trap designed by Zhang Ying. It's just that it is difficult for him to believe this is the truth for a while, so he asked Xing Ying, Ying, you mean you designed this early? That's right, Zhang Ying said with a smile. I actually got the scars on my body by myself. Huang Shifu didn't use any perverted means to treat me. That was just to arouse your anger. That's it. Besides, Huang Shifu didn't actually meet with any lawyer. I lied to you and deliberately made you anxious and aroused your intent to kill him. Why? Didn't you say that you want to be with me? Didn't you say that you love me? Huang Wank said, ha, but saw Zhang Ying sneer wantonly, smiled and bent over her belly, as if she heard the most absurd joke in the world. Finally, Zhang Yingkai stopped smiling, but her eyes were full of mockery when she looked at Huang Wank. Just listen to her saying, love you? Don't make me laugh. Are all men in this world so passionate? It's unbearable. Huang Wank, tell you the truth, I never liked it. Through you, the vows I have told you about before, I just treat them as practicing lines. No, you lied to me. Huang Wank still can't believe this fact. No, I didn't lie to you. Zhang Ying smiled. Originally, if there were nothing else, and if I met you earlier, maybe I would be willing to be your mistress. It's a pity that you don't have this opportunity. I don't have this opportunity either. That person must let me follow this plan, otherwise I will be in danger of my life. So Huang Wank, you can't blame me for this matter. If you want to blame you for offending one terrible guy. Who is it? Huang Wank asked immediately, but Zhang Ying shrugged and smiled. It doesn't matter who it is. Now, you just wait to go to jail. And I, as Huang Shifu's legal wife, will inherit Huangshi as a matter of course. The group, sitting on the tens of billions of assets, is really exciting to think about. Seeing the greedy smile on Zhang Ying's face, Huang Wank only felt that his heart was broken into pieces, as if he had just heard the news of Zheng Jiawen's death. The sweet fragments that I once had between myself and Zhang Ying appeared in my mind, but when he saw the snake-like Zhang Ying in front of him, Huang Wank was shocked that all those fragments were false, and all of them were Zhang Ying. A scam created. Unexpectedly, I, Huang Wank, who has been arranging the flowers for so many years, will be deceived and played with applause. Huang Wank laughed at himself, and then the look on his face suddenly became savage and directed at him. Zhang Ying roared, you lewd lut. He raised his hand and pointed the gun at Zhang Ying. His face was very cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. But I heard Zhang Ying sneered and said, it's useless. There is only one bullet in that pistol. I prepared to be there early in the morning. It is only enough for you to kill Huang Shifu. You should wait for the police to come here obediently. The footage of you killing Huang Shifu. People who believe me have edited it and sent it to the email address of the police station. They all say that the Hong Kong police are extremely efficient. It seems that they have come here now. Hearing Zhang Ying said that the pistol had no bullets, Huang Wank still couldn't help being angry and shot Zhang Ying as if venting his anger. Boom boom. To the surprise of Huang Wank and Zhang Ying, this pistol fired 3 bullets in a row following Huang Wank's pull, all of which hit Zheng Ying's chest. Zheng Ying showed an unbelievable expression on her face and muttered to herself, "How come I am clearly?" Severe pain spread from the body, and the strength in the body was quickly disappearing, and his mind was slowly blurred. At this time, Zheng Ying also thought of the strangeness and said with the last strength, "Zhou, how is you?" After saying these words, Zheng Ying fell straight down. Before the consciousness completely disappeared, some fragments appeared vaguely in Zheng Ying's mind. "Ying, for your birthday today, I specially ordered and bought it from the internet to give it to you. Is it your zodiac necklace? Do you like it?" In the bright sunshine, a handsome young man held a small pink box and handed it to her. This man turned out to be Zhou Hao. "Ying, you said you want to buy a house in Shanghai. I know it. Don't worry. I will work hard. We will definitely be able to own our own house in the future. It will be the home of the two of us." By the Huangpu River, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, he leaned in Zhou Hao's slightly thin mind, listening to Zhou Hao's vision and plans for the future. "Ying, tell you the truth, my mother worked so hard to pull me up, but my dad is an out-and-out bastard. So I have always had an ideal, that is to let my mother live a good life. It's just that, when I was in my sophomore year, my mother died of liver cancer, and I won't be able to realize my ideal in the future." On the small terrace of the dormitory, Zhou Hao shrank in her arms, crying like a child. In the end, the scene shifted to the dormitory, but Zhou Hao fell into a pool of blood, with a knife stuck in his chest, looking shocking. And she was standing with a mature man, who was Huang Wank. She said to Zhou Hao with an indifferent look, "Don't blame me. Blame yourself for not knowing good or bad. And before you die, I would advise you that love is not bread and cannot represent everything." Zhou Hao didn't know if he was dead, but he refused to close his eyes and stared at her like this. The look in the eyes and the bitter hatred were carved into her soul like a brand. In the middle of life, life after life will not go away. She seemed to hear the roar from the soul in Zhou Hao's eyes. "You wait for me. I will not let you go if I am a ghost." It turns out that this is the case. "You came back specifically to get my revenge," Zheng Ying said silently in her heart, and then her consciousness completely disappeared and she fell into an eternal darkness. On the other side, Huang Wank watched Zheng Ying fall in disbelief. The blood quickly overflowed from her body, forming a pool of blood around her. Didn't you say that there is only one bullet in this gun?" Huang Wank muttered to himself. Suddenly, Huang Wank dropped his pistol and rushed over, kneeled beside Zheng Ying, picked her up and shook her shoulders and shouted, "Ying, Ying, wake up, Ying." It's a pity that Zheng Ying closed her eyes tightly, and she lost her breath long ago and turned into a cold corpse. Looking at Huang Shifu's body over there, and then at Zheng Ying, who was no longer alive in his arms, Huang Wank only felt pale in his heart. His biological father robbed his favorite woman, so he was killed by himself. In the end, I realized that the woman I loved the most had only deceived myself and was later killed by myself. At this moment, Huang Wank only felt a sense of absurdity. What made him wonder was who Zheng Ying said was the terrible person who was offended by him, and why didn't the pistol contain only one bullet, as Zheng Ying said? The moment Zheng Ying was shot, Zhou Hao's name was murmured in his mouth. Unfortunately, Huang Wank was in a state of consternation and Zheng Ying's voice was too small, so he didn't hear it. At this time, Huang Wank suddenly came over and shook his head and looked at the invisible camera still on the bookcase. From its angle, he could just shoot Zheng Ying. First Huang Shifu, then Zheng Ying. Once the video was released, Huang Wank wouldn't be able to escape the lawsuit no matter how much energy he had. As Zheng Ying said before, the footage captured by the camera was sent to her accomplices simultaneously, and after editing, it was immediately sent to the police email. Huang Wank was thinking that if he joined this accomplice because Zheng Ying would pay him revenge, he helped Zheng Ying. Now Zheng Ying's accomplices should have seen Zheng Ying dead. In this way, he cannot receive from Zheng Ying money. Thinking of this, Huang Wank immediately rushed over and held the camera to himself, and then he said to the camera, "Hey, did you see that Zheng Ying is dead? Even if you give those clips to the police, I can't pay you anymore. Give me your movie, and I'll give you the money. I'll give you whatever you want." It's just that the person from the other party didn't give Huang Wank any response, and at this moment, there was a woo alarm outside. Huang Wang's heart jumped. He had never been so scared of the police. But just as he was frightened, the phone in his arms rang. He thought it was Zheng Ying's accomplice, but when he showed it, it was his wife Liang Wanhua's number. Huang Wang originally wanted to hang up, but after thinking about it, he answered. "Vank, where are you?" Liang Wanhua's anxious voice came over the phone. "Don't worry about it," Huang Wang habitually replied, but he quickly said again. "Sorry, I am in a bad mood. Wanhua, you can do something for me right now. It has something to do with the black society in Hong Kong." Liang Wanhua's father is also a well-known rich man, but he is far behind Huang Shifu. Moreover, the Liang family started off by relying on a side door, and it is closely related to the underworld in Hong Kong. Even if it was whitewashed more than 10 years ago, it still has more or less connections with the underworld. After all, many times when doing business is still rely on the power of the underworld to settle some things. Liang Wanhua said immediately, "That's right, but I don't touch these things at home anymore. Vank, trust me. I believe you, but I need your help now." Huang Wang said eagerly, "I want to leave Hong Kong immediately, and I can't leave through normal channels. You immediately help me contact those smuggling black ships." Liang Wanhua on the phone did not speak, but Huang Wang could hear her breathing, and said impatiently, "How about it? Can you handle it?" Let me try." "Vank, what happened? Why do you want to leave Hong Kong in such a hurry and still take a black boat?" Liang Wanhua asked with concern. Huang Wang didn't have so much time to explain to her. He just said, "I'll explain it to you later. By the way, you help me prepare as much cash as possible and let me know when it's done." After saying that, Huang Wang hung up the phone and left the villa immediately. And just when his car drove out of this street, Huang Wang saw several police cars coming to the outside of the villa at the corner, and the police quickly entered the villa. Obviously, the police already knew Huang Shifu and Zheng Ying were killed. So next, Huang Wang should be wanted in Hong Kong. Thinking of this, Huang Wang hammered the steering wheel bitterly, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn it." Originally, he was the proud son of heaven and enjoyed all the glory and wealth, but now he has become a murderer, so unclearly. The most unacceptable thing is that he killed his own father and his favorite woman. Regardless of whether Zheng Ying lied to Huang Wang or not, Huang Wang was indeed only afflicted with Zheng Jiawen and her, and speaking of it, the love of Zheng Ying even surpassed the hazy first love of Zheng Jiawen. Thinking of what Zheng Ying said before, Huang Wang concluded that this series of scams against him should be directed by someone behind the scenes. And Zheng Ying said that the person was extremely terrifying, so Huang Wang guessed that he must be a strong enemy of him. But now the most important thing is to avoid the police's attention. Huang Wang thought that as long as he left Hong Kong and relying on his domestic connections, he would still have a chance of winning. In terms of stepping back 10,000 steps, even if you really can't get a foothold in the country, there is still the gold mine in South Africa. With that gold mine, you will not have to worry about it in your next life. Just thinking of this, the phone rang. Huang Wang took a look and found that it was Liang Wanhua's number and quickly connected. "How about it? Are you done?" "Well, it's done. You come over to Yao Ma Ti Typhoon Shelter now. The boat will arrive in half an hour," Liang Wanhua said. Hearing Liang Wanhua's words, Huang Wang was relieved. "I also thought that I had always treated Liang Wanhua with cold eyes over the years, but at this most critical juncture, it was her who could really help me." Involuntarily, Huang Wang felt a strong sense of guilt towards Liang Wanhua in his heart, as well as a kind of compassion. He thought to himself that he must treat Liang Wanhua well in the future. It's just too early to say this. In any case, we still have to pass the current level first. Soon, Huang Wang drove to the typhoon shelter in Yao Ma Ti, Kowloon. There are many small piers here. Many fishing boats dock here. The black ships that specialize in smuggling activities often pick up and drop off goods here. When he arrived at the place agreed with Liang Wanhua, Huang Wang really saw Liang Wanhua. He immediately got out of the car and ran over, and saw Liang Wanhua in a trench coat standing in front of him, but only holding a small satchel in his hand. Huang Wang frowned and said, "Didn't I ask you to prepare money for me? Where's the money? Also, where's the boat?" Looking at the empty sea outside the pier, Huang Wang looked at Liang Wanhua suspiciously. On this not-so-large pier, Huang Wang could not see even a single boat, not even a small sampan. Only the dark purple viscous sea water was undulating outside. And Liang Wanhua's slightly thin figure, standing still on this pier, made Huang Wank very strange. Wanhua, I'm asking you, where the money I asked you to prepare in the boat? Hasn't the boat arrived yet? Huang Wank asked Liang Wanhua, looking very anxious, because he knew the police should now the normal channels for leaving Hong Kong have already begun to be blocked. If through normal channels, Huang Wank will definitely be discovered by the police. Therefore, the only way to get Huang Wank to leave Hong Kong is to find a black ship through Liang Wanhua that will not be exposed to the police. It was only now that Huang Wank realized that only Liang Wanhua was willing to help herself at the last moment, and that she was too sorry for her to be treated like before. Huang Wank now finally understands that the so-called true feelings really can only be manifested in times of trouble. So he grabbed Liang Wanhua's arms and said softly, Wanhua, I was so cold to you before. I was wrong. I finally know that you are the only one beside me who treat me sincerely. Let's start. When I get past this level, we will find a quiet place and start again, okay? Liang Wanhua didn't speak, but behind Huang Wank a man's voice suddenly appeared. I only know that Wanhua is good now. Is it too late, Huang Wank? Huang Wank was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the sound, and when he turned to look around, he saw a tall figure that was extremely depressing in the dark. Huang Wank fixed his eyes to recognize this person. He turned out to be Yin Yaluan, who had been with Huang Shifu for many years. It's you? Why did you appear here? Huang Wank was shocked by Yin Yaluan's appearance. Yin Yaluan did not answer him directly, but beckoned to Liang Wanhua next to Huang Wank. Under Huang Wank's incredible gaze, Liang Wanhua slowly approached Yin Yaluan and grabbed his broad palm. Such a move fully demonstrated the relationship between the two of them. Huang Wank's eyes widened, staring at Yin Yaluan and Liang Wanhua in amazement, and then sneered. It turns out that you two adulterous, husbands, adulterous, women have long ago become adulterers. At this moment, Huang Wank really felt that he was going to explode, and finally felt Liang Wanhua's goodness, thinking that she was the lover worthy of her life, who knew that when she turned her head, Liang Wanhua fell into the arms of other men. Don't say it's so bad. Yin Yaluan snorted coldly and said, I and Wanhua are in love, and you? Don't you always think that your marriage to Wanhua is a political marriage? Don't you always treat Wanhua, is it a dead person? A man like you would never know that Wanhua is good. I am the one who truly deserves her. Without waiting for Huang Wank to speak, Yin Yaluan said, You don't know how to cherish Wanhua. You are unscrupulously messing around with flowers and grass outside, and even when you see Wanhua at home, you deliberately bring a woman back and fool around in the room next to Wanhua. Huang Wank, ask yourself, are you right against Wanhua? Huang Wank was refuted by Yin Yaluan and couldn't say a word, because Yin Yaluan said the truth. However, Huang Wank still yelled at Yin Yaluan furiously. No matter what I have done before, she is always my Huang Wank's woman. She is a married woman, and you are a husband adulterous woman. Liang Wanhua, you shameless dare to hook up with such a wild man. Huang Wank, keep your mouth clean, Yin Yaluan shouted. I have already said that you have no right to blame Wanhua. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. Speaking of this, Yin Yaluan suddenly laughed. Huang Wank was taken aback by Yin Yaluan's actions and immediately said angrily, What are you laughing at? I'm smiling. Didn't you always blame Wanhua for marrying you for so many years, but didn't give birth to you? Yin Yaluan laughed. In fact, the problem is not Wanhua, but your own reason. Huang Wank, do you know? Wanhua has been pregnant with my child. Well, it has been 2 months. Hearing this, Huang Wank gasped fiercely, but he was so angry that not only did his wife have an affair with other men, she actually had a secret bond. This is definitely a shame for the pretentious Huang Wank. Seeing the appearance of Huang Wank's veins exposed, Yin Yaluan continued to smile and said, Do you still want Wanhua to help you escape from Hong Kong? Tell you Huang Wank, I have notified the police and they will be coming soon. Hearing Yin Yaluan's words, Huang Wank's face changed drastically, and they didn't expect Yin Yaluan to be so cruel. He stared at Liang Wanhua bitterly, gritted his teeth, and said, Smelly, you are poisonous. No, don't blame us, Huang Wank. Yin Yaluan hugged Liang Wanhua tightly and sneered at Huang Wank. Actually, when I am with Wanhua, my heart is often frightened, especially when Wanhua is pregnant. After getting my baby, although you don't spend much time at home in a year, if Wanhua is pregnant, you and Huang Shifu will definitely notice it. And with your suspicious character, you might actually check Wanhua secretly. Is the child in the belly yours? After a pause, Yin Yaluan continued. Once you find out about our affairs, I won't be able to survive if Wanhua doesn't say it. In order not to let Wanhua lose her lover, but also for the sake of her, the child will not lose his father, so we decided that it would be safer to get rid of you. In this way, you will not be able to deal with us. Don't worry, Vank. With the footage of you shooting Huang Shifu and Zheng Ying, you won't be able to make it for the rest of your life. Liang Wanhua finally spoke, but what he said was a sentence that made Huang Wank desperate. Huang Wank stepped back involuntarily, with a distorted expression on his face, because he experienced so much tonight. He first killed his biological father himself, and then found out that the person he loved was an out-and-out liar. Unintentionally, he personally killed the woman he loved. Now, I thought I found someone who treated me sincerely, but in the end I found that I was already alone. From childhood to adulthood, Huang Wank felt desperate for the first time, and for the first time he felt this isolation and helplessness. TSK Tusk, Huang Wank, I don't think you would have such a day when you grew up, right? A familiar voice suddenly drifted to Huang Wank's ears with the sea breeze. He was shocked and immediately followed the direction of the sound. He saw Yin Yaluan and Liang Wanhua stop the car at some point behind him. A man walked off the car. Zhou Hao, it's Zhou Hao. Although Huang Wank had been surprised enough today, he was still very surprised when he saw Zhou Hao. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed from the bottom of Huang Wank's heart, as if he had grasped something, but he couldn't grasp anything at a deeper level. And Zhou Hao's expression at this time was full of ridicule. It seems that you still don't know who is driving this. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Huang Wank was struck by lightning, staring at Zhou Hao in a daze, and muttered, "Could it be you?" "Yes, it's me." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. "I have been planning all this since a long time ago. First Zheng Ying, then your father Huang Shifu, then your wife Liang Wanhua. Well, they are one by one. Have become against you." Huang Wank now finally knows who the extremely terrifying person Zheng Ying said is. Zhou Hao in front of him. He pointed to Zhou Hao and said, "You let Zheng Ying come close to me on purpose?" "Well, it's me." Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. "From the time you saw her at the Beijing Chang'an Club and had a strange reaction, I decided to use her to deal with you. And the facts also show that this effect is good. It's pretty good. Thinking of the sweet time between myself and Zheng Ying during this period of time, they were all scams, and the director is Zhou Hao, who has never been seen." When he thought of his feelings being played by Zhou Hao and applauded, Huang Wank felt a kind of detached anger. Also, according to Zhou Hao's words, his wife Liang Wanhua's affair with Yin Yaluan was also promoted by Zhou Hao. However, Zhou Hao did not let Huang Wank speak, but smiled to himself. "I just want to see what happens when you find a straw to save your life, but finally find that it is the last sword to take your life." Expression. Let's be honest, the matter between your wife and Yin Yaluan was not directed by me. I just discovered it by accident. Then I talked to them about a deal. They wanted to get rid of you. Live a happy life, and I want to see your most desperate appearance. So our deal is concluded. Zhou Hao, you devil. Huang Wank roared. But Zhou Hao shook his head. Don't blame me. All of this is actually caused by you. If you really love your wife, how can she be nice to other men? If you really love your father, how can you do it because you want to kill him with your own hands? Huang Wank, all of this was caused by you. I just pushed you slightly behind, and before that, you stood before the abyss. It turns out that the person Aang said is you. Huang Wank stared at Zhou Hao and said coldly, "So, you are the one who killed Aang?" Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "Don't push your own fault on me. You are the one who killed Zheng Ying with your own hands. However, I lied to her that there was only one bullet in the pistol. Actually, that pistol. The entire magazine is full, and Yin Yaluan prepared it early in the morning. Of course, Yin Yaluan also did what I said. Zhou Hao, it's just me that you have to deal with. Why don't you even let Aang go?" Huang Wank said angrily. "With your current power, You don't have to be afraid of eyeing at all. You need it. Kill her. However, Zhou Hao shrugged and said, actually, this can't be said to be killing people. It's just that you don't understand the entanglement between us. Well, in other words, you won't understand it yet. Okay. Actually, now you don't have to wait for the police to come. My people will hand you over to the police safely. The movie where you shot Huang Shifu and Zheng Ying has been edited and can be used for presentation at any time. Court testimony. It turns out that you are the person on the other end of the camera. Huang Wank thought it was funny to think that he had faced the person on the other end in front of the camera and wanted to use money to buy him off. At this time, Huang Wank said to Zhou Hao, if I return the 30 billion that I owe you to you, can you let me go? Even if you don't give the 30 billion, I still have a way to get it back, so you don't need to bother. Zhou Hao sneered. Huang Wank's expression changed, and he said, then what if I give you half of the shares of Huangshi Group? Can you let me go? Zhou Hao still shook his head and smiled sarcastically. Seriously, your Huangshi Group is like a piece of fat falling into the sea, and the sharks around have been attracted. You think you can still keep it? Huh. I think it was not someone else who first started with Huangshi Group. It was your partner, Dong Qishan. Huang Wank's face was green, because he knew that Zhou Hao was telling the truth. Although Huang Wank and Dong are hardcore partners, now he has a big handle in Zhou Hao's hand, and there is no possibility of escape. Once the Dong family knew about this, he would definitely give up Huang Wank and fight for control of the Huangshi Group. Then you are determined to send me to prison and will not let me out forever? Huang Wank said. You guessed it right. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. After that, Zhou Hao stopped talking to Huang Wank and saw that he snapped his fingers, and immediately two big men rushed to Huang Wank like wolves and threw him down. Huang Wank is just an ordinary person, and where is the opponent of these two big guys? He was immediately restrained by the double manual. Seeing Huang Wank, who was pressed on the ground with his face pressed to the ground, Zhou Hao smiled and said, don't worry. I will come the day you appear in court for trial. I will witness the judge sentence you to life imprisonment. At that moment. After that, Zhou Hao waved his hand, and the two big men immediately grabbed Huang Wank and twisted him into the car. Zhou Hao, wait for me. I won't succumb. I will come out to find you to settle the account. Huang Wank's voice came from behind. Zhou Hao sneered. If you can still get out of it, I will kowtow to you immediately. It is conceivable that after Huang Wank is prosecuted by the Hong Kong police, he will definitely spend huge sums of money to hire a team of lawyers to fight for him. At the same time, he does not rule out the possibility that he would give money to bribe Hong Kong judicial officers. However, with the footage of him shooting Huang Shifu and Zheng Ying as evidence, even the Queen's Counsel would not be able to help Huang Wank, even if the murder was a manslaughter. In addition, Huang Wank has the energy to bribe Hong Kong judicial personnel, and Zhou Hao also has the energy. Zhou Hao didn't believe it anymore. With his connections in Hong Kong, he couldn't control Huang Wank. Originally, Zhou Hao wanted to kill Huang Wank to repay his deep hatred, but after thinking about it, Zhou Hao still felt that it would be better for Huang Wank to be sent to prison so that he would endure the hardships of prison for the rest of his life, especially to let him kill Huang Shifu himself. With Zheng Ying, he can also be restless for the rest of his life. When Huang Wank was twisted into the car by Zhou Hao's men, Zhou Hao came to Liang Manhwa and Yin Yaluan and asked Liang Manhwa. He is going to spend the rest of his life in jail soon. You don't want to say anything to him. Liang Manhwa shook her head and slowly said, I have nothing to say to him. Zhou Hao did not force Liang Manhwa to force him, and continued, I still need your help regarding the Huangshi Group. Liang Manhwa nodded, and they had already negotiated with Zhou Hao before. Although Liang Manhwa could not be liked by Huang Wank, Huang Shifu symbolically transferred 3% of the shares of Huangshi Group to Liang Manhwa in order to prevent Huang Wank from easily abandoning Liang Manhwa. Today, Huang Shifu, the largest shareholder of Huangshi Group, is dead, and Huang Wank, the second largest shareholder, is in jail. Therefore, Huangshi Group will be temporarily maintained by Liang Manhwa, the third largest shareholder. To say that even if Huang Wank is actually sentenced to life imprisonment, as the second largest shareholder of the Huangshi Group, he can still decide the affairs of the Huangshi Group in prison, and Huang Wank will never transfer the Huangshi Group to Liang Manhwa to manage. However, Zhou Hao would not let him succeed. After Huang Shifu died, as his only son, Huang Wank was able to inherit his estate and shares. However, because Huang Wank was the murderer who killed Huang Shifu, it is impossible for him to inherit Huang Shifu's shares. Huang Shifu's legal wife Zheng Ying has inheritance rights, but Zheng Ying also died, so Zheng Ying's parents became the first heirs. And before, Zhou Hao had already controlled Zheng Ying's parents. Zhou Hao will use the banner of Zheng Ying's parents to claim Wang Shifu's shares in Huangshi Group. As long as he operates properly, he has a great chance of winning the case. As for Zheng Ying's parents, if they really let them own the Huangshi Group, it will not only be a kind of luck for them, but a kind of bad luck. As the saying goes, everyone is not guilty, and people from the Dong family alone will not let them go. And Zhou Hao will give them a huge sum of money to make their lives worry-free, thus gaining control of the Huangshi Group in their hands. For such an ordinary couple, Zhou Hao had no difficulty in dealing with them. On Liang Wanhua's side, she is not a talent to manage the Huangshi Group. She knows that she still has it, but because of the deal with Zhou Hao, she wanted to help Zhou Hao obtain control of the Huangshi Group. Afterwards, she would sell all her stocks to Zhou Hao, and then went to a foreign country with Yan Yaluan to live a leisurely life. Let's go first. Go back and prepare yourself. The lawyers will contact you soon. You just have to cooperate with them, Zhou Hao said to Liang Wanhua. Liang Wanhua nodded, and Yan Yaluan said, "Thank you," to Zhou Hao and left with Liang Wanhua. Later, Zhou Hao asked Huang Wank to be sent to the police station. Since the footage of Huang Wank shooting Huang Shifu and Zheng Ying had been sent to the police a long time ago, the police have now begun searching for Huang Wank. Huang Wank was sent by Zhou Hao's people, and he was about to comply with the wishes of the police. On the second day, the Hong Kong media covered overwhelming reports about Huang Wank shooting Huang Shifu and Zheng Ying. It stands to reason that these things shouldn't have been spread to the media so quickly, especially when the police have adopted confidentiality measures. It's just that if someone pushes behind this, the result is completely different. That's right. Zhou Hao did the disclosure of these things to the media. He wanted to let people all over the world know about this as soon as possible and put Huang Wank on the forefront of public opinion. In the morning, when Zhou Hao saw Huang Wank's report from TV news and newspapers, he couldn't help but smile. He Shuyun next to him said, "I think you are a black-hearted person, and you are happy to see others unlucky." If it's the bad luck of the average person, I just smile, but this guy's bad luck. Zhou Hao sneered. It's completely my own directing. I am happy for my own results. He Shuyun still knows a little bit about Zhou Hao's plan for Huang Wank and Zheng Ying. Now Huang Wank's family, Huang Shifu and Zheng Ying are all dead. It can be said that the family is broken. But He Shuyun didn't blame Zhou Hao for being cold-blooded, because she knew that Zhou Hao always did this for his reasons. According to the police, Huang Wank has now been detained by the police, but he has almost hired all the famous lawyers in Hong Kong. It seems that he is going to file a lawsuit for himself. He Shuyun said. Zhou Hao sneered and said, even if he resurrects Song Shiji or Chun Mingji and then helps him fight a lawsuit, he can't win it. His case can definitely be settled. He Shuyun nodded Zhou Hao's nose and said with a smile, Song Shiji and Chun Mingji. I think you watched too many TV series. Suddenly, He Shuyun looked at the bowl of porridge in front of him. His face suddenly turned pale, and then he got up and rushed to the toilet, and then there was a vomiting sound. Zhou Hao was shocked and hurriedly chased him. While patting He Shuyun on the back, he asked, "What's wrong with you? I don't think you were right in the past 2 days." A bolt from the blue. He Shuyun wiped his mouth and raised his head to look at Xiang Zhou Hao, and said, "Are you really not sure or not?" Zhou Hao didn't understand, so he asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" "I went to see the doctor yesterday," He Shuyun said. "Oh, did the doctor say what kind of disease you are?" Zhou Hao continued to ask. Seeing He Shuyun's cheeks flushed, he whispered, "The doctor said I was pregnant." "Oh, it turned out to be pregnant. It's not a serious illness, it's nothing," Zhou Hao said smoothly, and then he was stunned. Wait, what did you say?" "The doctor said that you were pregnant." He Shuyun blushed and nodded, and said, "The doctor said it has been a month." Hearing He Shuyun's words, Zhou Hao was ecstatic. In fact, during the period when he came to Hong Kong, Zhou Hao had made love to He Shuyun almost every day and had not taken any contraceptive measures, just to make He Shuyun pregnant. Because He Shuiyun is 27 years old this year, which is the most suitable age for a woman to become pregnant. If she waits any longer, it will be bad for her health. And when He Shuiyun saw that Zhao Yuqin had given birth to Zhou Hao a son, he was really envious of others. And for a woman, the happiest thing was to raise children for her beloved life. So He Shuiyun always wanted to give Zhou Hao a child. When the diagnosis was confirmed by the doctor yesterday, He Shuiyun was really crying with joy, but she was able to hold back and did not tell Zhou Hao. She planned to surprise Zhou Hao. Come here, and take a rest." Zhou Hao hurriedly helped He Shuiyun to sit down in the living room and asked her warmly, making He Shuiyun very happy. "All right, it's only a month. Apart from sickness, I don't have any other feelings. I am not so squeamish." Seeing Zhou Hao's nervous appearance, He Shuiyun was amused and moved. Zhou Hao said, "No, starting from today, you don't go to Xinghai either. Just leave the matters over there to Song Jiahao and Willie Worth. I can't let you work anymore, and now you have to find someone to take care of you." "Well, yes, there is a caregiver, and you have to find a caregiver to come back. By the way, there seems to be a special caregiver in the army. I asked Big Brother Lu to find some." Seeing Zhou Hao being busy with his own affairs, He Shuiyun stopped talking, just staring at Zhou Hao silently with a smile on his face. After calling Lu Jinwu and begging him to find a few female nurses in the army, Zhou Hao also found He Shuiyun looking at herself with happiness, so he beckoned to her and said with a smile, "Come on, come to my side." He Shuiyun came to Zhou Hao and sat down. Xiaonyao leaned against Zhou Hao's arms and said with a smile, "You should be able to think of the child's name now." Zhou Hao thought for a while and said, "If it's a girl, then it's called Zhou Ziru. If it's a boy, then it's called Zhou Ziyuan." He Shuiyun was so clever, he immediately guessed Zhou Hao's intentions and smiled and said, "Your eldest son is Zhou Zihao. You want your child to make up Hao Ru Yuan, you right? Yeah, you guessed it all." Zhou Hao squeezed He Shuiyun's chin and smiled. "Right, about Huang Vank." He Shuiyun said, "I remember when Huang Vank borrowed 30 billion from you. He used his shares in Huangshe Group as collateral. But after you came back from the United States, Huang Vank you immediately fall into trouble. Why don't you just take back his shares in Huangshe Group?" Speaking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help being a little angry. He said, "Because I found out that in the past year or so, Huang Vank secretly exchanged his shares in Huangshe Group with Dong's Dingxing Group. In other words, Huang Vank cross-holds with shareholders of Dingxing Group. As a result, his shares in Huangshe Group will not be repossessed if I don't pass Dingxing Group." He Shuiyun frowned and said, "But at the beginning, he mortgaged the shares to you first, so how could he still exchange shares with Dingxing Group? Is this in compliance? With the Dong family taking the lead, what about non-compliance?" Zhou Hao sneered. "As long as the Dong family wins a little, where can the people below dare to speak up? Huang Wank, he didn't plan to pay back from the beginning. My $30 billion, that's why I deliberately engage in such small actions." He Shuiyun chuckled, "But it's useless now. He counts forever. Hasn't you been counted in prison? Anyway, the Huangshe Group of their Huang family. I am going to make a decision." Zhou Hao sneered. He tightened He Shuiyun's soft and plump body and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about these things now. You just have to quietly lay down the fetus, and there is me outside." Just as Zhou Hao was in love with He Shuiyun, Zhou Hao's phone rang. He took it out to see that it was his father Zhou Liren who called. "What's the matter?" Zhou Hao asked. "How? Do you know where Shuihan is?" Zhou Liren asked directly on the phone. Hearing the name of Li Shuihan, Zhou Hao was shocked in his heart, and the tall figure appeared in his mind immediately, as well as the life and death that he and Li Shuihan had experienced in the United States, and the beauty of each other. After returning from Japan, Zhou Hao suddenly learned that Li Shuihan had retired from the First Army and had lost track of him. He couldn't help being very worried. Originally, Zhou Hao intended to find Li Shuihan, but he was held back by events in Hong Kong. Now when Zhou Liren mentioned Li Shuihan, Zhou Hao immediately asked, "Did you know about her?" "That's right," Zhou Liren said. "I didn't actually find it. It was seen on the TV news. Now turn on the TV and watch it. Also calm down." After speaking, Zhou Liren hung up. Zhou Hao didn't know why, but he turned on the TV, which happened to be the news report of Asia Television. When he saw the news, Zhou Hao was stunned. "I saw a beautiful woman on the TV screen, tall and cold, wearing a long black dress. This woman turned out to be Li Shuihan. And watching from TV, Li Shuihan was standing in front of a luxury hotel, surrounded by reporters, and more importantly, there was a handsome young man beside Li Shuihan, and Li Shuihan was holding the young man's arm. Let people know at a glance that she and the man are a pair. Zhou Hao breathed tightly without showing any clues on his face, and continued to pay attention to the content of the news report. Just listen to the announcer saying in that sweet voice. At noon this morning, Gu Changfeng, the adopted son of Li Kuan Yu, announced his marriage to the Chinese woman Li Shuihan. The two will hold an engagement dinner at the Marina Hotel in Singapore 3 days later. Gu Changfeng is the former president of Singapore. Li Kuan Yu's adopted son is currently the vice president of Temasek Group. He was famous in the business world for successfully obtaining the right to develop and operate oil in the Indian Ocean. He is known as one of the most outstanding young entrepreneurs in Singapore and Southeast Asia. Apart from Hao, Asia's most promising business leader. So after Gu Changfeng's marriage news, it caused a sensation in Singapore and even in Asia. Hearing the news announcer's words, Zhou Hao's face gradually turned blue, his eyes fixed on the vigorous Gu Changfeng on the TV. He Shuiyan beside him was sensitive to Zhou Hao's change, and she also heard the name Li Shuiyan from Zhou Hao's conversation with Zhou Liren just now, and then watching Gu Changfeng's fiancé on TV, she probably guessed what it was. Up. She called to Zhou Hao in a soft voice. Hao. After Zhou Hao paused, a smile appeared on his face immediately, and he said to Hishun, "It's okay. I'm okay, don't worry. You wait for me here. I'll make a call." Shuiyan knew that Zhou Hao was looking for Zhou Liren, so he nodded. Zhou Hao got up and walked to the balcony, but Shuiyan found that when Zhou Hao turned his back to him, the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a coldness that he had never seen before. Coming out of the balcony, Zhou Hao dialed Zhou Liren's phone and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" "I don't know for the time being," Zhou Liren said, "but I have sent people from the First Army to investigate. I believe there will be results soon." "How soon will it be?" Zhou Hao snorted. "They will have an engagement dinner in 3 days." But Zhou Liren on the other side laughed. Seeing that he could still laugh at this time, Zhou Hao said, "What are you laughing at? Don't tell me you don't know what happened between me and Shuihan. I will tell you. She is one of your future daughter-in-laws. You are ashamed to say that she is one of your women." Zhou Liren smiled. "You are responsible for your own romantic debts. The reason I laughed just now was because Shuihan and Gu Changfeng were 3 days later. What about the engagement? With your personality, even if they get married 3 days later, wouldn't you also take back the water cold? Would you still drink their wedding wine?" Zhou Hao was taken aback, thinking that Zhou Liren really understood him. Regardless of what Zhou Hao wanted to figure out now, why did Li Shuihan want to marry Gu Changfeng? The matter between him and her is already very clear. If Li Shuihan does this now, it is tantamount to betraying him. "I want to know why she did this," Zhou Hao said to Zhou Liren. "I also want to know," Zhou Liren said over there. "Don't worry, Shuihan is like a daughter in my heart. I don't want her to marry that Gu Changfeng without knowing it." After Zhou Hao hung up the phone, he couldn't help thinking of the scenes between himself and Li Shuihan. He sighed. He knew very well that Li Shuihan is not the kind of woman who admires vanity and forgets justice, so she is like this at this time. There must be unspeakable difficulties in doing it. No matter what difficulties you have, this is not a reason to leave me. I will bring you back in 3 days. As for Gu Changfeng, since you plan to move my woman, then I will definitely make you dead ugly. Looking into the distance, Zhou Hao's tone was cold. The dragon has inverse scales, and you will die if you touch it. For Zhou Hao, women are his negative scales, so no matter who touched his women, he must pay the price. Even if he is a so-called young talent, the end is the same. Don't worry. I believe she must have troubles. Hixin didn't know when she came to Zhou Hao, gently hugged Zhou Hao, sniffing the faint fragrance of her body. Zhou Hao's pain in her heart was slightly different ease. "I'm fine." Zhou Hao gave a chuckle, grabbing her little hand that was holding her waist. The softness of the start made Zhou Hao's heart agitated. Zhou Hao gently squeezed her little hand and asked, "By the way, 1 month of pregnancy. It should have no effect on the body. What's the impact?" Shuiyan looked up with some doubts, and there was a trace of confusion flashing in the depths of his eyes. obviously not knowing what Zhou Hao meant by saying this. This influence. Zhou Hao turned around as he spoke and hugged her in his arms. She exclaimed and felt the hard protrusion on her lower abdomen. She understood what Zhou Hao meant, and her face suddenly turned red, although she had done it with Zhou Hao more than once, and she was even pregnant with Zhou Hao's child. But she still felt a little ashamed. Seeing that her cheeks became extremely red, Zhou Hao smiled and picked her up. She also knew what was going to happen next, shyly buried her head in Qin Feng's arms, and said, "Although it is right the child has no effect, but you had better wait slowly, otherwise I will be overwhelmed." Seeing spring water in her eyes, Zhou Hao smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry." While talking, he took off He Yunshue's clothes and looked at her perfect figure and the tall jade rabbit. Zhou Hao teased, "It looks like it has developed a second time." While talking, Zhou Hao also touched a few lightly with his fingers. As before, her plump jade rabbit still showed no signs of sagging. Zhou Hao couldn't put it down, so after a while, Zhou Hao put both hands on her body. He looked at Zhou Hao affectionately. Seeing Zhou Hao so fascinated by her body, He Shuyan's heart was filled with sweetness. She gave Zhou Hao a shy look and said, "Everyone said that I will develop again after pregnancy. Bigger." What happened afterwards became logical. After a while, her seductive and criminal panting sounded throughout the room. After a while, she gently lay in Qin Feng's arms, her eyes showing immense love, but words, however, Zhong was a little angry. "I have said it. Let you be lighter, but you just don't listen to me. What a badass. You're wronging me again." Who just yelled faster. Zhou Hao said in such a playful soft tone as she watched her little hands circle her chest. I won't talk to you." A shyness flashed in her eyes. When Zhou Hao said this, she really wanted to find a place to sew in. Turning around, she showed her perfect back in front of Zhou Hao, which made Zhou Hao excited again. She gently hugged He Shuyun from behind, feeling the hard top on her waist, and she didn't feel her body. She shivered and turned her head slightly. She begged for mercy shyly. "Forgive me now. I really can't do it anymore." Although the feeling of walking in the clouds is really comfortable, but now she is already weakened all over, and she has no strength at all. It's not for you. Although Zhou Hao didn't have the slightest fatigue after the previous long game, instead he launched another attack. He Shiyun, who was already weak, had no ability to resist at all, so at this time also can only meet Zhou Hao's attack. Just a moment later, the sound of breathlessness from before spread throughout the room again. On the second day, Zhou Hao opened her eyes lightly and saw that He Shuyun was resting on her shoulders with a smile on her face. The slightly upward-turned corners of her mouth indicated that she might still be having a good dream now. "Little lazy pig, the sun is basking. You still get up?" Zhou Hao asked quietly after taking a breath in her ear. "I don't want to get up. I want to sleep well. Now I don't have any strength all over." Her long eyelashes swayed lightly, and her lazy voice came. This was for Zhou Hao in the early morning. An absolute temptation. "Since you don't plan to get up, then I have to take some necessary measures." Zhou Hao smiled as he spoke. This made He Shiyun, who was still lazy, tremble, apparently frightened by Zhou Hao's words. "Not light. No, I really can't. Go find someone else." He Yunshue said tremblingly. "What? I'm just talking about spanking you. Where did you go?" A smirk flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes, which made her stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly pulled over for the rest of her life, completely removing her red face coverlet. Planning to continue teasing her a few more words, suddenly his phone rang. Zhou Hao put on a piece of clothing casually and connected the phone. "How is it? There is already news." Zhou Hao asked. "Yes, there is news from our people in Singapore that this time Li Shuihan intends to marry Gu Changfeng because of his own difficulties." Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao's father, said on the phone. "Speak more clearly." Zhou Hao frowned and asked. "I didn't check the specific situation very clearly, but the reason why Gu Changfeng planned to get engaged with Li Shuihan this time is not related to Tang's sect." Zhou Liren didn't care about Zhou Hao's tone and directly explained. Zhou Hao frowned. For Tang's sect, he already knew better because of Zhou Liren's relationship. He also knew the subtle relationship between Singapore and Tang's sect, but he was a little hard to understand why Tang's sect married her to Gu Changfeng. Although he knows that Gu Changfeng's father Li Yaowang has a high status in Tang's sect, he should not marry Li Shuihan. Isn't Li Shuihan already appointed as the next Tang sect master? There were some doubts, but Zhou Hao had his own guess in his heart. That is, there may have been changes in Tang sect that he did not know. After saying a few words with his father again, Zhou Hao hung up. He knew that if he wanted to figure out everything, he had to go to Singapore himself. Are you going to leave? He Xiun, who was lying on the bed, sat up gently at this time, not caring that his jade rabbit had been exposed. Yes, I'm going to Singapore this time. Zhou Hao nodded. Although He Xiun was a little unwilling, but didn't say much, because she knew that Zhou Hao's decision was definitely not something she could change. All we can do now is to support him. After dialing Song Jiahao's phone, Zhou Hao gave him all the matters of Galaxy investment temporarily. You must know that He Xiun is pregnant now, so it is not suitable to work too hard. Zhou Hao, can I accompany you to Singapore? He Xiun asked when he looked at Zhou Hao. Of course not. I am not going to travel this time, so it is dangerous to take you there. Now you are a mother-to-be. Zhou Hao shook his head and said again, your main task now is to take a good rest. Big fat boy. Well, I know. Nodded. She did not continue to force, and Zhou Hao did not continue to stay too much. She bought the first-class cabin to Singapore in the afternoon. Because she didn't want to be too noticeable, Zhou Hao did not. Without taking anyone with him, and he was slightly disfigured, Zhou Hao was sure that even if he was an acquaintance, he couldn't recognize himself immediately. Sir, this is your coffee. The stewardess gave the coffee to the closed eyes of Qin Feng with a smile on her face. Although Qin Feng's appearance after the disguised appearance is not good, she can be a first-class person at least. It is a person with status, so when the stewardess is serving, the smile on her face is stronger. After taking a sip of coffee, Zhou Hao knew that in an hour, the plane would be able to arrive in Singapore. Then he would start to his woman back. He now hopes that Gu Changfeng will not be killed by himself easily. Otherwise there is not much meaning. Sir, please stop. Just as Zhou Hao sneered, he suddenly heard an exclamation from behind him. Turning around, Zhou Hao saw that the flight attendant who had just brought him coffee was being killed. A man entangled. Little girl, we need better service. I don't know if you can provide it. The strongest man of the three opened his mouth to joke. Sir, please pay attention, otherwise I'm not welcome. The stewardess was dragged by the three of them at this time. Although struggling hard, it had no effect at all. This made her feel helpless. You're welcome? I want to see how you can't be courteous. Haha laughed, and the three of them made that kind of laughter, obviously confident. At this time, this kind of laughter made the other passengers frown, but when they saw his sturdy figure, the others chose to be silent, which made the stewardess even more helpless. This flight attendant's name is Lu Weiniang. She has been serving as a flight attendant for 2 years. This is the first time she has served first class. I originally thought it would be a much easier job. After all, in her opinion, she can do first class. People are wealthy people. This kind of person should be of relatively high quality, so it should be easy to serve them. So when she learned that she could serve them, she could imagine the joy in her heart. However, I didn't expect that I had just been here for the first time, and I had suffered such harassment, and they were even more confident, which made Lu Weiniang a little panicked and overwhelmed. You must know that she had no experience in handling such things before. Oh, little beauty, why don't you speak anymore? Seeing her look bewildered, this person smiled, and he felt very excited at this time, because he didn't expect to meet such a superb beauty this time. Let go of her. As he was thinking about what he should do, he suddenly heard a cold word. His body didn't feel a tremor. He turned his head and found that he didn't know when there was a shameless man standing behind him. Of course, this person was Zhou Hao, who was disguised. Zhou Hao didn't care about the 3 bugs that could easily be pinched to death. The reason why he was willing to help was because of the woman's accent. Although the taste was weak, Zhou Hao could listen. Come out. She should be her fellow countryman. That is, a person from Xianqing. Oh, the hero saves the United States. When he saw a person standing behind him, his words were full of mockery, which made Zhou Hao a little unhappy. Go away, don't delay our boss. They, sitting next to him, stood up and gave Zhou Hao a push. Because he wanted Zhou Hao to be embarrassed, he didn't use his full strength, but just pressed Zhou Hao hard. Shoulder planned to push him down, but he was stunned, because no matter how hard he tried, his body remained motionless. In his stunned gaze, Zhou Hao's shoulder moved slightly, and his body receded as if he had been hit hard. taking 5 or 6 steps in a row, and finally fell to the ground. Next time you won't be so polite. At this moment, the three of them saw Zhou Hao's movements, and their hearts shook. They knew very well that they had kicked the iron plate. Seeing Zhou Hao shifting their gazes to himself again, the other two who were arrogant before looked at each other, and the man spoke sternly and said, "Damn, I belong to the Tang sect. If you dare to touch my hair, I will make you dead ugly." The faces of the people around who were watching the excitement changed at this time. Obviously, they all know what Tang sect is and how much influence Tang sect really has. You said you belong to the Tang sect? I would believe it. When they thought Zhou Hao would retreat, Zhou Hao suddenly took a step forward, grabbed his collar, and lifted him from the seat. His tone of voice was relative to the previous one. The clouds were light and the wind was light, and it became extremely gloomy, which made the other people in the entire first-class cabin feel a chill. Looking at each other, even idiots know that there should be a feast between the person in front of them and the Tang sect. Otherwise, people who hear that the other party is the Tang sect should sell their faces. After all, in Singapore, the Tang sect's authority is not shakable. When he noticed Zhou Hao's eyes, he was a little panicked. In fact, he was not a person from the Tang sect. He just liked to use the Tang sect's banner to make a fortune. People have always been afraid of the Tang sect. He would be very polite, which gradually formed a kind of hypnosis in his mind. Even he himself somewhat believed that he was a member of the Tang sect. And even if you are from the Tang sect, if you act like this, I believe they will not spare you lightly. Zhou Hao's stern look made his mind tremble again. He knew that Zhou Hao was right. Once he was found out by other Tang sect people, he would definitely end badly. Today's things are all misunderstandings. All misunderstandings. His face was gloomy for a while, and he was softened. Apart from anything else, Zhou Hao's strength alone was not something he could handle, so his choice at this time was also very serious. Correct. A glimmer of splendor flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. This was really a hero, and he inadvertently threw him back to his seat. Zhou Hao never cared about the resentment hidden in his eyes. After all, he didn't need to go because of his strength. Care about such a small role. Of course, if he is really looking for death, Zhou Hao will fulfill him. I really want to thank you for what I just did. Lu Wenying sorted out her appearance and came to Zhou Hao's side. Her words were full of gratitude, because she knew that if Zhou Hao hadn't chosen to help herself, she should end up now miserable. It's okay, it's just a matter of effort. Zhou Hao raised his head. This time he was speaking very authentic Xianqing dialect. Are you from Xianqing? She asked with surprise on her face when she heard this. Replace it like a fake. It turns out to be a fellow. My name is Lu Wenying. After knowing that Zhou Hao is from Xianqing, she was very happy. After all, in such a place, it is rare to meet fellows. Zhou Hao. When she spoke, Zhou Hao looked at the woman named Lu Wenying and had to say that she did have the capital to become a flight attendant, and she was impeccable in terms of body and appearance, especially when she was in uniform and showed to Zhou Hao. What came out was the temptation of the uniform. Your name is Zhou Hao. Lu Wenying took a closer look at Zhou Hao. She once went home once when she was off work. The name Zhou Hao in Xianqing City is definitely very loud. In fact, it is not only in Xianqing, but that the title of stock god is enough to make the whole China remember the name Zhou Hao. Because of curiosity, Lu Wenying once deliberately went to Zhou Hao's photos in order to see what this man looks like, who can turn the Hong Kong stock market back on her own. As a result, she saw that Zhou Hao was a very young person, and he was also very handsome. At that moment, she also planted a small seed in her heart, but she knew that she had no chance at all. After all, she and him, they are not people in the same world, so it is impossible to have any intersection. Haha. Did you think of that young stock god? Zhou Hao said with a chuckle. Yeah, you are both called Zhou Hao, and even though you look different, you all have the same temperament on your body. Lu Wenying's words made Zhou Hao slightly surprised. I didn't expect a woman to feel so sensitive. Haha. Zhou Hao smiled non-committently and did not continue to speak. At this moment, when Lu Wenying wanted to ask a few more questions, she suddenly heard someone calling herself, and after showing an apologetic smile, she hurried over to deal with the matter. More than half an hour later, the plane landed in Singapore without any delay. Just after leaving the airport, I saw a calm and atmospheric Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road. Two people in black suits were standing on both sides of the car door, Seeing Zhou Hao came, the two bowed their heads respectfully, and then gently opened the door. After Zhou Hao got in the car, the black Ruslows walked away. You are Hua Jianhua. After Zhou Hao got in the car, he looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat and said, Master Zhou, it's me. Hua Jianhua is very clear about the identity of Zhou Hao sitting in the back seat, so there is no arrogance when he speaks at this time. Zhou Hao nodded. Before boarding the plane, his father Zhou Liren had already arranged a person for him in Singapore. This person was naturally Hua Jianhua, who was sitting opposite him. He was a member of the First Army, and he was the First Army was loyal, so Zhou Liren was relieved to let him take Zhou Hao. Hua Jianhua has been in Singapore for more than 10 years and has been deeply rooted here. He has his own company here. Although the scale of the company cannot be compared with Lee Kuan Yew's Temasek Group, it is still a famous player. So in Singapore, he is regarded as a local snake. The presence. How much do you know about Gu Changfeng and Li Shuihan? Zhou Hao slightly raised his head, his eyes slightly narrowed. Young Master Zhou, Gu Changfeng's adoptive father, Lee Kuan Yew of Temasek Group, has blood in the ancestors of the Tang sect Master Li Tsongyun, so his position in the Tang sect is very important. He is a veteran of the Tang sect. This time he let his adopted son Gu Changfeng marry Li Shuihan. The purpose should be for the entire Tang sect. Hua Jianhua has been in Singapore for decades and knows everything about Singapore, so he dared to say so at this time. For the entire Tang sect? Zhou Hao's heart moved. In fact, he had previously guessed that Li Guangyao's drunkard was not about drinking. Now these Hua Jianhua's words confirmed Zhou Hao's guess. Where does Li Shuihan live now? Zhou Hao asked again. Temasek Group headquarters. After confirming Li Shuihan's position, Zhou Hao nodded. In fact, as long as Li Shuihan's position can be obtained, other things will be easier to handle, because you can ask her about other things. In the suite arranged by Hua Jianhua, Zhou Hao called Zhou Liren and others to let them know that they had arrived safely. After everything was set up, Zhou Hao pondered a little and walked out of the room. The person Hua Jianhua had arranged long ago planned to follow Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao refused. He walked out of the hotel alone and stood outside the hotel. Hao took a look at Singapore and had to say that it was really prosperous enough. Standing on the side of the road, after a short while, a yellow taxi stopped by Zhou Hao. The window opened, and the driver asked in authentic Chinese, "Do I need to take a car?" Zhou Hao nodded and got into the taxi. Zhou Hao learned some things about Singapore with him along the way. As a taxi driver, he knew enough about Singapore as a whole, so Zhou Hao got a lot of what he wanted to know. Information. Little brother, are you planning to travel? Yeah. Singapore is known as a garden city. If I have the opportunity, I would love to take a good look. By the way, now find me a place and I want to have fun. Zhou Hao said suddenly. Recreation? What do you want to play? The taxi driver glanced at Zhou Hao and was not surprised at all. As a very economically developed city, Singapore naturally has its unknown side. In fact, many people come here. He came rushing to them, so he looked indifferent at this time. I want to bet too. Zhou Hao knew that if you want to get to know Tang sect, the best way is to go deep into the tiger's den. That's why he has this proposal now. He knows that Tang sect has absolute authority in Singapore. So here, they will definitely be in charge of many underworld organizations, which will naturally include casinos, and this is where Zhou Hao intends to go. Gambling. The man frowned and looked at Zhou Hao again. It took him a long time before he said, I can take you there, but the chips here are very high. Zhou Hao understood what he meant. Obviously, he was worried that he did not have enough money to bet, so he smiled non-committal. Zhou Hao said, You just need to take me there. You don't need to worry about the rest. Seeing Zhou Hao's confident face, he did not continue to talk nonsense, but took Zhou Hao directly to the busiest area in the city center. After a while, the taxi stopped outside a 5-star hotel and watched. With a hotel of 50 or 60 floors, Zhou Hao asked, Is it here? Yes, I have the largest casino in Singapore here. Come with me now. After he parked the car, he softly explained a few words. Zhou Hao looked at it again and followed him into the hotel quietly. Instead of entering the elevator, he walked towards the underground parking lot. Although Zhou Hao was puzzled, he didn't say much, just silently. Follow him. Although this casino is the largest casino in Singapore, it is very user-friendly. It is divided into several small casinos, suitable for people of all levels. To tell you, I occasionally come to try my luck. The taxi driver stopped briefly and explained to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded and asked again, "Doesn't such a blatant casino worry about being blocked? You can rest assured that this casino is controlled by Tang's sect. There is no need to worry about safety issues." A smile appeared on the corner of the driver's mouth, and then he lifted the curtain and walked into the front hall. Zhou Hao looked around for a moment and walked into this hall. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, because the casino in front of him was so big. It was definitely the largest casino he had ever seen. The entire area of several hundred square meters in front is full of casinos, and all kinds of gambling equipment are surrounded by people. Based on this rough estimate, there are almost 1,000 people here, and most of them are people wearing ordinary clothes. Obviously, this hall should be the lowest level place in this casino. "Let's go. Come with me to change some chips over there." While talking, he took Zhou Hao to the counter on one side. When the three women saw them, they smiled slightly and bent slightly. This kind of service Qin Feng was secretly surprised by his attitude. It really wasn't luck for Tang's sect to be in charge of Singapore for so long. "Give me a 1,000 yuan bargaining chip." As he spoke, the driver carefully took out $1,000 from his arms, and at this moment, Zhou Hao gently said, "Hee, put the money okay. I will invite you today." As Zhou Hao spoke, he handed a credit card that he had created earlier to the woman and said, "Exchange 100,000 chips first." "No, why is this embarrassing?" the driver said with some embarrassment. "It's okay, just for fun." Zhou Hao took out 1/10 of the 100,000 chips that the woman brought to the driver, and then said, "Okay, I am going to play the sieve now. I don't know how you are intent. I'm not good at sieves. I'll go and see others." Hearing Zhou Hao's words like this, he hesitated and said, "In that case, I wish you a victory." Zhou Hao exchanged a few words with him again and walked to the middle of the casino. Because of Zhou Hao's special physical condition, he can easily determine the points of the sieve. It was also the main reason why he chose to play sieve. Seeing Zhou Hao holding so many chips, everyone else voluntarily stepped aside and sat at the gambling table indifferently. At this time, the croupier stopped shaking and said, "Press the big and the small, buy it away." Hearing him say this, everyone started to place bets quickly, with a smile on the corners of their mouths. Zhou Hao pushed the chips in front of him close to 100,000 to the top of the small. This surprised the people around them. You should know that people who come here are just salary ladders. For them, let alone 100,000 chips, even 10,000 chips is a big number. Zhou Hao pushed the chips up so calmly, he showed a surprised expression. "Mister, have you finished placing your bet?" The croupier was also a little surprised, but after all, he was not an ordinary person. After a brief period of sluggishness, he asked with a smile on his face, "N, you can open it." Zhou Hao's casual words made him feel a little pressure, but he still used his fingers to gently press the switch on the side of the table, and instantly the sieve in front of him vibrated a little. Let the numbers have undergone a fundamental change. After all this, he opened it gently. Gosh, 1, 2, 3. It's small. This person won 10 times the compensation. The exclamation from all around made the smile on the dealer's face solidify. He lowered his head and was stunned, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and the numbers were still 1, 2, 3. How is this going? Just now I clearly. Putting his panic into the bottom of his eyes, Zhou Hao sneered and secretly said, "I want to use my hands and feet in front of me." What a joke. "Sir, this is your bargaining chip." Although he was not reconciled, he still handed over 10 times the bargaining chip to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao casually said in the envious eyes of everyone, "Start the next round." Okay. The croupier gave Zhou Hao a gloomy look. In his opinion, all this was just a coincidence. He didn't believe that Zhou Hao would continue to win the second time, so he was very indifferent. "You can start," the dealer said calmly after shaking the dice again. "This time I use all the chips to bet on the leopard." Zhou Hao raised his head and looked at the dealer with a smile and said loudly, "Leopard? Gosh, is he crazy? Just after winning a little money, he really thought he was the of gamblers?" Many people originally planned to follow Zhou Hao to join in the fun, but when they saw Zhou Hao's choice, they all gave up because they were not fools. Although a leopard would pay 100 times the compensation, the probability is absolutely minimal. At least they have been playing here for a few months, and they have never seen the same 3 sieves once, that is, the leopard. "Are you sure?" The croupier looked at Zhou Hao with a mocking look. At this moment, His original hand that held the mechanism was gently released, because since Zhou Hao chose leopard, he didn't have any need to do anything. Up. Of course, you can drive now. Zhou Hao's calmness has always made the croupier not know why he felt cold, and he suddenly felt that his hands were heavy. Open up. Why won't it open? No matter where it is, people who watch the excitement are always not afraid of big things. So when the croupiers hesitate at this time, the gamblers have already begun to make noise. The dealer frowned and opened it quickly. After seeing the numbers of the three sieves, those who watched the excitement were stunned, because they all couldn't believe their eyes. 3-6. It was really 3-6. He was right, really right. Seeing the silence around him, the anxiety in the croupier's heart became more intense. He looked down and almost passed out. This time, he couldn't help but roar. Impossible. This is impossible. It must be you who came out. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible. Don't open a casino if you can't lose. Are you Singaporeans who can't afford to lose? Facing his accusations, Zhou Hao was calmer than before, but the more he saw him so calm, the more excited the officer. What's the matter? Just when the gamblers all around regretted not betting with Zhou Hao, an extremely majestic voice came from behind. Zhou Hao turned around with interest and saw a whole-body middle-aged man exuding coldness. Manager Shui, he pays 1,000. At this time, the croupier who had been almost mad saw the middle-aged man as if he had caught a straw and hurried up and said, "Quit Qian, do you have any evidence?" Manager Shui frowned and asked, "Although I have no evidence, but we can investigate the video. I believe that the video just now will definitely capture his small actions." The croupier looked at Zhou Hao sullenly. He had already determined that Zhou Hao was 1,000-year-old. In his opinion, any 1,000 skills will leave flaws. So now as long as you call up the monitor and take a look, it will be clear. Seeing his gloomy gaze, Zhou Hao's mouth showed a faint sneer. He was indeed 1,000 people, but even if they checked the video, it was absolutely impossible to see any clues. So Zhou Hao didn't care at all. "This, sir, our croupier suspects that you will come out. In order to prove your innocence, can you go to the monitoring room with us?" Manager Shui understood what happened before and felt that Zhou Hao's victory was a bit strange. But at this time, before there was no evidence, he did not dare to be too exaggerated. After all, hundreds of people were paying attention to this matter. Wait a minute. If I prove that I am innocent, I don't know how you would treat the croupier who slandered me. Zhou Hao glanced at the croupier indifferently. This emotionless look made his heart beat rapidly. "Don't worry, our Tang sect will definitely give you a satisfactory answer by then." Manager Shui glanced at the croupier and said solemnly, "In that case, I can rest assured. I hope you Tang sect will not let me down. You should understand now. I didn't pay 1,000. In the monitoring room, Zhou Hao looked at them coldly. At this time, people including Manager Shui had studied the videotape 3 times, but did not see any clues. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The croupier still stared at the screen, showing no sign of giving up. "This gentleman, it seems that we have wronged you, and we will pay for your bargaining chip in full." Although Manager Shui also felt that this matter was strange, he did not dare to act without evidence because there was no evidence. "By the way, if there is nothing to do, I should be able to go out. I plan to continue playing a few more." Zhou Hao's confident look made Manager Shui frown, and Manager Shui felt that the man in front of him was really real. Very arrogant. Indeed, from the video, he does have some strength, but if he thinks that he is invincible in this way, then he is too arrogant. "The young master, there is nothing interesting in this kind of petting outside. I wonder if you are interested in going to other places with me for fun." Manager Shui looked at Zhou Hao indifferently. Like Zhou Hao's arrogant people, he can see a lot every day. If they don't know what is good, then they will lose their money. The slightest interest in Zhou Hao before has disappeared completely after seeing Zhou Hao's arrogant performance. As a manager, he has seen too many such arrogant people, and they are not worth paying attention to. "Okay, I also feel that this kind of place is meaningless." Zhou Hao looked excited, and his eyes flashed with confidence. Seeing this, Manager Shui strengthened his opinion and said, "Don't worry, wait. I'll take you up there. Now let me ask you to take you out for a drink first." "Haha, I'll wait for you. If I really win more, I won't forget you as a leader." Zhou Hao patted him on the shoulder and walked out swaggeringly. "Damn, don't look at what identity you are, but dare to treat me like this. and see what I do to you after you lose it." He patted his shoulder with disgust. He said coldly. At this moment, he didn't know that when Zhou Hao turned around, a hint of coldness and irony flashed in his eyes. "Manager, this time I was negligent. Give me another chance." "You have no chance. You lost 100 million chips for me. Do you think I will give you another chance?" Hearing the cold words of Manager Shui, his face instantly became extremely pale, and at this moment, Manager Shui continued, "Take him to me and send it to the Research Institute to let his body do the last thing. Little contribution." After saying this, Manager Shui didn't stop and walked directly out of the monitoring room. In the monitoring room, screams were heard one after another. "Haha, the environment here is really good, right? Why is there no one to accompany me? I'm a billionaire." Zhou Hao laughed, and his appearance of a dude was so vividly shown by him. "Master, isn't the slave family here?" Although he was dismissive of upstarts like Zhou Hao, the maid who was standing aside still walked over to Zhou Hao. "Damn, is there only one? Is this the attitude of your service here?" Zhou Hao's cold tone and expression of impatience made the woman feel very uncomfortable, as if they could serve here. Which of the people does not have an absolutely arrogant figure and impeccable face? But the upstart in front of her is not at all tempted, but she doesn't take care of herself at all, which makes her a touch of her charm for the first time doubt. In fact, these people have absolute figures and beauty, but Zhou Hao has seen too many people like this, and his purpose of coming here today is to test the strength of the Tang sect. So he disguised himself as an idiot-like dude is the easiest way to relax their vigilance. Are there any dissatisfaction? When the woman was in a bit of embarrassment, Manager Shui, who had asked Zhou Hao to leave first, appeared here again. At this time, there was a kind smile on his face, but Zhou Hao could feel it from him. When there was a chill, Zhou Hao understood that the seemingly harmless Manager Shui in front of him was definitely a murderous demon. "It's nothing. It's just that these people disappoint me a bit." Even in the face of Manager Shui, Zhou Hao's words still didn't have any compliments. "The poor hospitality is our fault. I hope you don't take it to your heart." Manager Shui was very upset when facing Zhou Hao's arrogance, but after all, he was also a person who had seen the scene. "Not much to say. Since you said that, then forget it. Have all my chips redeemed?" Zhou Hao's eyes flashed a playful smile, and then he asked impatiently, "It's done. Now are you planning me to go to another place for fun? I hope I won't be disappointed. My hand style is very smooth today." While talking, Zhou Hao stood up, and Manager Shui smiled and followed Zhou Hao. But before leaving, he leaned his body and said to the bodyguard who was inseparable, "Let me investigate his. The more detailed the identity, the better." Of course, his little movements could not escape Zhou Hao's ears, but Zhou Hao didn't care. Before coming, he had asked Hua Jianhua to prepare a false certificate for himself. For Hua Jianhua, a local snake, doing a false certificate is not what's difficult. So even if they check it down, they will find their own information, and when they know that all of this is false, they don't care. The decoration here looks like this. It should have taken me here long ago. When he arrived on the second floor, Zhou Hao looked at the lobby in front of him and praised. Although this hall is relatively small, the decoration is extremely luxurious. Even the floor is the best mahogany floor. But compared to the fiery first floor, the popularity here is relatively weak, and the whole hall is only more than 100 people. "I still have something to do. Please feel free to do it yourself." Manager Shui sneered, his tone no longer respectful. Zhou Hao shook his head indifferently and said, "Go ahead." Holding 100 million chips, Zhou Hao walked to the gaming table below. After a round, Zhou Hao came to a gaming table. At this time, the gaming table was almost full, but not all of them were people participating in the gambling. Because every gambler sits in his arms with a barely dressed woman. They only wear a three-point pose, and their bodies are constantly twisting in their arms. Whenever they win, they will always put some chips into their underwear, which will make the cry of joy from their mouths. Taking his gaze away from them, Zhou Hao looked at the dealer, that is, the person throwing the dice. His skill and speed were impeccable. Zhou Hao nodded slightly. In front of the dice, the average person rarely makes a profit. Because in this small meeting alone, several people consumed all the chips in front of him, and Zhou Hao's eyes flashed a hint of ridicule. At his own level, even if your skills were at the clinker, there would only be a miserable defeat in front of me. gently accepted the white wine handed over by a woman dressed as a bunny girl, and after taking a sip, Zhou Hao held her in his arms, and she was also as meek as a little sheep, twisting wanton in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao, who was holding the bunny girl, sat down, gently put the whiskey in his hand aside, and said, "How do you think we should bet?" "I don't know." When asked by Zhou Hao, the bunny girl with a better figure became the focus of the audience for a while, and she was a little uncomfortable being watched by so many people. "It's okay, I'll lose." Zhou Hao's words made the other girls a little jealous, and they glared at Zhou Hao for a while, and Zhou Hao just looked at the woman in his arms from beginning to end. Many people think that Zhou Hao has fallen in love with this woman and intends to amuse the beauty at all costs. For a while, they all regarded Zhou Hao as the kind of rich kid who had money and no money. But in fact, Zhou Hao did this for his own reasons. After only taking a sip of the whiskey she handed over, Zhou Hao knew that the wine had been drugged ahead of time. The amount of the drug was not very large, but it was enough to make people stunned. Although she didn't know why she prescribed the drug, it's definitely not at ease. Zhou Hao wouldn't be a little polite when dealing with such an uneasy woman. At this time in Zhou Hao's arms, although she was a little bit cramped, Zhou Hao saw the ambition in her eyes. It was obvious that she was not the kind of woman willing to be manipulated. She had her own vigorous ambition. "Then I choose big." The woman's weak words spread throughout the audience, and only Zhou Hao heard the burst of ambition from her words. 1 million, I crush it." Zhou Hao took out a few chips and threw them into a large range, seemingly indifferent. While secretly admiring Zhou Hao's courage, many people also made their own choices. "Buy it." After the dice thrower finished speaking indifferently, he lifted the black utensil in his hand. 1, 2, 4 small. As he spoke, Zhou Hao's 5 million chips were swallowed by him, and Zhou Hao seemed to not care and asked again, "What do you choose this time?" "I still choose the big one." The woman in Zhou Hao's arms curled up slightly, and the softer voice continued. In the next dozen or so rounds, Zhou Hao listened to her overwhelmingly, but never got it right. This caused him to lose tens of millions of chips, but what made other gamblers excited was that they seemed to have found a fortune. The coup was the opposite of Zhou Hao's choice, because in the last few rounds, when Zhou Hao was overwhelming, they chose small, and they all guessed right. This made them look expectantly at the bunny girl in Zhou Hao's arms. Although the expression was still uneasy, Zhou Hao could feel her heart beating faster and faster. Obviously, she was also very excited. "What do you choose this time?" Zhou Hao asked calmly as usual. "I still choose the big one." As usual, she still did not make other choices. "Okay, this time we will play a big one. Here is 80 million. I will press it all." Zhou Hao calmly pushed up all the chips in front of him, and the entire surrounding space was completely quiet for a while. 80 million chips. This is equivalent to 80 million new currency. You must know that these chips are converted into 400 million renminbi. Many of the people present were overseas Chinese or Chinese, and they all could see that Zhou Hao was Chinese. Putting 400 million yuan in a hand, it must be said that this is a kind of courage, and even the bunny girl in Zhou Hao's arms has widened her eyes. "Hee, since this little friend is going to play a big game, you shouldn't mind letting me sit in the house." At this time, before everyone recovered from the shock, the green voice had reached their ears. Turning around, they were shocked again. My God, it turned out to be the Singaporean gambling king. He actually played in person. Ma Weijun, a seemingly ordinary name, but in Singapore has enough status to call the wind and rain, especially in the gambling world. He is definitely regarded as a big brother-level terrorist existence. Ma Weijun was an orphan when he was young. Later, he was taken in by a beggar. He was taken care of as a boy in the casino. He was responsible for some simple things. Perhaps because of his ears and eyes, he had a superb gambling when he was just a teenager. He became a croupier in a casino when he was 20 years old. The reason for the reputation is because of a gambling game 3 years ago. At that time, a gambler from Las Vegas came to Singapore and won more than 1 billion Singapore dollars in just half an hour. None of the croupiers are his opponents. Even the one known as Singapore's #1 dice king is not his opponent. At this time, Ma Weijun recommended himself. He didn't have any hope for him. He just held the dead horse as a living horse doctor. However, he didn't expect that he would reverse the passive situation as soon as he came on the court, and eventually he would take all his 1 billion Singapore dollars. Win back. From that time on, his fame became very loud. In the next 3 years, he left Singapore and went to Las Vegas. In 3 years, he changed from being an ordinary person to having a possession in Las Vegas. Prominent gamblers are even called the Asian gamblers by many people. Of course, it is impossible for Zhou Hao to have heard of the name Ma Weijun. Zhou Hao is also very excited to be able to gamble with this kind of person. At this time, under his watch, Zhou Hao calmly said, "Since the gambler is so interested, it is my honor." Arrogant. Is he planning to challenge the gambler? Young people nowadays won't know what their last name is after winning some money. When you were still wearing open pants, he already had a reputation for Las Vegas. Zhou Hao's extremely calm words made the atmosphere of the scene boil instantly. Although the words were different, no one was optimistic about Zhou Hao, because they all knew that there was no suspense in this gambling game. It's really good for young people to have this kind of calmness. Ma Weijun glanced at Zhou Hao appreciatively. In fact, the reason why he was willing to play with Zhou Hao was completely a trick. I happened to see Zhou Hao's previous video of betting money. Even he couldn't see how Zhou Hao cheated, so he became interested in Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled casually. At this time, Ma Weijun did not continue to talk nonsense, and calmly walked to the croupier's position. He calmly said, "I wonder if you are willing to bet." When other gamblers heard Ma Weijun's words, they shook their heads like a rattle. Seeing that they didn't intend to participate, Ma Weijun didn't force it. "Now let's start." While speaking, he skillfully grasped the 3 dice in his hand. Before Zhou Hao could see his movements clearly, the 3 dice had already entered the black vessel in his hand, and then the vessel began to follow his movements' crazy spin. Zhou Hao was moved, because at this moment, he heard that there were 3 different rotating trajectories in the black vessel. That is to say, the 3 dice had their own different trajectories to rotate at this time. Even with Zhou Hao's ear power, there was no way to make a judgment right away, so when he asked Zhou Hao to make a choice, Zhou Hao still hesitated. "Betting, wasn't it very calm before? Why are you afraid now?" "Yes, don't you dare." "I choose leopard." Zhou Hao, who closed his eyes and considered it a little, opened his eyes again, and then he placed a chip of 10,000 yuan in the space representing the leopard. "It's only 10,000? Didn't you just plan to put all the bets?" Seeing Zhou Hao only put 10,000 in chips, they laughed again, and even the manager Shui, who was behind Ma Weijun, showed a mockery sneer. "I don't know if you can tell me why you just put 10,000 chips." Ma Weijun looked at Zhou Hao with a serious face. "It's very simple. I'm worried you don't have enough money to pay for it." Zhou Hao's loud words were filled with confidence. In fact, although Zhou Hao's tone is arrogant, he is not wrong. If he puts all his chips, that is, 80 million chips, the compensation he will get after victory is 8 billion new dollars. Even for the Singaporean of gambling, Ma Weijun, 8 billion Singapore dollars is definitely a number that hurts his nerves. "Are you so sure you are right?" Ma Weijun frowned and asked softly. "Yes, I'm absolutely sure." Actually, Zhou Hao was so sure not because he had full confidence in himself, but because he had seen an interview with Ma Weijun in his entire life. The interview was specially produced by Singapore Radio for his birthday. In the interview, Ma Weijun once told a lot of his gambling experience in front of all the audience, as well as some small moves he likes to do. For example, he would take off his gloves every time he started to shake the dice, because he felt that only in this way could he communicate with the dice more purely and also have a real resonance. Also, whenever he shakes out a leopard, he will unconsciously touch the silver ring on his hand. When he just put down the equipment, his finger unconsciously touched the ring placed on his hand. Zhou Hao knew that what he was shaking out must be a leopard at this time, so he looked confident and even confident. "Can you tell me how you guessed it?" At this moment, as Ma Weijun spoke, he gently lifted the black utensil on the tabletop, and the 3 dice instantly appeared. 666. 3 identical numbers have shown everything. "It's just luck." Zhou Hao smiled lightly, not showing any joy because he won the king of gambling, which made Ma Weijun look surprised again. "Hee, since you don't want to say it, I won't force it, but I want to invite you to my house." "I don't know if you want to." Ma Weijun knew that Zhou Hao didn't intend to tell him, nor did he deliberately force it. Everyone has his own secret. "Yes, but before that, I still have something to do." Zhou Hao looked at manager Shui and said playfully, "I wonder if the gambling can continue?" This gentleman. Hearing Zhou Hao's question at this time, Manager Shui was embarrassed. He had always thought that Zhou Hao was just a lucky, arrogant man, but now it seems that he does have good strength, so this makes him a little embarrassed. Why? Does your Tangmen Casino do business like this? Ma Weijun's face became gloomy as he spoke. Seeing Ma Weijun coming out to fight the injustice, this Manager Shui was even more embarrassed. You must know that in Singapore, the king of gambling Ma Weijun is definitely not a good man, so even Tang sect is not willing to provoke him easily. Not to mention his little manager. After Tang sect opened this casino before, he has repeatedly hired him to come here for a lot of money, and even willing to give up some shares for this. However, Ma Weijun never nodded his agreement. The reason why he appeared here today is completely coincidental. Ma Yi laughed. We won't do things that bully the market. A bitter smile appeared on Manager Shui's mouth. Although I don't know why Ma Weijun would stand up for Zhou Haoqiang. He can't be offended without a last resort. Little friend, let go and do it. If you lose, it's all mine. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ma Weijun patted Zhou Hao's shoulder lightly. Zhou Hao didn't give too much hypocrisy, because he knew he had this identity. Of people don't like those who are pretentious. So at this moment, in everyone's envious eyes, he once again sat back to his previous position. At this time, a hint of worry flashed in the eyes of the girl in her arms. She saw Zhou Hao had a lot of chips before, so she moved. He was thinking about making Zhou Hao dizzy, and then getting some chips from him, but he didn't expect that he would be fine after drinking the wine he had added. This gentleman, I will serve you next. At the sign of Manager Shui, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo and white gloves walked to Zhou Hao and stood still and saw him. Appearing, the gamblers present once again showed surprised eyes, because he is Lu Limin, the chief dice king here, and a magazine once made a prediction, implying that in a few years, he will have the strength of Ma Weijun. Zhou Hao nodded, without any panic. The indifferentness made Lu Limin's heart stunned. This is a calmness of Taishan collapse in front of his eyes without changing color. This is a kind of strategizing that holds everything in his hands. Suddenly there was a feeling at this moment that it was no longer a person sitting in front of him, but a towering mountain peak. After working here for several years, it can be said that he has met anyone before, but he has never seen someone like Zhou Hao who is insulted and insulted. The introverted and calm nature of his bones makes him unable to connect with gamblers. This also made him feel that he could not start for a while. People have weaknesses, and gambling is actually a psychological war between two people. As long as they can find each other's weaknesses, he will no longer be terrible. However, Lu Limin observed Zhou Hao for a long time, but he still did not follow. He found a weakness in him, which made him feel so tricky for the first time. Let's start. Zhou Hao continued his calmness. At this time, the suffocating environment around Zhou Hao's calmness was also slightly relieved, and Ma Weijun, who stood behind Zhou Hao, flashed a faint light in his eyes. In fact, like Lu Limin, he also felt that he could not see Zhou Hao through. Recalling the confrontation with Zhou Hao just now, Zhou Hao always had the same calm smile as now. Psychologically, there is no way to gain the upper hand, making Lu Limin feel that he has fallen into a little passive situation. At this time, he took a deep breath, and then he really started to face Zhou Hao. In order to ensure sufficient fairness, he took 3 dice again and carefully examined them before holding them in his hands. Then, under Zhou Hao's eyes, his palm moved quickly like lightning. Zhou Hao's eyes condensed. Just this seemingly ordinary action shows that his basic skills are solid enough. A pleasant voice reached Zhou Hao. Under everyone's attention, Zhou Hao gently closed his eyes and began to listen carefully. Zhou Hao knew that famous people like Ma Weijun and Lu Limin disdained to use it. Organs, so Zhou Hao didn't intend to cheat them from the beginning. So this is a real strength confrontation. It's time to place a bet. A confident gaze flashed in his eyes. At this time, Lu Limin's eyes flashed with a hint of splendor, and he was obviously very satisfied with his previous performance. What do you think I should choose? Zhou Hao lowered his head indifferently under everyone's gaze and asked. I don't know. In the face of everyone's gaze, the girl in Zhou Hao's arms panicked. Her panic performance made Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with coldness, because Zhou Hao's eyes could look deep in her eyes. Seeing the magnified excitement, it was obvious that Zhou Hao's previous guess was completely correct. She is definitely the kind of woman who is not willing to be left behind. At this moment, there was excitement in her weak eyes. Obviously, as long as Zhou Hao speaks again to persuade, she will definitely agree without hesitation, because everything she does is to pursue the pleasure of being in front of everyone. But Zhou Hao didn't intend to give her any chance to perform at all. After all, Zhou Hao had no good feelings for this kind of ill-intentioned woman. So at this time when she was full of expectations, Zhou Hao pretended to regret and said, "In this case, you go and pour me a glass of wine bar." Zhou Hao's words made her a little unresponsive. When she was still astonished and wanted to continue to say something, Zhou Hao had already pushed her aside and stopped taking care of her. I thought of saying something, but found that Zhou Hao's eyes were no longer focused on her body. After hesitating, she finally did not speak. Yu Guang glanced at her. Zhou Hao picked up the red wine on the table again and took a light sip. Although there were drugs in it, these drugs were not the same as Zhou Hao's body, so Zhou Hao, you can drink all the red wine on the table without any worries. This is 80 million chips. This time I'm all on top of the big. Zhou Hao gently pushed up the 80 million chips in front of him. The relaxed movements and indifferent expression made people look like they would produce a little illusion. It is as if this is not 80 million chips, but 8,000 chips. Buy it. After Zhou Hao pressed it down, he said in a deep voice. Zhou Hao took his hand back indifferently, and at this moment, Zhou Hao, who was originally smiling, frowned slightly unconsciously, and then Zhou Hao took a deep look at Lu Limin, which made Lu Limin's eyelids twitch, and Lu Limin took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and said, "Since you have placed a bet, you should be able to open it now." "No problem." Zhou Hao retracted his gaze and tapped the table in front of him with his left hand, seemingly casual, and spoke softly. 1, 2, 3 small. "I'm sorry." Lu Limin opened it lightly, without looking down. He just smiled and looked at Qin Feng, wanting to see disappointment in Zhou Hao's eyes for the first time. But he was disappointed, because even after he finished speaking, Zhou Hao just showed a smile, without any worries, as if it was not him who had lost to him at this time. Looking at the smile at the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth at this time, he didn't know why there was a chill in his heart. He lowered his head with some difficulty, showing a look of disbelief. 4, 5, 5 big. The corners of Lu Limin's mouth twitched a few times, and after reading it a few times, it was the same number in the end. "This is impossible. I have clearly pressed the mechanism. This number should become the 1, 2, and 3 that I need. But why haven't they changed the slightest?" At this moment, he asked himself repeatedly, even some crazy. As the chief dice king in this casino, Lu Limin's strength is definitely not in doubt. So when he just put down the dice in his hand, he knew what the number he had rolled out was. So after Zhou Hao made his choice, he understood very well that Zhou Hao had completely guessed it. If he had opened it at that time, there would be no doubt. Zhou Hao would definitely win the final victory, but for Zhou Limin, it must not happen. Now he belongs to the Tang sect and is considered a member of the Tang sect. He must put the interests of the Tang sect first, so for him, even if he sacrifices his own principles, he cannot let Zhou Hao put his chips in front of him. One away, so at the last moment, he chose the starting mechanism. His movements are gentle and skillful. It seems to him that Zhou Hao is absolutely impossible to see. So he used to speak confidently to Zhou Hao without even looking at it, but he couldn't think that the dice had not changed. You must know that he spoke so proudly because he heard the sound of the dice and confirmed their points. "How is it? Can you declare that I have won now?" Zhou Hao's mouth showed a faint sarcasm, and he wanted to cheat in front of him, really asking for hardship. "Yes, you won." At this time, he had no choice but to swallow into his stomach after a broken tooth. This Lu Limin's admission made manager Shui limp on the ground. 800 million new dollars. Just Zhou Hao won 800 million SGD in one game. Even for the wealthy Tang sect, 800 million SGD is not a small sum. So he knows that waiting for himself next will definitely not end well. With a bitter smile, his intestines are all regretful now. Knowing that Zhou Hao is so strong, he would never let Zhou Hao come here. "Thank you for bringing me here. If it weren't for you, I would never have won so much today." Zhou Hao stood up, patted manager Shui on the shoulder lightly, and took out several million from his own chips. Give him his gratitude. But how dare he take it? Although these millions are not bad, they are a hot potato for him. As long as they take it, It shows that he has acquiesced to the fact that what he said is the truth. Then he is only a dead end. But he also understood that even if he didn't take the money, he would be a dead end. After all, this Tang sect would never let him go. So now there is only one way to keep him alive, and that is to follow Zhou Hao. There is some relationship between Zhou Hao and Ma Weijun. So Tang sect should not blatantly deal with Zhou Hao when he is thrown into the rat avoidance device. So if he follows him, it may be able to save his life. Sir, I don't know if I can stay by your side. Your accent should be someone from mainland China. I have lived in Singapore for decades, and I am very familiar with it. So I should be able to help you enough. Manager Shui said flatly. These words caused an uproar in the surroundings. But those who could be here were not fools. After a little thought, they knew the stakes and the reasons why he did this. Even Zhou Hao's mouth was a smile. And I have to say that he is indeed very smart. I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of raising a dog. At first, seeing Zhou Hao's mouth smiling, he was relieved, thinking that Zhou Hao had agreed to himself. But what Zhou Hao said next made his whole face change. It was extremely gloomy, and the smile on his face instantly became stiff. What did you say? I don't want to do it the second time. Get out of here. Zhou Hao's expression was extremely indifferent when he spoke again in a confirmatory manner. Because of Gu Chongfeng's relationship, he didn't have any good feelings for the whole Tang sect. So the tone was also there is no mercy. Because of nothing in his previous life, Zhou Hao's personality changed after his rebirth. He was no longer the Zhou Hao who was easy to go, but became extremely domineering. What he saw was not touched by others. And because of the previous life, the relationship betrayed by Chao Ying, he has a stronger dominance towards women. His own woman is definitely not touched by others. Once touched, it will be an endless situation. Therefore, before coming to Singapore, he felt uncomfortable with Gu Chongfeng and the entire Tang sect. This so-called manager Shui was just a dog in Tang sect, so Zhou Hao had no feeling at all. Incomparable resentment flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he finally turned and left like this. In front of so many people, he chose a path of no return. He originally thought Zhou Hao would agree to himself, but he didn't expect that he would refuse without hesitation. Now I have some small troubles. I will leave you for now. I will definitely go back and visit you when I have the opportunity. Zhou Hao said softly after Zhou Hao and Ma Weijun left together. I'm waiting for you, but if you feel troublesome, you can leave with me. With me, they won't mess around. Of course, Ma Weijun knows what Zhou Hao's little trouble refers to. So he is here now. While speaking, he pointed to the black Bentley outside the hotel. No, I can solve this little thing by myself. Zhou Hao refused without hesitation. Men need to have their own responsibilities. What's more, Zhou Hao really didn't care about this little thing at all. In that case, I won't force it. Ma Weijun could see that Zhou Hao was not being polite, so he lightly patted Zhou Hao and walked into Bentley and walked away. After seeing him leaving, Zhou Hao swept the back with his left light, with a mocking expression on the corner of his mouth, and then walked in the opposite direction. Brother, do you think there is a fraud? Damn, shut up, what can you have? The man called the big brother glanced at Zhou Hao's back and secretly said, if you just got in Ma Weijun's car, maybe I would still be afraid. But now, since you are really looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Gently beckoned, he dialed the phone, and within 2 minutes, the two vans stopped by his side. Watching more than 20 people walking down the van, he opened his mouth and said, I just said very clearly, as long as you kill him to me, I will give you 10 million new coins. I hope you don't break your promise, or you know the price. The front of the van opened, and a boss with a scar on his face glanced at him and said, how dare I lie to you? He showed the same kind of flattery as he spoke. He is the same manager Shui who showed the same color in front of Zhou Hao before. Manager Shui knows that he is now a dead end, so he planned to take a gamble. As long as he could catch Zhou Hao, he could redeem his merits and repay the humiliation he had suffered before. That's why he contacted these people. Although their strength is not as good as Tang's sect, for a little Zhou Hao, it is definitely enough, at least he thinks so. Some readers mentioned the problem of leopard probability before. I'm sorry. Thank you for the question raised by this reader. I hope other readers will also be insightful. Get in the car, the scarred man said coldly when he opened the rear door. After Manager Shui nodded, he quickly got in the car, and then more than 20 people followed Zhou Hao and galloped away. Since you are really looking for death, don't blame me. Zhou Hao saw the two vans that didn't even have a license plate and knew what their purpose was. After a sneer, Zhou Hao naturally walked to one side of the alley and saw that the alley was very small. The scarred man picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and ordered the van behind. "You go around and copy the bread." After speaking, he took the lead in opening the door of the car, leaving 2 alert guards. The rest of the people picked up their weapons and followed him into the alley. "I'm fine. Everything is fine here, so don't worry." They heard Zhou Hao's hearty laugh when they just walked into the alley, and they looked at each other with a surprised look. Hao Zheng pinched his waist with one hand with a smile on his face. He was actually calling. "Okay, I have something to do here. I will continue to talk with you in the evening." Zhou Hao hung up the phone easily after saying this. "Oh, it's such a coincidence." Zhou Hao's calm tone made Manager Shue's face beat for a while, and he said coldly, "Coincidence? It's not a coincidence. I'm here for you." "Really?" As Zhou Hao spoke, he swept behind him for a while, and a dozen people also surrounded him. At this time, Zhou Hao seemed to be embarrassed on all sides, very desolate. "Don't pretend to be so calm. Today you don't want to go out of here alive." The Manager Shue saw that Zhou Hao's back path was also cut off, and for a while became full of confidence. "Really? Even dozens of people like you want to stop me?" Zhou Hao sneered. That kind of mockery slapped everyone present, and for a while, everyone's faces were not very good. "Boy, you're looking for death." A man walked out of the crowd. He spoke proficient English and cursed with his mouth open. Zhou Hao sneered and watched him step by step towards him. At this time, the scared man did not stop, because he also wanted to test Zhou Hao's strength. From the very beginning, Zhou Hao has been acting so calmly, which made him feel a faint anxiety, as if he was kicking the iron this time. So at this time he did not dare to make a move. "Go to death." As he spoke, his body violently, but in the eyes of the battle-tested Zhou Hao, this action was really too slow. Without any extra action, Zhou Hao just turned around abruptly, and the next moment his right leg was drawn heavily on his chest like a whip, which made his face instantly turn purple, and then his body flew out several tens of meters before falling to the ground. Everyone was silent. They didn't expect Zhou Hao to burst out with such a terrifying power. Knowing that this person was worth 200 caddies, he was kicked into the air at once. The power needed can be imagined. "Get out of here now, or you will regret it." Zhou Hao has learned a lot about Tang's sect today, so he doesn't have much time to continue wasting with them. This is also when Zhou Hao is so strong. "That's reason. You are really good at fighting, but we have more than 20 people. I want to see if you can hold on." The Scar Man knew at this time that he really had a hard time, but if you let him, if he retreats now, of course he will not be reconciled. After all, he still covets 10 million SGD. "You can try it." Zhou Hao moved his body slightly and said casually, "Give it to me. Whoever kills him, I'll give him 1 million new coins." The Scar Man saw Zhou Hao being so arrogant. He became angry from anger, and the scar on his face even became blood red because of this anger. "Damn, come on. He is not an iron fight. We are exhausted to him. Brothers, 1 million. Come on, everyone." Under the so-called heavy reward, there must be something. In fact, this is how it is. At this time, because of the 1 million new coins, everyone's eyes are red. At this time, Zhou Hao is no longer in their eyes. Terrible. But soon their dreams came to an awakening because of the pain. In less than a minute, more than 20 people all fell to the ground. Seeing everyone falling to the ground and moaning, both the scared man and Manager Shue panicked. Now, they would never expect Zhou Hao to be able to fight like this. "Damn, this is the useless person you're talking about." At this time, the scared man was so angry that he kicked Manager Shue, who was still in shock, to the ground. Then he smiled dryly and said, "Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings." It was his idea. "I hope you learn to be smarter in the future. Even if you make some money, you can't spend it." Zhou Hao patted his shoulder lightly, which left a cold sweat on his back. As Zhou Hao walked towards the entrance of the hutong, his eyes were gloomy and uncertain, and at this moment, Manager Shue lying on the ground shouted again, "Kill him for me. As long as you can kill him, I will give you 30 million. New currency, 30 million Singapore dollars. This number is enough to make the scarred man take a risk." At this time, he forgot the fear he had before, quickly drew the pistol out of his belt, pointed at Zhou Hao's back, and said, "You are really good at fighting, but I don't believe you can get a pistol soon." You really don't shed tears if you don't see the coffin. Zhou Hao's only patience was polished by these self-righteous trash. At this time, Zhou Hao turned indifferently, and when he saw Zhou Hao turn around, he was shocked and said quickly, "Don't move, or I will shoot." There was a sneer at the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth. With his strength, the threat that this bullet could cause to him was minimal, so he calmly walked towards the Scar Man and saw that he did not listen to his words. The Scar Man did not hesitate. He pulled the trigger, but what happened later shocked him. Missed? This is impossible. You must know that although he is not a professional gunman, there is no possibility that he will not be able to reach the target at such a close distance. He must be too nervous. After calming himself, he aimed at Zhou Hao's chest again, but the same bullet as before didn't touch Zhou Hao's body. "It's useless, you can't hit me at all." Zhou Hao suddenly raised his arm as he spoke, like a fan, and directly fanned his body. Bloodstains mixed with blood and broken teeth spurted from his mouth. Zhou Hao followed without hesitation and stepped on his thigh without mercy. With the sound of broken bones, his thigh was completely scrapped. "If you still haven't learned a lesson, then next time I will step on your head." Zhou Hao turned around indifferently and looked at the so-called manager, Shui, who was still brave before that. His legs were trembling at this time. Zhou Hao could clearly see the moist part between his legs. Obviously, he was peeing his pants in fright at this time. With a mocking smile, Zhou Hao turned around and left. The reason why he didn't deal with him was because Zhou Hao knew that he didn't need to do anything at all, because everything he did today was enough for the tangkeeper to skin his cramps. "Give me a glass of Long Island iced tea," Zhou Hao said while sitting in the relatively quiet environment of the bar. In fact, Zhou Hao's favorite is Sprite, but since he came to the bar, he changed his look a bit. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This is not a very suitable time to finally Shui Han, so he will come here to have fun. Bars in Singapore are not much different from bars in Hong Kong or other places, but the decoration is better, and there are more foreigners here. "Excuse me." As Zhou Hao closed his eyes, standard English sounded in his ears. Zhou Hao opened her eyes and looked at her side. A blonde foreign woman was standing beside Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up because she could be regarded as a woman in terms of body shape and dress. Impeccable, especially at this time. The soft smile on her face can make people feel a wave of ripples. At this time, Zhou Hao looked at her and felt a little admiration. "What's the matter?" Zhou Hao said softly. The standard English pronunciation made the smile in the woman's eyes more intense. She looked at Zhou Hao again for a long time before smiling and said, "Can I sit here?" Hearing this, Zhou Hao frowned, shook his head somewhat apologetically, and said, "I'm sorry, I don't like one-night stands." "One-night stand? No. Where did you want to go? I just want you to do me a favor." The beautiful blonde girl was taken aback when she heard the one-night stand, and then she spoke a little irritatingly. Her words made Zhou Hao a little stunned. Singapore is a highly prosperous country. Here, one-night stands is not illegal. Many people try one-night stands because of their freshness. So when she just came to strike up a conversation, for avoid waiting to be more embarrassing, Zhou Hao would say so. "What busy?" Zhou Hao asked with an apologetic smile. "There is a man who stalks me all day long. I don't like him. I don't know if you can pretend to be my boyfriend temporarily." Seeing Zhou Hao's apology on her face, she didn't care too much. Is to ask again quickly, "Why did you choose me?" Zhou Hao touched his nose and asked again. "It's nothing. It's just more pleasing to your eyes." Her answer made Zhou Hao a little embarrassed. With a wry smile, Zhou Hao nodded. After all, for herself, helping her is just a matter of effort. "By the way, my name is Feisner. Wait a minute and don't call my name wrong." The woman saw Zhou Hao nodding and told Zhou Hao her name with satisfaction. Hearing her name, Zhou Hao's brows twitched slightly. He had heard this name in his entire life. The most professional chief stock analyst in Singapore was regarded as the female stock of Singapore, but later, because of an accident, it faded out of the sight of the people. After seeing the introduction about her in the last life, Zhou Hao felt a little regretful about her departure. He didn't expect to see her in person now, which made Zhou Hao feel that this world is very strange. Looking at Jasner, Zhou Hao discovered that she was indeed similar to the photos she had seen before, but compared to the professional and serious stock analyst, she is still a very young and lovely girl. "What are you looking at? Is there a flower on my face?" Seeing Zhou Hao looking at herself like this, she couldn't help being a little shy. To be honest, There are no less than 100 people in this bar, and there are almost 20 single men like Zhou Hao, but I don't know why. After seeing Zhou Hao, she became interested in Zhou Hao. This is also the main reason why she came to chat with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao retracted his gaze, took another sip of the Long Island iced tea in front of him, and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "I'll be fine. I don't come to this kind of place often." Jasner shrugged casually. After Zhou Hao nodded, he ordered a glass of ice water for her. "By the way, I don't know what your name is." Looking at Zhou Hao up close in this way, a trace of doubt flashed in her heart again. I don't know why. She could always feel familiar with Zhou Hao, as if she was herself. "Where have you seen him?" "My name is Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao didn't change his face today, so what he shows now is actually his original face. But because the light in the bar is relatively dim, it is not easy to see clearly. "Zhou Hao? Hong Kong stock god." After a brief period of doubt, Jasner suddenly grew a little mouth, and his eyes were full of incredible colors. Zhou Hao did not deny that because he had his own little abacus in his heart, that was to dig Jasna into his own galaxy. Although she is still only a student, Zhou Hao knows that as long as she is given a chance, she will definitely quickly emerge. If she was invited when she really became the chief stock analyst, the price paid at that time would not be the same as now. Therefore, in order to obtain this genius who will show up in the financial world in the future, Zhou Hao did not treat her. "Height. Oh my god, you are really a Hong Kong stock god." Seeing Zhou Hao acquiesce to her choice, she became extremely excited. You must know that as a finance student, most of what she has learned now it's all about the Asian market. Zhou Hao successfully blocked the financial predators and saved the Hong Kong stock market. All of this is the focus of her study. Therefore, she is very familiar with Zhou Hao, and she also admires it. After all, everything he does is for her. The words are unimaginable. "God, how did you dare to stand up at the time? Did you know that you would definitely win?" At this time, like a curious baby, her eyes were full of small stars. "Hee hee, I had to stand up at that time. Otherwise the millions of people behind me will be miserable." Zhou Hao pursed his lips lightly and said the righteousness. In fact, Zhou Hao's heart is very clear about what happened. "Clear. You are awesome." There are still small stars in Jasner's eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hao even blushes even if he is thick-skinned. After all, everything he did before was nothing. You must know that in his previous life, these had happened once. Later Zhou Hao answered her many questions again. At this time, Zhou Hao secretly admired that Jasna was indeed a genius. As far as she is concerned, each of the questions she asked can get the key points. This is it's not what ordinary finance students can do. "Thank you. This time I have enough information for my graduation thesis. I believe I can write a graduation thesis that makes everyone a sensation." At this time, as she spoke, two lovely tiger teeth were exposed. Seeing this, Zhou Hao knew that the time was almost up, and it was time to close the internet. So Zhou Hao calmly asked, "I don't know what you plan to do after graduation." "I don't have the answer yet. You also know that the current employment situation is not very good. If it goes well, I want to find a large company and sit up slowly from the grassroots level." Gently pulled up my golden show hair. She spoke like this. Zhou Hao knows that what she said is not right. After the terrible financial turmoil, even the employment situation in Singapore is not very optimistic. So although she is a high-achieving student in the finance department, she is not looking for a very suitable job. Especially simple. Zhou Hao recalled a little bit. According to the introduction and memory about Phi Jasner, she was considered a mixed race. Her father was a teacher in Singapore, and her mother was an American financial analyst. Jasner, her mother is not very famous. Anyway, Zhou Hao had never heard of her mother's name in the previous life. Compared to other people, Phi Jasner's living environment is relatively more comfortable, which also gives her more opportunities to learn about the financial industry that she likes. She should have a high income like her mother. But all plans came to an abrupt end because of the impact of the financial turmoil. So under this situation, extending an olive branch to her will definitely have incomparable benefits for Zhou Hao and her company. And because of gratitude, she will work harder. So at this time Zhou Hao gently took the Long Island iced tea put down and said, "I wonder if you would come to Hong Kong to help me?" "You mean you want to hire me?" Zhou Hao's words left her mind blank for a while. After a while, she said with an incredible expression, "Yes, I plan to let you work for me." Zhou Hao saw her astonishment and continued to explain. My God, isn't this a dream? At this time, Jasna was a little stunned. She couldn't believe that all of this was true. For her, happiness seemed too sudden. Before, she had a family that others admired, and she also had a profession that was very popular in Singapore. Even in her sophomore year, many people gave her an olive branch, but at the time she refused. In her opinion, there are many opportunities, there is no need to worry. But all of this was disrupted by the sudden financial turmoil. The financial industry, which was originally hot with bare hands, became bleak due to the financial turmoil. It is difficult to find even a high-achieving student in the financial department who was once highly optimistic about her. A stable job. This made her bright future instantly dim, but now, when the sun shines again, her heart that has just dimmed becomes incredibly warm again, all because of Zhou Hao's invitation. The Hong Kong stock personally extended an invitation to herself. If it were at the peak of the financial market a year ago, it would surprise her, but it would definitely not make her ecstatic. But now, Phi Jasner is at the bottom of her life. So the value of an invitation is really self-evident. Seeing her so ecstatic, Zhou Hao's mouth was filled with a smile, and he knew that he had really picked up a treasure this time. You promised. Of course I promise. Working in the company of Zhou Hao that she admired, the thought of this alone was enough to make her nod in excitement. Fia, you are here. I thought you weren't here? When Zhou Hao was about to say something, it came in a really disharmonious voice, which made the originally pleased Fiasna brow slightly wrinkled. It was obvious that she didn't like the person who spoke very much. Ling Jiwei, I'm talking to someone now. I hope you leave temporarily. Jasner frowned and said in English a little impatiently, talking with this little white face. This man named Ling Jiwei is wearing a white suit and holding a large handful of bright red roses in his hands. It does seem to fit the image of Prince Charming, but his face is frivolous. Let his whole person's image be greatly reduced. What are you talking about? I now ask you to apologize to my friend immediately. Hearing Ling Jiwei's words, Jasna's face became ugly. You got angry with me because of a little white face? Seeing Jasner's face to himself, Ling Jiwei's face was a little bit awkward. You should know that this is a bar. Many people are watching the situation here. Even many people are pointing. So Ling Jiwei felt that he had lost face. What nonsense are you talking about? He is my friend. I said it a long time ago. If you are making trouble like this, we won't even have a friend to do it. Fajasner's extremely angry look made Ling Jiwei a little awake. He took a deep breath and did not continue arguing with her. Instead, he turned to Zhou Hao and said, Sorry, it was just my fault. Of course, everyone could hear the perfunctory expression in his words. Obviously, he was just acting at this time. I am Ling Jiwei, and my father is a manager of the Temasek Group in Singapore. I don't know who you are. Although Ling Jiwei is introducing his name, he is also showing his identity to Zhou Hao. The people who originally watched the excitement all around showed a surprised look. After all, Temasek has absolutely unmatched strength in Singapore. Although his father is only a manager, for these ordinary people, he is already a big man. Temasek? Zhou Hao frowned. Obviously his father should be Gu Chongfeng's subordinates. Zhou Hao has no good feelings for Temasek, and even Ling Jiwei, who is standing in front of him and pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. Zhou Hao glanced at him casually and said to Jasna, Who is this person? You are my girlfriend. Why are you still involved with other men? Zhou Hao's sudden opening made everyone stunned. Even Jasner, who asked Zhou Hao to act with her before, was a little stunned, but fortunately she reacted quickly, and she said in embarrassment, Zhou Hao, sorry. This is just an ordinary friend of mine. At the moment of the plot's peak circuit transfer, everyone was shocked. Even Ling Jiwei, who stood there blankly for a while and said with some difficulty, Fia, is he your boyfriend? That's right. Jasner admired Zhou Hao's superb acting skills. If he went to the show business, he would definitely be a talented performer with excellent acting skills. But she also knew this was impossible. As a Hong Kong stock god, how could he? Maybe you have time to make a movie. I don't understand why you would be willing to follow such a poor ghost. As long as you leave him now, I understand that if you call my father, he will definitely arrange a position for you in the shortest time. You don't always dream of entering Temasek Group? As long as you follow me, everything will be easily achieved. Throwing away the flowers in his hand, his tone improved by an octave. I'm sorry, I don't want to go to the Temasek group anymore, and I have never planned to be with you. You should give up. Jasner sentenced him to death in an instant, and he looked at Zhou Hao grimly in his opinion. Zhou Hao is the culprit of everything. He straightened out his clothes, licked his lips, and said, Zhou Hao, right? This is a check for 1 million. As long as you turn around and leave now, the million will be yours. While talking, he took out a check from his pocket, signed the name on it, and shook it in front of Qin Feng. In his opinion, Zhou Hao should be a poor man. Maybe he won't make so much money in his life. So as long as he gives him enough money, he will definitely kneel in front of him. By then Jasner will still be his own. 1 million. Zhou Hao smiled mockingly at the corner of his mouth, and then said without concealment in his words, I don't have the habit of carrying checks with me, but if I can, please put money into my card. Right. As he spoke, Zhou Hao had an extra white card in his hand. Although in this somewhat dim environment, this card still exudes a kind of light. Oh my God, I read that right. At this time, after seeing Zhou Hao take out this inconspicuous white card, the bar owner who was drinking in the bar and watching the excitement rubbed his eyes at this time. And finally, there was an exclamation. Boss? What's the matter with you? The bartender glanced at the boss indifferently and asked with surprise after seeing his ghost-like expression. His card. The boss took a bitter, deep breath and then quickly took out a newspaper from the blank space under the bar, and after looking at it carefully for a while, he confirmed his guess. Card. It's just an ordinary bank card. Don't be so shocked. The bartender still didn't see anything. The boss didn't continue talking, but threw the newspaper in front of him. The bartender finished reading the newspaper and compared the card in Zhou Hao's hand. He was also taken aback. He knew that this man named Ling Jiwei had kicked the iron plate at this time. In Singapore, the status of Tang sect is unshakable. Here, Tang sect controls everything in Singapore, including finance, politics, etc. The largest bank in Singapore is DBS Bank. This DBS Bank was established very early. When it was first established, DBS Bank was only a financial financing institution, but then it gradually became the largest bank in Singapore. It can provide a full range of financial services. Moreover, the manipulator behind it is Tang Min, which covers the sky in Singapore. After the impact of this financial turmoil, both Tang Min and DBS Bank have been hit hard, which almost affected its monopoly position in Singapore. In order to consolidate in its own position, banks controlled by other countries will not be allowed to take advantage of it. It has chosen to issue this kind of VIP card with the greatest discounts for DBS Bank. The VIP card is called the Tang Huang card. People who have the Tang Huang card can get a lot of authority. Under the authority delegated by the Tang sect, it is enough to move freely in Singapore. Of course, it has the most basic premise of this Tang Huang card. That is, the assets must meet the standards set by DBS Bank. In the Tangmin Casino, Zhou Hao won 800 million SGD, which is the main reason why he can obtain this Tang Huang card with sufficient authority. This card doesn't even have a card number. You bluff me. Ling Jiwei took the card and glanced at it, and said coldly, Master Ling. At this time, the bar owner couldn't sit still. He knew that if the two of them continue to fight like this, it will definitely not be good for him, but neither Zhou Hao or Ling Jiwei can afford to offend him. So he is a little bit distressed, but still has to bite the bullet. Something, Master Ling, this card. He said here, he quietly put his head to Ling Jiwei's ear and introduced the Tang Huang card in Ling Jiwei's hand in detail. Are you sure you read it right? Ling Jiwei's face was serious, and even if you look closely, you can see that his hand holding Tang Huangka is shaking. After getting a confirmed reply from the bar owner, he gave a dry smile and said, Master Zhou, it was just a misunderstanding. His instantaneous change made everyone except those who knew the truth extremely surprised, because Ling Jiwei had the absolute upper hand just now. But now, why is he suddenly subdued? Misunderstanding. Zhou Hao's mouth showed a playful smile. I had no eyes just now. Hearing the words of the bar owner, he didn't dare to have any nonsense. You must know that even his father is just a manager of Temasek. It is estimated that even if his father came here, he would not dare to have anything. Nonsense. Now that you understand, get out now. Zhou Hao glanced at him indifferently and didn't care about him too much. After all, this kind of little character is not worthy of Zhou Hao's care. The reason why he did it before was entirely for Fia S&A. Pay the bill. Zhou Hao took Tang Huanca back from his hand and said after shaking his head indifferently, "No, count me this time." How dare the bar owner ask for money? So he waved his hands after hearing Zhou Hao's words. Zhou Hao nodded and left the bar with Jasna. Behind them, the bar owner kept hunching his body, which was extremely humble. "I really want to thank you for what I just did." Jasner smiled slightly, revealing 2 shallow dimples on his cheeks, which looked very cute. Zhou Hao smiled, but did not continue to speak. "In order to show my gratitude to you, let me invite you to dinner." Hearing Fajasner's words, Zhou Hao looked at the time. Only after 7 o'clock in the evening, he nodded and agreed. Seeing that Zhou Hao didn't object, Fajasner chuckled and took Zhou Hao's arm and said, "I'm afraid that Ling Zhuwei is still here. Let's continue the performance." Zhou Hao felt her fast-beating heart and her shy and pink cheeks, and did not speak, but let her grab her arm. "You are from Hong Kong. You should rarely have the opportunity to come to Singapore. I will take you to taste the food in Singapore." Zhou Hao did not object, which made Jasner feel more excited. What Zhou Hao has done today already has an indelible impression in her heart. In her heart, Zhou Hao has become a Prince Charming. Yes, Zhou Hao didn't pay much attention to food, but he didn't refuse. After all, if you come to Singapore once, of course you have to taste it well, otherwise it's really worth it. The food street in Singapore is in front. Although there are fewer tourists due to the economic depression, it is still very lively. Zhou Hao was still reminiscing about the process of bargaining with the driver just now, thinking of her. Zhou Hao smiled unconsciously without giving him any more points. Zhou Hao nodded, watching the feasting and crowded look in front of him. He was indeed full of tourists. Singapore has a tropical rainforest climate, so it's relatively hot and humid, even at night. Zhou Hao doesn't matter. After all, with his current body, he is completely unafraid of changes in the environment. But Fajasner is different. Although she and I grew up in Singapore, but I still inevitably sweat a little. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hao walked to the side of the road to help her buy a cold drink, and then in this pedestrian street, Zhou Hao went shopping with her, and Zhou Hao felt a sense of belonging is that there are also special products unique to the mainland, such as candied haws, donkeys rolling, stinky tofu. After walking about halfway, Jasna grabbed Zhou Hao and stopped him from moving forward. Zhou Hao looked at her with some doubts, and she whispered, "You can't go ahead. That is the biggest in Singapore. Red light district." After Zhou Hao heard it, he actually became more interested. In the last life, he had seen a lot of introductions about Singapore's red light district. It is said that the red light district here is a paradise for men. As long as you have money, you can enjoy everything you want. Something to enjoy. But today Zhou Hao obviously has no chance to go in and take a look. Wei Wei feels a little regretful. Seeing Zhou Hao's slightly lonely eyes, Fajasner lowered his head and said, "Why do you want to go? Am I worse than them?" Although Fajasner's voice was very small, Zhou Hao heard exactly what he said in his ears. Zhou Hao smiled. Obviously she meant something. "Okay, let's go to dinner. I'm a little hungry." Zhou Hao didn't continue the topic, but changed the subject. "Well, there is a very authentic and cheap home-cooked restaurant nearby. I'll take you there right away." Jasner took Zhou Hao's hand while talking, turned, and walked into a not-too-deep alley. After walking for more than 100 meters, Zhou Hao could smell the refreshing fragrance. At this time, there was no noise from the snack street. After smelling the distinctive fragrance, Zhou Hao was a little admired. "It seems that this time I did not come in vain. Although I haven't started eating yet, the taste that can make my index finger move is enough to make Zhou Hao full of praise. How is it? Have you already smelled the scent?" Seeing Zhou Hao's performance, Jasner, who held Zhou Hao tightly by his side, chuckled and asked, "Yes, and this smell seems to be very light." Zhou Hao nodded. His words couldn't hide his appreciation. "It seems that the reason why this shop is located here is because the boss has confidence in his cooking skills. This should be the kind of good wine, but the alley is deep. Singapore is an island country. This country is not very large, but the standard of living is not low. Because it gathers people from all directions, there are many delicacies in this place that are not available in other places, or it can be said that it is many other countries. The food has been processed again here, so you can eat a lot of different flavors of food in Singapore." In the last life, Zhou Hao planned to come to Singapore to relax when he was rich, but in the end this plan was not realized, so coming here now should be considered satisfying. I have a wish of my own, so now I must taste the food here. Otherwise I am really sorry. What are you thinking about? Let's go in. Jasner chuckled and pulled Zhou Hao into the shop, which is not too big. At this time, a middle-aged woman saw the person walking into the shop. The two greeted them hurriedly, and saw Jasner walking up to talk to her. Zhou Hao looked at the shop. Although it was not big, the decoration was very elegant, giving people a fresh feeling. Looking at the front, there are already a lot of people eating here in this lobby. But although there are many people, it is very quiet. Everyone is enjoying a moment of tranquility, without the fatigue of work and the hustle and bustle of the city. Here planting a place, without any soothing music, can also relax your body and mind in all aspects. Under the leadership of this woman, Zhou Hao and Jasna came to the small attic on the second floor. There was a small suite on top of which was not too big. The room was covered with a soft carpet. It is very comfortable and cozy on it. What do you need? The woman did not show any menus, but just took out a small book, obviously intending to market. Zhou Hao glanced at Jasna, but did not speak, because he was not very familiar with the food in Singapore, and less talk would make jokes less. We want spicy crabs, curry fish heads, Hainanese chicken rice, and la cha. Obviously, it was not the first time to eat here. Jasner proficiently reported a few names, and after the woman wrote them down, without asking more, just let them wait for a while. You have a good food today. I just asked. Their work is just here today. They are all very fresh. Jasner smiled and said to Zhou Hao, with two cute dimples on the corners of his mouth. Just now I ordered very authentic food in Singapore. The Hainanese chicken rice came from Hainan. I believe you should have heard of it. Jasner suddenly asked. Well, I've heard that Hainanese chicken rice should be passed from Wenchang. It is said that this chicken rice tastes very good, and even if it is passed to Singapore, it has been used Hainan special Wenchang chicken. Today I want to taste it. Taste. Hainan is a very beautiful place. Everyone who comes to Hainan will try Wenchang chicken, because in Hainan, Wenchang chicken is one of the 4 famous dishes. Zhou Hao had been to Hainan once in his life, so he had the honor to taste Wenchang chicken once, but he really hadn't eaten this Hainan chicken rice. But this time he had the opportunity to taste it. By the way, what is this tea? La cha is actually a kind of milk tea, but compared with milk tea, it has a more special taste, and before drinking it, it will be pulled in 2 cups for a more mellow taste, so it is named la cha. For the native Philip, as far as Jasner is concerned, these can't trouble her, so at this time she said it without thinking. During their chat, all the dishes they ordered were delivered. For a while, the whole room was filled with the fragrance. Seeing the delicious food on the table, Zhou Hao couldn't help it. First of all, he caught it. With chopsticks chicken, the chicken that had been suffocated a long time ago was easily picked up by him. Put in his mouth, his lips and teeth fragrant. Intoxicated a little, he used a spoon to scoop a spoonful of rice and put it in his mouth. The rice soaked in chicken soup was softer, and it also had a unique fragrance of chicken, which made Zhou Hao full of praise. Putting down the spoon, Zhou Hao picked up the pulled tea that had been tuned a long time ago, gently sniffed the peculiar fragrance of the pulled tea, and carefully pecked it. The faint tea scent made Zhou Hao's spirits lifted. Not to mention, it tastes really good. How? This time it's not in vain. In fact, Zhou Hao's expression has already explained everything. No, it tastes really good. Zhou Hao put down the crab shell in his hands with some love, then exclaimed. After half an hour of wind, all the food on the table disappeared. In fact, Jasna did not eat much. Most of the food was swallowed by Zhou Hao. This is not to blame him, because the taste is really not bad. You know? I have a wish, that is to be able to travel all over the world, and then eat all over the world. Gently picked up the paper towel on the side of the table, she gently wiped off the oil stains on Zhou Hao's mouth, looking forward to the face. In fact, I had a wish like this before. I used to hope to travel the world with her in my heart. But in the end this was just my own thoughts. Zhou Hao thought of the previous things again. In fact, after being reborn, Zhou Hao he is not an indecisive person, but sometimes he really can't help but think of before. Maybe this is because he loves too much. There was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and saw Zhou Hao's expression. Jasner didn't know why, and felt a pain in his heart. She could see that a woman had hurt his heart. Very deep. If I was willing to accompany you, would you take me with you? As she spoke, She gently stopped Zhou Hao from behind, feeling Zhou Hao's broad back, and her heart felt this kind of peace and comfort for the first time at this moment. She has a very selfish idea. She wants to take a look at Wang Yin. Zhou Hao's body was shocked. He could hear the meaning of her words. He had to say that she was indeed a good girl, but he already had too many girls around him. So Zhou Hao could no longer make promises to others casually like this. After hesitating a little, when Zhou Hao was about to speak, she might have guessed what Zhou Hao was going to say. She grabbed Zhou Hao's hand first and said, "Don't say anything. I don't need any promise from you. I just want to stay with you. Even if you were just looking at you from a distance, I wonder if you can agree to such a request." Zhou Hao could clearly feel that kind of hot love. He didn't say anything. He just turned around and swarmed her into his arms. Maybe they just got along for a long time, but it was enough for them. Love at first sight did not take much time. "I really have a lot of women. Don't you really mind?" Zhou Hao stared at her warm eyes at this moment and said gently. Fei Jasner didn't say anything, but printed her own small mouth on Zhou Hao's mouth. Obviously, this had already expressed her choice in her heart. The slightly jerky movements made Zhou Hao a little certain, and immediately Zhou Hao began to respond gently. As a veteran in love, Zhou Hao is no stranger to kissing, so at this time, those who are very proficient have grasped the opportunity. Gradually, Feisner's eyes began to become blurred, and Zhou Hao took this opportunity to gently place his big hand on her. Although Feisner's figure was slightly thin, he still had enough. The capital, even Zhou Hao couldn't catch it with one hand. "Don't be here. You will be seen in a while." Zhou Hao's movements made her body instantly soft, but she still retained the last point of consciousness, so she gently pushed Zhou Hao away with her hand. Zhou Hao nodded. He also knew that it was not suitable for him now, so he didn't force it. But before he got up, he grabbed Fei Jasner's jade rabbit vigorously, which made her mouth cry. "Do you mean it's okay as long as others can't see it?" Zhou Hao continued to joke, which made her lie on Zhou Hao's chest and gently beat Zhou Hao's back with her white fingers. Half an hour later, Zhou Hao sent her a little reluctant to her doorstep. Feisner lived in a small two-story loft in the center of Singapore, which proved that her previous family conditions were really good. Zhou Hao originally planned to go in and sit, but Jasner refused. She planned to communicate with her parents first. Zhou Hao also knew that she was a little rushed, so she didn't force it, just narrated a few words with her, and then Zhou Hao turned around. Left. Seeing Zhou Hao disappearing in the corner, a sweet smile hung on her mouth, and then she opened the door with the key. Now it's time to do serious business. Zhou Hao's eyes condensed, and an extra map of Singapore appeared in his hand. After determining the location of Temisek's headquarters, Zhou Hao casually called a taxi. Because he heard that Zhou Hao is not a local, the taxi driver began to wander around Singapore with Zhou Hao after hearing the location. Obviously, he regarded Zhou Hao as a tourist who didn't know the road and planned to kill him well. One knife. As soon as he walked a few hundred meters, Zhou Hao's brows frowned. He knew exactly what the driver was making. However, Zhou Hao didn't care about it, but looked at the night view of Singapore outside. Singapore at night is still the lights are brightly lit, but Zhou Hao can see that it is no longer as prosperous as before. Obviously, the severe damage caused by the financial crisis will not recover for a while. The driver may be a bit ethical, or he may think Zhou Hao would be suspicious if he walks too much. So after wandering for more than half an hour, the car finally stopped safely outside the Temasek headquarters building. "Sir, it's 238 yuan in total." Looking at Zhou Hao, he said with a smile on his face. In his opinion, he had made another money this time, so he was in a good mood. "Here you." Zhou Hao took out 6 change from his pocket and put it in his hand, then turned his head to get off the car. "Sir, it's 238. He thought Zhou Hao had heard it wrong, so he repeated it quickly and even reached out and grabbed Zhou Hao's arm. "Really? It's only 2 kilometers away from tomorrow's community where I took a car. Ask, how did you get the 238 yuan? Zhou Hao sneered and turned his head sarcastically. Just now there was a traffic jam on this road, so I took you around. Why? You don't plan to pay." He didn't intend to continue to argue, but he was violent. Obviously, he was planning to eat a week. "Ho!" Zhou Hao looked at him with a sneer, and at this moment, several other taxis were parked here, all taxi drivers, so they were in the same mood. If they were ordinary tourists, it would be troublesome. Pay, but Zhou Hao will not. Although he is not short of this amount of money, but he is not willing to pay because he really does not want to encourage this kind of atmosphere. Imagine that a family happily came out to play. It is impossible to know all of a strange place, so all they can take is taxis, and if taxis take them around in this way, what else do they have? In a playful mood. Even though this is Singapore, Zhou Hao will not give them a good face for this kind of porridge radish HD. Mister, don't you plan to pay after taking the car? Although they knew that it was wrong on their side, these taxi drivers all vented their nostrils. I have already paid, and I won't pay for the detour. Zhou Hao turned and left as he spoke. Damn, you are looking for death. At this time, a dozen taxi drivers surrounded Zhou Hao, obviously intending to come hard, but Zhou Hao was not afraid. Just when Zhou Hao was about to do it, the security guards in front of Temasek Tower came over and saw them. The originally stiff taxi driver hurried up and nodded and bowed. It made people look sick. The expressionless Zhou Hao took out the phone from his arms and quickly dialed Hui Jianhua's number. Zhou Hao knew that a branch of Hui Jianhua's company was located here. The 30-odd-story building in front of us is an oversized office building built by Temasek. Because I can't use that much, there are more than a dozen floors for rent, and Hui Jianhua rented it here. A place as a branch. The drivers and security guards who were originally arrogant on the side were a little stunned at this time. Before they could react, a young man about 30 years old ran out of it. When he looked at him clearly, these security guards were shocked because they knew him, Feng Weima, a department manager of the Warren Group branch. Although Warren Group could not compare with Temasek, it was in Singapore. It can definitely be regarded as a famous party, so they are very impressed with Feng Weima. Master Qin, you are here. In their shocked eyes, Feng Weima said with a smile on his face. As long as he is not blind, he can see the kind of respect he showed. Well, I didn't have enough change in the taxi just now. You can pay for me now. Zhou Hao glanced at the sweaty taxi driver and said casually, misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. Although these taxi drivers didn't know the identity of Feng Weima, they knew that his identity was by no means ordinary, so they knew they were blind before. Misunderstanding. Zhou Hao turned his head with a smile, which made them hate the taxi driver who carried Zhou Hao. The meter is broken. I'm so sorry. Feng Weima frowned. As a Singaporean, he knew that as a taxi driver in a tourist city, many people like to slaughter tourists, but it is obvious that they stepped on the bomb this time. I will complain to your taxi company about this matter. I want to see what else can you do. Feng Weima glanced at them, then suddenly turned to look at the two security guards. This matter I should testify. Of course, if you use us, we will definitely say everything we see. The two were shocked. In fact, they knew these taxi drivers. Sometimes if these taxi drivers were unsure, they would come out and intimidate, so that they can achieve the effect that satisfies them, and after the end, they can get a little return. Therefore, for this kind of thing that happened here, they all opened one eye and closed one eye. They all understood that as long as Feng Weima went back to reflect a little bit, they would definitely be laid off immediately. So how dare they say a word at this time? This gentleman, we had no eyes before, spare us this time. Hearing Feng Weima was about to call the company to complain, they looked at each other, and they all saw the begging color in each other's eyes. They knew that once this kind of person with identity calls to complain, then he has only one way to be laid off. Because of the impact of the financial crisis, it is not easy to find a job that suits them well, so they begged like this. Zhou Hao frowned, glanced at them, and strode directly towards the brightly lit building of Temasek. Seeing this, their eyes were dim, knowing that there is no room for recovery. Are you an idiot? Didn't you know who he was before you killed him? At this time, other taxi drivers began to complain. At this time, because of this person, they might all lose their jobs. Hearing their scolding, the driver who had pulled Zhou Hao screamed in anger, and finally did not continue to say anything, because he knew that all the fault this time was his own, so they blamed themselves in this way. It can be said that it is love. Excusable. Master Qin, I hope you don't mind this time. Feng Weima said with a smile after walking into the elevator with Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled lightly, then asked, where is Li Shuihan now? It's on the top floor of this building, but it's strictly guarded by Temasek people. It's not easy to get in. Feng Weima also knows what Zhou Hao's purpose is here, so there is no nonsense. Just tell everything you know out. After Zhou Hao nodded, he began to ask some questions about the structure of the building. After learning about the whole building, Zhou Hao's eyes separated from Feng Weima and went up in the elevator alone. Zhou Hao knows that since this is Temisek's headquarters, the guards will naturally be very tight. There are absolutely densely packed secret whistles and electronic surveillance here. But for Zhou Hao, these are not problems. The top 3 floors of the entire building were not rented out, so Zhou Hao could not reach it at all. Zhou Hao was not in a hurry. He stopped at the top floor that the elevator could reach and walked out of the elevator. 2 women in Cheongsam were slightly bent at the waist. Zhou Hao nodded indifferently and walked into it without surprise. He had known before that this is a gourmet city, so Zhou Hao's appearance won't attract the attention of others at all. Zhou Hao walked into the bathroom after a few random circles here. After seeing that there was no one in the bathroom, he crawled out of the open window. Going out, the height is over 30, so although it is summer, the outside temperature is also very low, but it does not matter to Zhou Hao. Grasping the wall with his fingers, Zhou Hao's body was almost suspended. After a little calmness, Zhou Hao found a few suitable relay points and jumped quickly. After a few jumps, Zhou Hao was as easy as a Spider-Man. Come to the top roof of the building. After arriving on the rooftop, he hid his body. Now there is only one thing he needs to know, and that is where Li Shuihan is. Although there are only 3 floors, there are more than 100 rooms. If Zhou Hao entering rashly, it is difficult to find before being discovered by surveillance, so he came here, hoping to find someone to find out the news. Soon after Zhou Hao hid himself, a man in a black suit came up the stairs. From where Zhou Hao was, he could clearly see him smoking a cigarette after appearing. Zhou Hao glanced at his intoxicated look and planned to take action. Suddenly, he squatted down again. Just after he squatted down, another man in black came up. Why? Come up to smoke again. The two obviously knew each other, and the later man was not surprised to see him standing here smoking. Yes, the one named Li Shuihan doesn't let me smell a bit of smoke at all, so I don't smoke here. What can I do? He said helplessly after taking a puff of smoke. At this time, Zhou Hao, who was hiding in the dark, shrank. It was obvious that Li Shuihan was indeed here. Hee, how are you looking at Li Shuihan these few days? It's not easy. Of course, I don't know what our young master is fond of, and want to marry her. Throwing the cigarette in his hand to the ground, he complained again. Of course I saw the whole Tang sect, or else I still saw her cold ice cube. I don't understand. With our current family status, it shouldn't be difficult to take control of the Tang sect. Why does the young master insist on marrying her back? I've heard about this. It seems that there are 2 main reasons. You should know that although the Tang sect is a bit scattered, the thin and dead camel is bigger than the horse. It still cannot be underestimated. If the young master does not marry Li Shuihan back, then if you don't, your name is not right. What about the second point? The second point is just a guess. You should know the stock god called Zhou Hao. The media compares young master with him every day. This makes young master very annoyed, and Li Shuihan has had a better time with Zhou Hao. So now the young master is doing this to show that he is stronger than Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, who was hiding in the dark, heard all this in his ears and did not speak. After a while, the person who came late said hello and left. At this time, Zhou Hao violently rose up and instantly moved on to the rooftop. Stop the remaining person. Who are you? After being restrained by Zhou Hao for an instant, he quickly asked in shock. Shut up if you don't want to die. Zhou Hao's emotionless words shocked his whole body, but he was not an ordinary person. He was not obedient at this time. Instead, he rose up and felt his resistance. Zhou Hao was rude grab his peepa bone, and then with a click, his peepa bone was completely shattered. Even if Zhou Hao held his mouth, he still uttered the kind of heart-piercing scream at this time, because the peepa bone broke and his face instantly became extremely pale. You can only speak when I ask you. Do you understand now? Zhou Hao's cold words left a cold sweat on his forehead. At this time, where he dared to talk nonsense, he nodded quickly. Where is Li Shuihan? Zhou Hao directly asked the question he was most concerned about without being muddled. Room 808. He wanted to conceal something, but when he caught Zhou Hao's icy gaze, his heart shuddered, and he quickly told the truth. After Zhou Hao asked some other questions again, he took out a glass body from his pocket. There was a golden liquid inside, which made him shook his head again and again, but Zhou Hao opened his mouth directly and took all the golden yellow. The liquid was poured into his mouth. After doing this, Zhou Hao knocked him unconscious, and then hugged his body to a corner of the roof. What Zhou Hao gave him just now was a kind of poison. After taking this poison, his body will feel an hour later. It melts slowly, and eventually the whole person will evaporate as if it had never appeared. After putting the vitreous body away, Zhou Hao changed his face a little, and soon Zhou Hao's appearance changed. After a minute, Zhou Hao became the appearance of him who was knocked unconscious. Of course, Zhou Hao's disguise is only slightly general at this time, but if you don't look carefully, you won't see any problems at all. Walking down the stairs swayingly, Zhou Hao quickly found room 808. After scanning the entire aisle with his peripheral light, Zhou Hao opened the door and walked in. Did you find that Haizi was strange just now? What's weird? Don't you know you after going out to smoke? With a cigarette in the monitoring room, the security guard who was playing the game glanced at it and said indifferently, "No, it just feels like he is a little different from before." This person scratched his head and finally didn't care. "Who let you in? Get out of here." Zhou Hao was a little depressed because as soon as he entered the room, he was scolded like this by Li Shuihan. The young master said, "I want me to protect you at all times, so I can't go out." Zhou Hao smiled playfully and said. The icy coldness on Li Shuihan's face fell off for a moment, because the answer made her feel familiar. When she turned her head, her tears shed instantly, because what she saw was Zhou Hao's playful look. "Look at yourself. Am I dazzled?" At this moment, she didn't believe everything she saw at all, but after looking intently for a while, it was Zhou Hao still with that cynical smile. "Are you okay?" After the tears flowed, she returned to the extremely coldness again. But Zhou Hao could see that at this time, the color of concern and nostalgia was showing in her eyes. Zhou Hao didn't talk nonsense, just walked up gently, sat on the soft sofa next to Li Shuihan, and gently hugged her into his arms. "Cry. Cry everything, and it will be fine." Zhou Hao's soft voice was full of magical power at this time, as if it were tear gas, which made the teardrops in her eyes surging. She forcibly endured it several times, but in the end she didn't hold it back. It was like this in Zhou Hao's weeping loudly in her arms, like a dam bursting. At this time she expressed all the grievances in her heart. A woman with a strong appearance also needs to lean on her shoulders. The stronger Li Shuihan expresses, the more she desires this kind of care in her heart. These days, the pressure on her shoulders is too much. After crying like this for half an hour, her shoulders lightly stopped twitching. Zhou Hao didn't speak from beginning to end, just tapping her back carefully. "Is it all right now? Can you tell me what happened?" Zhou Hao gently wiped away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes, Li Shuihan's cold face with tears on her face. At this time, it was more tender, that kind of illusion. "I thought you were dead at the time. Do you know how sad I was?" Looking at Zhou Hao, she came to this sentence without beginning and end. Zhou Hao's mouth picked up slightly. Zhou Hao knew that what she said was causing her the frustrated fall into the water. Li Shuihan just lay in Zhou Hao's arms, sniffing the peculiar smell of his body, and really felt as if she was dreaming. At that time, she met Zhou Hao, who was frustrated in order to spread the jade seal of the country. But Zhou Hao claimed that she was not Zhou Hao. At that time, her heart was extremely painful. In order to reduce the pain of this kind of thinking, she left the army after returning and returned to Singapore. "Okay, it's okay now. I am here, but what the is going on with you? I saw that you were planning to be engaged to Gu Changfeng." Zhou Hao smiled, and when he said it, his face appeared the kind of jealous look that's not so good. "What? Are you jealous?" Seeing the sour look on Zhou Hao's face, Li Shuihan felt sweet in her heart. At this moment, she felt that all the grievances she had suffered before seemed to be very worthwhile. "Well, I don't actually like him. There is a reason why I want to be engaged to him." With a sigh, Li Shuihan began to tell the story. Because of Zhou Hao's affairs, she left the army disheartenedly and returned to Singapore, intending to obey her mother's words and take charge of the Tang sect. But she did not expect that after her return, her mother seemed to be a different person. She even planned to match herself with Gu Changfeng, and she was forced to die. Although her mother was very harsh on herself, Li Shuihan still cared about her mother. She was frustrated and agreed to her mother without much arguing. This is the main reason why she was engaged to Gu Changfeng. Zhou Hao frowned when he heard it, and Li Shuihan sighed again. "Actually, I know the appearance of Li Guangyao. The reason why Gu Changfeng is willing to be engaged with me is the Tang sect behind me. Over the years, The Tang sect has been gradually attracted by them. Infiltrate. Many people in Tang's sect now secretly obey them. It's okay. Now I have me. Just leave everything to me. Zhou Hao held her in her arms again. She greedily sucked the smell of Zhou Hao's body. Her eyes were extremely intoxicated. Look, do you know? Back then, when you gave me acupuncture points on the plane, how much I hated you. I really wanted to stay with you at that time. Why did you have to send me away at that time? Don't you worry, is that the last time we met? Li Shuihan couldn't help feeling resentful thinking of Zhou Hao's performance on the plane. At that time, she was in pain. She knew that if she were to be separated from Zhou Hao forever, she would definitely hate him for the rest of her life. Fool. I did that because I knew very well that I could live safely by myself. Zhou Hao gently stroked her cheek with the palm of his hand, feeling cold tears still gushing in her eyes, and sighed. Said, "You are not allowed to." Li Shuihan pouted his little mouth, intending to continue to say something. But Zhou Hao had already kissed her little mouth first, which made everything she planned to say next turned into woo. Dry wood and raging fire. All words and thoughts have been transformed into an everlasting kiss. Intoxicated, obsessed, the two of them were unable to extricate themselves from this obsession. Gradually, Li Shuihan's originally resentful gaze changed, and a flow of passionate spring water flowed in the depths of her eyes. Under the emotion of the eyebrows, the intoxication, Zhou Hao felt crazy. Zhou Hao's hand gently stroked her plump jade rabbit across her clothes, which made her body tremble slightly, and then the whole body softened on the sofa unconsciously. In harmony. Why didn't you stop me before? Don't you worry about your fiancé coming? Zhou Hao asked softly, looking at Li Shuihan, whose face was ruddy like an apple. He's not like you. He knows what's wrong, and he doesn't like me. I said before that the reason why he wants to marry me is because he has taken a fancy to the Tang sect behind me. That's okay, so that my woman won't be taken advantage of by others. Zhou Hao grabbed her palm that circled her chest and said again. When Li Shuihan heard Zhou Hao calling himself his own woman, his heart felt sweet, and his eyes turned especially soft when he looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said, "Since it is for Tang's sect, does he have to marry you? With their Temasek power in Singapore, they should be able to control Tang's sect enough. What you think is too simple. Our Tang sect has passed on for more than 1,000 years and pays much attention to the continuation of blood. Therefore, if they want to rashly rule the Tang sect, it is impossible. If there is another man in the family, we Tang the door definitely doesn't look like this." Li Shuihan's words were full of a sense of decline. Zhou Hao suddenly nodded, then pushed her down on the sofa again, and said, "In this case, we will work hard. Will you abandon me in the future?" After drawing several circles on Zhou Hao's chest, Li Shuihan gently lifted her head like this. At this time, her face was full of the kind of little woman's mood, the kind of cold before. The expression has completely disappeared. Of course not. But you'd better not tease me like this now, or you will have to pay the price later. Zhou Hao joked softly, as Zhou Hao's big hand lightly touched her huge, the incomparable jade rabbit. You're exhausted. Although Li Shuihan said that, she couldn't help but retract her hands. The craziness just made her still feel like her whole body is falling apart, so she really can't hold on again. Zhou Hao's crazy attack. I joked with her for a long time, but before dawn, Zhou Hao left here. Now Zhou Hao already knows everything, so the only thing he needs to do now is to make Li Yaoguang and his son regret what they did. They will hold an engagement ceremony the day after tomorrow, so there is not much time left for Zhou Hao. So now Zhou Hao needs to seize all the time. What he needs to do now is to destroy Temasek and let them be father and son. Ruinous. In order to achieve this goal, Zhou Hao must go to Manhwa. Because he wants to bring Temasek down in the shortest time, he needs the assistance of Warren Group. But it is too early, so he did not bother Manhwa, but dialed Song Jiahao's number. Song Jiahao on the other end of the phone was still sleeping with his wife. When Song Jiahao connected, Zhou Hao could even hear her wife's complaints, but after knowing that it was her own phone call, Song Jiahao's wife did not continue to say anything. After all, I am also very grateful to Zhou Hao. If it weren't for Zhou Hao, they would not have been able to lead such a worry-free life. Boss, what's the matter? Song Jiahao was still a little yawning, obviously still a little sleepy. You kid enjoy it. Zhou Hao couldn't help but said with a smile. Boss, what are you talking about? By the way, calling me so early, It shouldn't be just to make a joke. Of course not. How much working capital do we have? Boss, are you going to move Temasek? I've seen Gu Changfeng displeased a long time ago. What did the media say that Gu Changfeng is a business genius who can compare with the boss? Pooh. When Zhou Hao spoke, Song Jiahao had some guesses. When Zhou Hao's thoughts came, his sleepiness disappeared for a while, and the whole person was filled with incomparable mentality. In fact, he knew that Zhou Hao planned to move Temasek because he saw the news that Gu Changfeng planned to be engaged to Li Xuan. Okay, don't talk nonsense now, and tell me business now. Zhou Hao gently shook his head and quickly asked, Don't worry, now we have tens of billions of free funds on hand. This money is definitely enough to kill the Temasek group. Song Jiahao's confident words reached Zhou Hao's ears, which made Zhou Hao very satisfied. After asking about the current situation of Galaxy investment, Zhou Hao ended the call with him. Now that everything is ready, the only thing left is Dongfeng. When the new day came, Zhou Hao randomly found a roadside stall. Yesterday, when he had dinner with Jasna at the snack street, Jasna told Zhou Hao that this Singaporean breakfast is also very good. Fame. Among them, she recommended a few to Zhou Hao. So now I have a chance, of course. Zhou Hao would like to taste the breakfast he recommended. Sitting at a stall on the side of the road, Zhou Hao looked at other people. If he was in China at this time, Zhou Hao would definitely ask for one. Bowls of soy milk and fried dough sticks. But they are now in Singapore, so they are unlikely to be there. Just like in China, the breakfast car here is driven by the breakfast cart. Zhou Hao went up and ordered a Malay coconut rice and 3 Indian pancakes. Finally, he ordered another cup of tea. In less than 3 minutes, all he wanted was sent here. Zhou Hao sniffed the fragrant taste, and he really felt his index finger move. This Malay coconut rice is made with coconut milk unique to Malaysia, and it is also served with green vegetables and fish balls. The taste is refreshing. It is a breakfast that Singaporeans like very much. As for the Indian pancake, it is a small cake introduced from India. 3 kinds of fillings are added to the Indian pancake, and the taste is very refreshing. Eat all the small cakes and Malay coconut rice in front of you. After dropping, Zhou Hao drank the tea, and after harp, he went up to check out. Very affordable, because such a delicious breakfast only cost 5 Singapore dollars. After walking away from the food stall, Zhou Hao dialed Hui Jianhua's phone. After all, it's already 8 o'clock. People like him should be early. I was sober, and sure enough, just as soon as the phone rang, he answered the call. After chatting with him for a few words, Zhou Hao told him to meet at his headquarters in 10 minutes, and then he found a taxi. Maybe Zhou Hao spoke very authentic English. Anyway, he didn't take his own detour. Minutes later, the car stopped outside the Warren Group very steadily. Zhou Hao took out 100 SGD from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, Brother, don't look for it. How can I do this? Wait a minute. He insisted on finding money, and Zhou Hao said with a smile, This money is just like I want you to learn to trade stocks. On the way, Zhou Hao asked him a lot of questions about the stock market. He was not stingy and told Zhou Hao what he knew. Finally, because he was worried that Zhou Hao would rush into stocks, he kindly reminded Zhou Hao and told him, Zhou Hao's stock market is very risky. Turning around and walking into the Warren Group, the security guard of the Warren Group was about to ask Zhou Hao if he had an appointment, and Hui Jianhua's hearty laughter was heard. Seeing Zhou Hao and Hui Jianhua saying hello, they hurried back, but they looked at Zhou Hao with a little more curiosity. After all, they had never seen Zhou Hao, but from the attitude of the boss Hui Jianhua to Zhou Hao, he is definitely not an ordinary person. How? I'm going to talk about it here. When they came to the top floor, the two of them stood on the sunny rooftop. Hui Jianhua said with a smile, Yes, the air here is good, and the environment is beautiful. Zhou Hao can look at most of Singapore while standing here, but in the front, Zhou Hao saw the taller building, whereas Temasek's headquarters, which is Singapore's largest mainstay. It is definitely the largest landmark building in Singapore. Even if it is the headquarters of the Warren Group in front of it, compared to it, it looks a little bit dilapidated. How about it? I wonder if you are interested in entering the Temasek headquarters. Zhou Hao looked at the tallest Temasek building in front with a deep gaze and said, How could I not want to? But my ability is not enough. I have been suppressed for so many years. Hui Jianhua handed a glass of red wine poured by the secretary to Zhou Hao and said with a light sigh. Zhou Hao knew that what he was talking about was the truth, but this is not all to blame. There are local protection policies everywhere, and Singapore is no exception. Therefore, their top priority is to develop things that belong to their most ethnic group, and they are half of them. Warren, a foreign company, although they will not blatantly suppress them, but they are firmly bound to themselves in terms of policies. Therefore, for so many years, to maintain the Warren Group, Manhwa has definitely done enough. Taking a sip of the red wine, Zhou Hao said indifferently, "It's not that you are not capable, but that you are using the wrong method. From now on, look at me. I believe it will change hands soon." Zhou Hao's arrogant remarks made Manhwa a little surprised, but thinking about what Zhou Hao had done before, he was not too surprised, because too many incredible things had happened to Zhou Hao. The most prominent of these was that he led the Hong Kong stock market alone, and led all the traders to personally crush the madness of those financial tycoons towards Hong Kong. So at this time it is not very difficult to deal with a Temasek with his Hong Kong stock god strength. Temasek is unshakable in Singapore, but compared with those financial oligarchs, its strength is far from it. "The stock market should be about to open," Zhou Hao asked softly, looking at the sun rising in the distance. "The market will open in more than 20 minutes. There is a difference in the opening time of the Singapore and Hong Kong stock markets. Here, the start time is from 9 a.m. to 12:30, and for the evening market, it is from 2 to 5 in the afternoon. Click the end. Is the trader I asked you to prepare already in place?" At this time, Zhou Hao still looked at the distance calmly, as if doing a trivial thing. "Everyone is already in place. These traders are all cultivated by our Warren Group. Everyone is loyal, so you can rest assured to command afterwards." At this moment, he looked at Zhou Hao, who was beating Fong Chiu like this. Suddenly, there is a feeling of facing the big boss in the First Army. Therefore, facing Zhou Hao's problem at this time, he did not neglect at all, and had everything ready. By the way, Indian Ocean oil development should be Temasek's top priority. Zhou Hao suddenly asked. Yes, Temasek invested billions of dollars in oil development rights after obtaining this oil development right. This is definitely Temasek's top priority. Manhwa nodded and replied. Regarding the Indian Ocean oil development rights, he also wanted to get it. But the economic foundation of the Warren Group has never been compared with Temasek, and Temasek can still get the support of the entire Singapore government. So the Warren Group can no longer take advantage of its competition. Find some tabloid reporters to let me know. I want to spread the news that there is a problem with Temasek's Indian Ocean oil development rights. No matter what method you use, I hope that this news will spread throughout the entire market after the market opens. Singapore, you should be able to do this. Zhou Hao continued to order. Manhwa is not an idiot. He knew that Temasek's stock market would be hit hard as long as the news was delivered. He looked at Zhou Hao again, and his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, Zhou Hao and himself are not enemies. Otherwise, his own Warren Group estimates has long changed hands. Are all the funds in place? At this time, Zhou Hao dialed Song Jiahao again. Song Jiahao on the other end of the phone was very excited, and he had transferred all the funds to Zhou Hao's current account. Now Zhou Hao tens of billions of dollars can be spent at any time. If it were at the peak of the Temasek Group, this tens of billions of dollars of investment would hurt his vitality, but it would not break him. But it is different now. Now after the financial crisis, even though there is Tang Min behind Temasek Group. However, the financial crisis still caused heavy losses, and Tang Min is not the only company in Temasek. So even if Tang Min wants to rescue, it is impossible to quickly replenish a large amount of funds in a short time. In fact, Zhou Hao had a speculation that Gu Changfeng was engaged in such a high-profile engagement with Li Shuihan because Temasek couldn't support it anymore. What he urgently needs now is the crazy financial investment. In fact, it makes sense to think this way. After all, although Temasek has obtained the right to develop Indian Ocean oil, it has paid a heavy price. Although this oil can bring huge profits to Temasek, the profits are very high in a short period of time. It is difficult to achieve, so Yuan Shui is unable to rescue Temasek for the time being, and now Zhou Hao chooses to take action. It is definitely the best time to deal with Temasek. Zhou Hao has never had a good impression of Temasek. When he was in Indonesia, Zhou Hao had planned to deal with Temasek, but there was no chance at the time, and now there is a chance, new and old hatred. Zhou Hao is absolutely impossible to let it. It's better, so Temasek now has only one dead end. After all, What Zhou Hao is thinking about has never failed. In the huge 300-square-meter office at the top of Temasek headquarters, Gu Changfeng was sitting behind a huge table, listening to the most intoxicating symphony. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. He did not open his eyes, but let her in indifferently. "You really enjoy it. I'm exhausted outside." With the sound of high heels, the melodious symphony stopped abruptly, and then the angry words reached Gu Changfeng's ears. "What's the matter? Who made you angry again?" Gu Changfeng stood up from the chair and said with a chuckle. While speaking, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, because the one standing in front of him was really a uniform, beautiful woman. Her slender hair hangs down gently, her delicate facial features are as natural, her slightly pouted mouth is pouted gently, and her cherry lips with fruity lipstick exude a charming fragrance. Gu Changfeng gently hugged her beautiful waist and said, "Who is it that makes my beauty angry?" It's not you yet. I am getting married now. I must be very happy." This beauty in flesh-colored stockings and black uniform is Gu Changfeng's exclusive secretary Jiang Yuha. There is always some confusion between the secretary and the boss. Relationship, Gu Changfeng is no exception. After all, this Jiang Yuha has enough beauty. In the early years, Jiang Yuha was the #1 beauty pageant selected by the Singapore Performing Arts Company through the audition. She was valued by Gu Changfeng, who was supposed to enter the performing arts circle, and suddenly felt shocked. Since then, Gu Changfeng has made her become own secretary. Although Jiang Yuha is an absolute beauty, she is also considered a talented girl. She graduated from Nanyang Technological University, the most prestigious university in Singapore, so being a secretary allowed her to use her talents, and she was still a true woman. Beautiful woman. So naturally she became Gu Changfeng's woman. Don't be jealous. You know, I don't like her at all. The reason why I plan to get engaged with her is for the Tang sect behind her. As long as we get engaged, Tang sect will fully support our Temasek. My talents will definitely be able to make it bigger and stronger. Then I will have to see if the so-called Zhou Hao can firmly hold me down. When talking about Zhou Hao, his eyes showing that fierce light. Gu Changfeng has always regarded himself as the kind of pride of heaven. Everything he wants is at his fingertips. What he can see every day is also a large-scale report about himself, which gradually made him form. With such an extremely arrogant personality, I have to say that Gu Changfeng really has his own abilities. All he has done over the years has been very consistent with the identity of a genius. Among them, the most proud of him is to obtain the Indian Ocean oil exploitation rights, because it made Gu Changfeng the best genius of the younger generation without any suspense. He always thought that there could be no genius stronger than himself in this world, but this kind of dream or fantasy was completely broken after Zhou Hao appeared. Zhou Hao was alone in the battle against Soros in Hong Kong, and he defended the Hong Kong stock market alone. From that moment on, he became a second only to Buffett. The title of Asian stock can be regarded as well-deserved. Not only Hong Kong, but since he won the title of Asian stock god, he has been praised by everyone. Even the newspapers in Singapore are no exception. They started to exaggerate wildly, which made everyone know that this was a god. Average man. It was also from this time that everyone's madness towards Gu Changfeng gradually receded. He was driven from the altar ruthlessly by Zhou Hao, and he was directly and completely defeated by Zhou Hao. Besides, he is the strongest. They only say that his strength is comparable to Zhou Hao. This made him feel a kind of incomparable mania and madness. Every time he heard such a report, he had an incomparable grudge against Zhou Hao. It is precisely because of this that he always had an idea in his heart. That is, we must be beyond Zhou Hao. And now he finally has a chance. If he is successfully engaged to Li Shuihan, then he will be supported by the Tang sect. With the Tang sect who is wealthy and the enemy's backing, he will achieve a hegemony just around the corner. By then, surpass Zhou Hao is just a small thing. Although I know, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Yuha saw the cold sneer on Gu Changfeng's face and knew that he must have thought of Zhou Hao again, so the tone was not as angry as before. Don't worry, I will always love you. Gu Changfeng smiled lightly at this time, leaving Zhou Hao's affairs temporarily behind him, because in his view now, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Zhou Hao. But how do you plan to make up for me? Jiang Yuha gently turned around and hugged Gu Changfeng. The slim figure was in direct contact with Gu Changfeng, smelling the fragrance from her body. Gu Changfeng's heart was rippling slightly, and secretly said, "What a stunner." If he weren't in the office now, he would have picked up the gun directly. "What kind of compensation do you want?" Gu Changfeng asked with a light smile and licked her crystal earlobe, holding back the monstrous flame in his heart. "I value a limited edition bag, but I can't afford it. In fact, she is nonsense. Gu Changfeng gives her a full million SGD every month." "Okay, I'll buy it for you." Gu Changfeng waved his hand indifferently, and he immediately received billions or even tens of billions of funding. For the current self, hundreds of thousands are simply too small for him, no matter how small the number is, so he has no hesitation at this time. After the two were so loving and intimate again for a few minutes, Gu Changfeng asked softly, "By the way, how about our recent stock market?" "Very well. Since the news that you plan to marry Li Shuihan came out, our stock market has become more and more prosperous. Now those stockholders are proud of owning our company's stock." Jiang Yuhe joked with a chuckle. "Of course, our Temasek group is backed by the state, so we don't have to worry about any risks at all. We are really safer than buying treasury bonds for all investments." Gu Changfeng smiled and said proudly, "Now that the market is open, I estimate that our stock price can rise a lot today. We will have a good meal later." While talking, Gu Changfeng's hand gently touched Jiang Yuhe's body, which made Jiang Yuhe the cheeks were red, and the eyes were full of spring love. Seeing this scene, Gu Changfeng couldn't help it. He planned to go crazy here first, but at this moment the phone rang. He glanced at Jiang Yuhe, who was a little bit sad, and he picked up the phone, but like Jiang Yuhe, his tone was not very good. "Who?" he said in a cold voice with an impatient look. "Me." The person on the other end of the phone was slightly taken aback because of the tone, and then became very angry. "Father." Gu Changfeng was stunned, because it was his adoptive father, Li Guanyao, who was calling him at this time. "Father, needless to say, your temper is getting bigger and bigger now. You dare to yell at me. You are so capable." Li Yaowan's words made Gu Changfeng tremble all over. His lips moved, and finally did not say anything. Jiang Yuhe, who was under him at this time, saw his expression and knew who was calling him at this time. Although she was a little reluctant, she still carefully put Gu Changfeng's clothes on. He was early at this time. Already scared. "Father, you called me in the morning. Do you have any instructions?" Gu Changfeng asked with a dry smile. "Instructions? Have you been concerned about the company's stock market lately?" Li Yaowang on the other end of the phone was still angry, which made Gu Changfeng a wry smile, but he quickly explained, "I watch every day. Our company isn't the stock of China's stock rising now. I even went to the market to visit, and all investors are proud of holding our company's stock now." Fart. As soon as Gu Changfeng spoke, Li Yaowang cursed his head and covered his face. This made him a little confused. After a while, he asked, "Father, why are you so angry?" "Why? You know why when you turn on the TV now." After the abuse, he hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone from the phone, Gu Changfeng said, "Now turn on the TV." At this time, he knew that what was wrong with Temasek. Otherwise his adoptive father could not be so angry at all. He had to know that he still had some status in his heart. But he really can't think of what can happen. You have to know that in Singapore, Temasek has a stable position and no company can pose a threat to him. So it should be regarded as a peace of mind. "I got it." Although I don't know what happened, Jiang Yuhe hurried up and turned on the TV, because she knew that Gu Changfeng had such a serious expression that something had definitely happened. Sure enough, as soon as I turned on the TV, I saw overwhelming news about my company, the Temasek Group. "What's going on?" Gu Changfeng watched the TV in shock at this time, and even some reaction was overwhelming, because all this was all bad news. According to sources, the Temasek Group's oil production rights in the Indian Ocean were confiscated, which directly caused Temasek to lose billions of dollars. The reason why Gu Changfeng intends to marry Li Shuihan is to care about the Tang sect behind Li Shuihan. There are overwhelming news about this kind of news. Even if he changes the channel, it won't work, because all the programs talk about this. "Father, what is going on?" Gu Changfeng, who had already panicked at this time, quickly dialed the phone of his adoptive father Li Guanyao, intending to inquire about what happened. "I know what's going on. I only received this news this morning." It should be someone who deliberately released the rumors. At this time, Lee Kuan Yew also had a very headache. When he first heard the news this morning, he was the idea is that no matter what is going on, it should be blocked first, because once the news spreads, it will not benefit Temasek and the Singapore government at all, but it is still too late. Although he exhausted his best efforts, he still had little effect, because the disseminator of this rumor was not alone. So even if he wanted to block it, it would not help at all. Then what should we do now? Gu Changfeng was a little panicked at this time. You must know that he himself had never dealt with such a thing, so he really panicked for a while. Don't mess around, we can settle this matter. Wait for you to hold a press conference to tell all reporters and investors that these are rumors. After Lee Kuan Yew rebuked Gu Changfeng for pancreatic cancer, he began to make suggestions. By the way, how is the company's stock price now? Gu Changfeng asked with great concern. He knew that since some people spread such rumors, there should be only one purpose, and that is to stir up his company's stock price. Although the stock market has fallen a bit, but for the time being, I can hold on. Lee Kuan Yew also had some headaches. Just after the market opened, the stock market grew steadily and orderly at first, which made him very happy, but later due to the emergence of rumors. The shock, if it were not for the government's control of the Temasek Group, may have reached its limit by now. However, despite the government's move, the form of the downturn is still obvious, but what makes him rest assured is that no one has made a hostile takeover of his company's stock for the time being. After hanging up the phone, Gu Changfeng let out a long sigh. For the time being, the fluctuations in his heart have stabilized a lot. What is going on? Jiang Yuha, who was holding the teacup, brought a cup of warm water to him and said softly, "Damn, someone wants to break me down, and they're spreading rumors outside." Gu Changfeng said in resentment after taking the water glass and drank the water inside. "Impossible, there are people in Singapore who dare to fight with you." Jiang Yuha asked with surprise in his eyes. "I also want to know if it's the person who doesn't open his eyes wants to deal with me like this. If I know who he is, I will definitely cramp him." After saying this bitterly, he stood up and said again, "Now I'm going to hold a press conference to tell them that Temasek will never fear these rumors." "Do you need me to accompany you?" Jiang Yuha asked softly. "No, I have to face this accident alone. If it is not the case, the adoptive father will really be dissatisfied with me." After saying this, he turned and left here. "Zhou Hao, now Temasek's share price has begun to fall. Can we make a move?" Putting down the phone, Hu Jianhua said softly. Behind him, dozens of traders are already waiting, and there is no trace of arrogance on their faces at this time. Exine, everyone quietly looked at Zhou Hao's back, as pious as a believer. Because in their hearts Zhou Hao is a godlike existence, and now they can destroy Temasek under Zhou Hao's command. As long as they think of this, the excitement will quickly flow from the deepest part of their hearts. Even people have become much more excited than before. It's not the time yet. Zhou Hao turned calmly and shook his head gently at them. Although they had a little doubt in their hearts, they didn't say much. After all, they all knew that Zhou Hao didn't do anything at this time. My own plan. Zhou Hao. On Temasek's side, Gu Changfeng seems to be planning to hold a press conference. Obviously, he intends to cheer others up. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth, and he secretly said, "This is a bit interesting. If Gu Changfeng does nothing but intends to wait and die, then he is really disappointed." At this time, Zhou Hao didn't plan to do it because Zhou Hao didn't want to. Victory is not martial. Since he wants to hold a press conference, leave it to him. The person I asked you to prepare before should be in place now. Zhou Hao looked at Hu Jianhua, and everything was actually under Zhou Hao's control at this time. In the middle, staring into the void, there seems to be a huge chessboard in the void, and as the first player on the chessboard, Zhou Hao is already firmly locked in victory. But to be honest, watching others struggle like this, for Zhou Hao, can produce a kind of psychological satisfaction. Already prepared. At this time, Hu Jianhua was talking again and shocked Zhou Hao's means. In the early stage of the market, Zhou Hao asked him to find a few reporters he knew to wait outside the Temasek headquarters, saying yes. It can be used. Hu Jianhua didn't understand Zhou Hao's intentions at the beginning, but now he understands it thoroughly. From then on, Zhou Hao had completely set his own plan. It can now be said that this Gu Changfeng is walking according to the path set by Zhou Hao. Looking at Zhou Hao again, he was very shocked. Zhou Hao is really more horrible than he had previously imagined. If a person is an enemy, he can't sleep, well, even if he sleeps. In this case, let's take a good look and see if he turned the tide at this press conference, or if I took my salary from the bottom of the tank. He smiled playfully. Zhou Hao moved his head, and then he turned around and waited for those. The trader said, "Relax, everyone. The total attack time is still early." Seeing Zhou Hao being so easygoing, the tension in their hearts faded slightly, but the relative excitement became more and more. After all, like Zhou Hao, a figure of the stock level, they have such close contact. This life, maybe there is only one chance. At this time, a large conference room in the Temasek headquarters was filled with dozens of reporters from Singapore TV stations and newspapers. All of them were here because they were notified by Temasek and the vice president of Temasek. It is Gu Changfeng who wants to hold a press conference here and intends to refute the rumors. The issue that everyone in Singapore is most concerned about is the turbulence in the Temasek stock market. They all know that this may be related to the future of Singapore, so they cannot let go of such a message. After they waited for 3 minutes, Gu Changfeng, full of confidence, walked out of the elevator in a white suit. His indifferent smile gave people a confident look. He was in the elevator. The previous calm has been restored, no matter what. As a business leader of the younger generation, he has absolute self-confidence and strength. What's more, he knows that the whole government is supporting him, so he has nothing to worry about. Although the people who spread the rumors temporarily caused the stock market to fluctuate, in his opinion, the volatility will soon calm down. People will be brought to justice soon. Is it true that the rumors that the company is going to go bankrupt outside are true? Does oil extraction in the Indian Ocean really encounter problems? Now all investors are planning to sell the shares of Temasek. Do you know this? Gu Changfeng, who had just stepped out of the elevator, was besieged by long guns and short cannons. Everyone raised the issues they were most concerned about. If they were ordinary people, they would definitely panic at this time, but Gu Changfeng would not. As the vice president of Temasek Group, it can be said that he grew up in front of this kind of reporter's camera, so there is absolutely no panic facing this kind of scene at this time. Standing indifferently, he opened his mouth and said, "Friends from the press, don't worry for now. Give me 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, I will give you a chance to ask questions." After saying this, surrounded by a few security guards, he stood at the place where he was ready to speak. After staring at the audience, he calmly said, "This time some people with bad intentions are going to disturb our Temasek fame. I hereby express my strong condemnation on behalf of Temasek. In addition, I have notified the police about this matter. I believe that it will not be long before you will be caught. Then I will take a good look at your appearance." At this time, Zhou Hao, who was sitting in front of the TV and watching him hold the press conference, flashed a glimmer of appreciation. His words had already turned all responsibilities off. As a young man, his qualities and mentality were indeed good. However, Zhou Hao is not worried at all. This time, there are dozens of channels through which he distributes news. Almost all channels have been destroyed. The other channels that can lead are also other small countries, so they couldn't find out anything in a short time. So Zhou Hao had no need to worry at all now. I want to state here that our Temasek Group has never had any financial crisis. We have not, and I believe it will not happen in the future. The arrogant voice made all the reporters present want to believe. The other thing is that I and Li Shuihan are engaged. It's all because we love each other, not the rumors of the outside world. My speech is over. Now you can raise your questions. Gu Changfeng calmly looked at the reporter in front of him, his face with a free and easy smile. "Mr. Gu, I have a question." While everyone was still digesting what he said, a reporter sitting in the back row stood up and spoke. His brows frowned slightly, because he didn't know the reporter. In fact, what he had imagined before was that this press conference would only answer some questions between the newspapers that he had good relations with Temasek Group, and then through their mouths, build up your Temasek image again. However, he didn't expect to kill Cheng Yaojin halfway. Although he didn't want to answer, he couldn't refuse, because once refused, the consequences would be unthinkable. So at this time, he still had that kind of indifferent smile and said, "Yes. What questions can you ask? The oil production wells in the Indian Ocean are now the focus of development for Temasek and even Singapore as a whole. I believe everyone present knows this well. I would like to ask, for these oil production wells, how did your Temasek group deal with them? We have our own guard team that guarantees the safety of the oil production wells 24 hours a day. He said here with a confident expression. After all, the guards are all retired soldiers and are very powerful, so there are oil wells they protect. He is very concerned. Really? But here I have a videotape that someone else sent to my mailbox. Would you like to see it? While talking, he took out a cowhide tape, and after tearing it open, he took out a black videotape from the inside. I don't know why, when he saw this videotape, his heart was beating, but he still said in a deep voice, yes. Then a person put him into the video recorder, and all the reporters were staring at the TV. What appeared on the TV was a slightly rippling sea, and his vision was a bit blurred. Obviously, the shooting distance was very far away. At this time, a huge appeared on the sea. As you can see from the flag hanging high above, this production well belongs to Singapore, which is owned by Temasek Group. Gu Chongfeng's heart was beating. An ominous omen lingered in his heart, and at this moment, 3 speedboats quickly appeared around the oil production platform, and dozens of masked people quickly boarded the oil production platform and spoke fluent English. Platform. And at this time the guards reacted, but it was too late, so everyone was captured alive. And here the video gradually became more blurred. With a gunshot, the video stopped abruptly. Obviously the person taking the video was found. In this way, everyone saw that the picture became more blurred within 3 seconds. After the clock, the picture disappeared completely. Mr. Gu, I want to ask you to explain. What is going on? Another female reporter also stood up. Following the instigation of the two of them, everyone stood up. Gu Chongfeng panicked at this time. Extremely. He didn't expect things to develop to this level. Just now he was confidently talking in front of everyone. But now such a situation has emerged. Everyone stopped filming for me. He just wanted to understand it this time. No matter what, this picture should not be seen by others. Otherwise Temasek will definitely be over. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.